Hey everybody, how's it going? The Skeleseller trailer is on Steam. Yeehaw! Hey Spiro, how you doing? Yeah, having a trailer is great. It's a quote unquote demo trailer in that there's still work that needs to be done for the final launch trailer. Hey Schwartz. But I'm glad we have it. I wanted to know, and maybe I should wait for some more people to be here, but should that trailer be on YouTube? And I'm leaning toward yes. I'm happy biasing the answers there. And I'm not saying I do anything special. I just take the video and put it on YouTube. Trailer creation was a fun process to watch. Yeah, that was the storyboarding. The actual trailer creation stuff, like the recording and everything, it's nerve-wracking to some extent. I've only done it, I think, once or twice. Both were with Botland. But yeah, yesterday I was like, oh man, there's so many things to do. There's like, if you look at my code changes, ignoring these pings that we have here, because those are for a different reason. But all these other ones that you see, and I know I'm blocking some of it, they're pretty much just for the trailer. Like whatever this is. Oh, change what items drop because I need more items than normal to drop. Or change the zoom value so we don't get into floating point zoom levels, but players should be fine doing that. Or bumping text around or something like that. Like all those little things just to capture ideally the perfect shot and then yeah, edit it all together. Yeah, anyway, I'm glad that we have something. And I guess for the sake of people watching this in the future, because this video might not be accessible anymore, the trailer video, I might as well show the trailer on stream. So let me, whoop, nope, nope. Hold your horses. Let me turn off my camera and we'll play this trailer. All right, that's it. So yeah, like I said, I'm reasonably happy with how this turned out. I think there are some things I would improve, but then the whole game's probably going to look a little bit different by the time we fully launch anyway. So it's like we can only do so much right now. You know, I am going to upload this to YouTube. And let me just be a madman and do this while I'm streaming. Upload video. All right, where is the video? By the way, this is old me would have considered this to be a madman thing to do, but this hardly matters now. I have enough bandwidth. I just need to make sure it's the right video. I think it's this one. Sorry, you won't have to hear this a million times. I'm going to mute this. I'm going to figure out how. Why is the playback bar not showing? Show tab bar? That's not what I want. What? Oh, there it is. What was that, like beneath the screen? Oh, yeah. Wow, I didn't even realize that could happen. Okay, yeah, I'll just mute this. I just want to make sure this is the version that has... What change did I make? I made some minor change. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, this looks correct. Okay. Yeah, whatever. We'll upload this. Oop. Cool. Yeah, thank you, Spiro. Yeah, so today we have to prep for Saturday. Saturday is going to be another UX session with a friend of mine. And I have the feedback from last Saturday that I still need to tackle. So that's what we're going to do. I'll just say make sure the trailer is on YouTube, set all of the info on it, and update the trailer command. overview trailer. I don't think there's anything private here. Yeah, I'll just put this on screen. Early January 2025. Okay, this is an early trailer of Skeleseller. The game is, this footage was captured during January 2025, meaning it's alpha content that's shown. The next alpha launch will be on January 17th, right? That's the +9, yeah. 2025. It'll also be available for as a free demo during Steam's Next Fest in February. Please wishlist the game here. Okay. Now thumbnail. Sure, let's go with that one. Playlist, no, not made for kids. Monetization. I don't know what to pick for this. Huh. Does this even change ads that show up? Ad formats are selected by balancing the viewer experience and creator revenue. There's like, any suggestions from chat? Hey, Sockton. YouTube, what does monetizing a video do for ads? I'm going to search using Google. Share in revenue, shorts. Does monetizing a video cause more ads? Ah, deleted comment. All right, I'm going to turn it on for this. Hey, Pressel. Yeah, I'll turn it on. All right, give me a sec. Okay, so now we're on this part. Add an end screen. Promote related content. Add. Can we add a link? Yes. Steam. All right, what does this look like? Call to action. Visit, I guess. And then what does this message look like? Oh, I choose where this goes? God, I don't know anything. The end. Oh, this is, what is this? End screen. There's gonna be some giant thing that shows here. Testeroni. What is it even? I think I just want that little card that shows up at the end. I don't think I want this. Especially because you can't shrink this anymore. So discard. What, add cards, I guess? No, not video. Oh, God. What am I doing? Call to action. Wish list it now. All right, we put this right at the very end. And that's what this thing is going to be. All right, make it blue, I guess. Oh, upload custom image. That. Sure. Teaser text. What is this? Where does this go? It didn't even modify this thing. Oh, maybe when you don't have that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Wish list it now. Or wish list on Steam, maybe. So then you click this. Yeah. All right. I think that's good. Now I want this to be right when the coming soon thing shows up. Yeah, that's pretty good. Whew. All right. M2, thanks for the resub. Happy 3 months. Also, hey, Couch. All right, so now I click next and public and copy the link. Okay, great. Now we can modify the trailer command. Half you too. Thanks for the resub. Welcome back, both of you. Thank you very much. All right, what is our current trailer command? The Skeleseller trailer is on YouTube and Steam as of yesterday, Tuesday, January 7th, 2025. I don't think the Tuesday part is needed. I think we'll leave it at that. Yeehaw! All right, don't forget to watch, like, and subscribe, everybody. Yeah, there's the link. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. Holy cow, this game has changed so much since I last checked in. Yeah, thank you. It has been a lot of work, and not just from me. Added a whole lot to the comment, and now it's gone. Can't please everybody. Certainly not the Tuesday lovers out there. All right, only thing I want to save from the trailer work is the smoke stuff. I need to add credits for Kenny, even though it's CC0. Yeah, we got a bunch of little things to do. So let's get to real work and not just uploading trailer work. I have all of these changes, and I don't want any of them, I think. Do I have... Let's close all these things. Yeah. All right, Tavern change is just a UID one. Man, I cannot wait until we don't have UID issues in Godot anymore. This is a delete me scene. This is because I was testing something out. And delete me, I think, is the name of the of the smoke emitters. Yeah, this just shouldn't be called delete me because I do want to keep it. All right, so where do we save this? Scenes. It is kind of just a town scene. I'm gonna say smoke particles. All right, your weekend went, but then I realized it's Wednesday. It had to happen a lot. Yeah, I shared this a little while ago that I've been pretty busy, and I did take a vacation in December, but I'd been kind of just spreading work out over the course of the entire week before that. And I think that's a really, really bad move for pretty much anybody. So I want to stop working in the evenings, and I want to just work during the days. And if I work on weekend days, that's okay with me. Ideally, it's not for as long. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do in the next month. And I am taking another vacation at the end of this month, one that was actually planned. The December one wasn't planned. I just was like, you know what? It'd be nice to have some time off. So the big things, do I have these written down somewhere? I don't think I have them written down. But the big things, I want to say it's February 23rd. I'm not positive, but I think that's when Next Fest starts. So we have a little over a month. I'm not super concerned about that. Idler Fest, we still haven't been approved for, but that starts on, I want to say February 3rd. So that's much sooner. We have less time for that. The only thing we were planning on doing for any of this anyway is just have demos available. Working during work days. What is this, a normal job? Well, obviously the working during workday part. What I mean is I would just kind of let the work time bleed over to really any free time. And then it always sort of felt like I had to be cagey about my free time. So I think the sort of biggest learnings I've had are end anything productive by 10 p.m., whether work or personal. Ideally, don't work in the evenings at all. And the weekends are probably fine. And then eventually I want to get out of this. I think we are starting to build some momentum, and I need to make sure that we're at the right phase for any of these deadlines. Found a typo on the files, frame disabled. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, I'll write a note about that. Yeah, because that should be a very quick fix. 10 p.m. is your time to stop. What's your time to go to bed? I try to go to bed around 11 and try to go to sleep around midnight. VR, I'm gonna purge your message because I don't understand what the relevance is to the stream. But feel free to still type stuff. I only purge that one message. Yeah. rough. I want to work on personal stuff after work. Most days it's simply a very bad idea as my mind is likely overloaded. Yeah, that's the big problem. And for some amount of time, you can do this. Like, let's say you're working totally normal hours for 5 years, and then one day you have to work late one night. It's probably not going to impact you at all. But I think once you get in that habit, I think it's easy to think that it's working, and then your days are less productive. So you're working more, but your productivity is probably the same. And it probably jumped a little bit upward to begin with, and then quickly like went below what it would normally was. Looks like it paid off. Gonna make sure to like TM and subscribe TM. Already subscribed though. Thanks, Tropical Banana Man. All right, so we have the smoke particles. They're no longer called delete me. We should probably rename this to smoke particles. And in my opinion, they look fine. I think they could be better. I think it's better to have something than nothing here. Yeah, so now this delete me scene shouldn't even exist. In fact, I'm not sure why it does. Oh, because I didn't rename it. Or I didn't rename it. Delete me. Okay, we only use 2 of the smoke graphics. Which ones are we using? This is smoke 6 and smoke 5. So let's delete all the ones that are not smoke 6 and smoke 5. Discard those. Discard those. All right. We have smoke for buildings. Does it also go on the item displays? It's just for buildings. I think the item displays are small enough where I wasn't actually planning on adding smoke, but maybe they should fade in or something. I'm not sure. All right, now this is used here. We need to rename this to smoke particles, and it's now in town. And we had a scale that's not actually how you would do this sort of thing. Set it to emitting in 1 shot. This is something that we should have a script on the scene itself. And I don't think this will look good for every kind of building. I think we do need to set some kind of scale. Hey, Crows, where's the trailer? Check out that. Okay, so make a script for the new scene so that it can instantiate its own children. And make sure we can customize the size a little bit. Probably add a static function for creating one of these. Yeah, let's go do that. I mean, it's easy enough to do. It's not like it's a problem. Source, scene scripts, smoke particles. Okay, the smoke particle stuff is going to get all of this. Also, it doesn't really matter what node we add this to. These are going to get deleted automatically by the animation player. So, yeah. All right, ready. What just happened? I do not know what just happened. Game source scene scripts. All right, so we're going to make a public static smoke particles create parent, I guess. Subscribe for tier 1 at tier 1 for 5 months in advance. Crows, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. You know, one of the things that I just realized, at least in December, they were offering something like 30% off for multi-month subs, which I think pretty much means that you're saving about a month for free. So I feel like there are 2 times a year that are good to subscribe. Regardless, thank you, Crows. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to say, if you want to save some money, you can always try to wait for those times. All right, I don't know why when it has this code right here that it didn't actually make the new one correctly. So scene, this is going to be the smoke node that we have. I guess really just delete all this stuff. Oh, whoops, I didn't copy that either. All right, what do we do here? We set this to parent. We call this the smoke particles. We import link. And we return the smoke particles in case somebody wants it. I don't think they're gonna want it, so I don't actually want to do this right now. Yeah, I'd rather only do it once we need it, especially because it's easy enough change. Should probably be smarter about going for the bulk stuff. Well, the way I see it is if you're subscribing to people maybe once a month and you know that you're going to stay subscribed to those people, then getting those discounts I think would be a good idea. But if you're uncertain, let's say it's a new streamer you're watching and you're like, I don't know if I'm going to like their content a month from now. Because actually, that's what happens to me a lot. I find people who are playing a game that I'm interested in, and then they finish that game, and I just never watch them again. And part of the reason why is because I still feel like I want to watch a combination of the streamer and a specific kind of content usually. Sometimes I just tune out the content though and just watch the streamer. Okay, so now this stuff isn't really needed. This can be done over here. Yeah. It's easier to see the effect in the editor when one shot is off. So we make sure to turn it on here in code. Nice. All right. Now the only other thing we need is some way to set the scale of this. And the scale is not obvious. You can't just change the scale of the nodes. You have to change the scale settings in here. Scale amount min and scale amount max. And I don't think they should be different numbers. So I think we're just going to take in a float scale and then set it through an init property, I think. Yeah, no, thank you very much. Congrats on the trailer. Tricky for gameplay streamers. I almost never stick around after a game switch. Yeah, I've been watching some Breath of the Wild streamers and I appreciate what they're streaming and I mean, I enjoy their personalities well enough. But if they end up going to something later, like some game I'm just never going to play, an FPS or something like that, then that's it. I'm just going to stop watching. And by the way, the same thing happened for me when I was doing the typical Adam Learns content. I was bouncing between projects and I did the Minecraft thing and a bunch of random Minecraft people tuned in and I did the NES ROM and a bunch of people sort of tuned out for that. And I made like a Discord bot or did web dev or hacking or something. And yeah, there'd be different crowds for all of these things. At this point in the stream, we're working on Skeleseller for many more months. So if you liked the content you saw in the last year, pretty much, you're probably going to continue to like this. But it will warp a little bit. Game dev is not just game dev, it's also making a trailer and marketing and whatever else. And you might classify that as game dev, but I think of that a little differently. Public void init with the scale that we have here. So we're going to do smoke particles init scale. Good. Make these be a smoke particles. Highlight the content from 2015. When's it coming back? I was looking through some pictures, just like a photo album that I had, and it's saved in OneDrive, but then I stopped using OneDrive for photos. So eventually it just became screenshots of Botland for like 2 years. And man, I took pictures of like certain streamers who were playing the game, and that was 10 years ago. Well, not 10 years ago, actually, it was more like 7 years ago. And like those streamers look different now, or some of them aren't showing their face cams anymore. And just the game itself and seeing the progress there, and I don't know, it brought back a lot of memories. Time is a ruthless force. All right, so CPU particles 2D. We're gonna make a private read-only. I guess it can just be a hash set. It doesn't really matter what I make this. It's just got to be some collection. Particle systems. Actually, for this, we could set it to null. And then I guess it's not really read-only. Have you considered having each town ability correspond to builds on the map? Like when you increase the customer count, there's a new building for each level? Yes, I have thought of that. And I'm still not sure what I want to do. For one, right now the way that town perks are exposed in the game is there's the buy dialogue. And if when you buy it, it produces something in your town, it might not be obvious, such that it's not clear that it's even developing your town for you. You might just be like, oh, where'd that fountain come from? Where'd those statues come from? feel you've always been a variety guy, and there's definitely a crowd for that too. Do mostly stick to programming and developer related stuff. Rare piano session. Yeah, I think the variety on this stream is very minimal compared to other streams out there. Like some streams are playing a different game every couple days. And yeah, I feel like here it's mostly development variety within a single project. So I wouldn't shy away from front end, back end, DevOps, whatever else, design, testing. But this is not what most people would consider variety. This is still all sort of development. All right, so in ready, we want to set this equal to that. Then iterate over these. I guess this could just be done in the init function. Yeah, I think it's easier to do it there. That way we're only iterating over this once. Now the question is, what is this thing called? Scale min? Scale amount min, yeah, equals scale, and scale amount max equals scale. And there we have it. Type or namespace of list could not be found. Donezo. All right. So now what we want to do is delete all of this. This is going to get replaced with smoke particles dot create. And we take in a position. We take in a scale. I don't know what the scale should be. So let's set it to 0.4, I guess. And then we take in the place where we added this, which I think was just town node. All right, now we can delete that. And delete this. And this one should probably be a little bit smaller. But like I said, I don't really know. So we're going to have to take a look and see how big they are. All right, let's try it out. Hey, Kuro. Thing about going full variety is you pretty much have to move a lot of focus from the thing you're doing to just yourself and your personality. Yeah, and I don't think it'd be a good fit for me for now because I really want to make certain projects come to life. I think the only way to maybe accomplish that is have the community work on them and just sort of manage them and then do something else, I guess. I'm not even sure what that would be. Okay, so here's the only two buildings that have smoke are these two. So we're just going to build it and make sure the smoke looks like it's mostly covering the building. That's all that we really need. That broke entirely. Unable to cast node 2D to smoke particles. Did I forget to save? I did. It doesn't matter how long I use Godot. I will just never remember to save that. But at least I know to look at it once there's a problem. All right, let's try that again. It's still broken. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Yeah, we need to add it to the scene first and then call init on it. All right, take 3. This time we're going to remember to turn off the sound. One thing in terms of functionality that's worth changing is that there should be 2 ways to unlock those perks. First is the town hall, and the second would just be a sign on the map. Yeah, but if we're going to have a lot of cosmetic items, there'd be signs all over the place, and it would make your town look a little bit ugly, I think. So imagine that like these flowers are a cosmetic thing to get added. And now imagine there's a sign there instead. I think it'd look a little bit bad. We could probably make them blend in a little bit more, but yeah. Anyway, it is something I want to think about. I want to also think about oh, cool. That's the thing I was trying to show off. I want to also think about having this take a different form. Like someone, who was it? Something with tonight in the name. Oh God, who was it? We leave tonight. Yeah, they suggested that what if there was a museum and you upgraded exhibits or artifacts so that instead of a building here, imagine we had a bunch of displays and you like click the display and you build out the customer perks. I'm not totally sure, but yeah, something like that could work. Why is it still breaking? Can I access town hall sign because I copy pasted? Sometimes. Tavern sign. Hey, Stybo. All right, take 4, I think we're on. We'll get there. Hey, Jack. All right, again, all we're doing is making sure that the smoke kind of just covers the building and not much more. That's not bad. It could probably be a little bit smaller. Over here, yeah. I mean, if that one's that big, then this one should be smaller for sure. Oh, Jack, thanks for the sub. Welcome in, welcome in. And now we want to add these for every single building. Create recycler. All right, so this will be recycler position. And I guess this has to be really tiny, like that. Let's just put it for all of them, and then we can test it out. Creating a shop. Shops are all the same size. But the signs show up in the middle of the shop. So the sign is here, and the shop showed up here. So what we could do is we could have it be very, very large, like there's a lot of smoke. Where do we position the shop? Here it is. Shop position. And we make this like 0.6. All right, what else can you build? The vault. The warehouse is going to be a little bit tough. The vault's pretty tiny, probably even smaller than the tavern. Like I said, the warehouse is going to be hard because the way that the warehouse gets built is the sign shows up here, but the whole thing already kind of exists, and then it makes the item displays down here. So I think we're going to show quite a lot of smoke, and it might just look kind of stupid. But let's try it. Warehouse position and set this to like 0.9. All right, what else can you build? The Explorer. Explorer hub position. This one's pretty small, 0.2. And then, is that everything? What else do we have to create for? Oh, the guild. Oh my god, the guild. Of course. Of course. This will be positioned based on the guild sign. And it's also a pretty small building. Feel it's too realistic and high fidelity compared to everything else. Not sure what it would entail to make it more cartoony. Might not be worth the effort. Yeah, this is intended to be sort of a placeholder. I think having something is definitely better than having nothing, but I don't think this is final. And I don't want to mess around with a bunch of graphics or finding new graphics or anything like that. I want to have something there for now and not worry about it. That's everything you can build. Oh, no, it's not. The enchanter deck. How could I forget our lovely magical friend? All right, signs dot enchanter sign dot position. And then I don't know if we're going to want that for all the subsequent buildings, the little spell crystals. I think I put it on the slime. You're still running with a component system? Yeah, I am. Sorry for missing your message, Tropical Banana Man. By the way, small recommendation. If your watching experience is better on YouTube, your chatting experience might be better on Twitch. So popping out a chat thing might still be worthwhile to do. Only because then I definitely see your message in time. Okay, so let's go click a bunch of signs and see how they work. So build warehouse. Spawn it over here. I don't know why. Oh, because it's the upper left of the warehouse. We need the center of it. We don't have a way to get the warehouse's size. It's not a thing that exists. Let me just make sure that's the case. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do this because it's not actually a size of this thing. What do we have? Current level, next sign position, init, upgrade. Yeah, there's no size here. We could just pick a spot on the map for now. I don't really like the idea. Oh wait, no, we could just have it be based on where the sign is. What am I doing? Yeah, warehouse signs dot warehouse sign dot position. Okay. Now we just need this thing to exist in the right spot. Warehouse sign. Oh, whoops. There we go. Let's rename this to capital and put it down here. Public. Should just know how to fill in the rest. Good. And then this should no longer be red. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. Like I said, some of this might look a little bit goofy because we're just increasing the size of the smoke particles. Oh, neat. It put smoke on the shop. Yeah, it works. I mean, in that case, it should definitely be a little bit smaller, maybe 0.7. But let's keep the other ones. Let's see how those look. Yeah, the enchanter should maybe be a little bit bigger. 0.35. The vault. Oh, it's doing this every time you click. That's not the right position, but otherwise it looks good. This should be based on the vault sign. Hey Mars, how you doing? Vault sign dot position. Okay, so we got to go do the same thing over here. Make this public. Change this to vault sign. Move this down here. Put a space. Have the AI fill in the rest for me. Done. And then what else? Weapon shop. Oh, that's in the wrong position too. It's all wrong. Shop dot position. We need this sign. Maybe it's in here. Sign tile chords. Ah, it's tile coordinates. Times game constants dot tile size. That might actually work. I think the smoke is a bit too big. Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of this stuff should be changed. I want there to be something here. That's all. But yeah, the smoke also should probably look. It should look like it was made by the same artist. It doesn't have to be made by the same artist, but it should look like it. All right, there we go. Yeah, this actually should be the center of where the vault shows. Also, does this happen every single time? It does. Okay, that definitely didn't work. Shop data.sign tile chords. What is this? What happens if you load a game completely full of stuff? It's going to show the smoke on these things. I will need to have this happen only through the signs. Position in town, sign tile chords. Oh, I see. This isn't at all what I thought it was. We need to somehow know where the sign was. Ah, drat. I guess we got to move this anyway to shop sign. Build on build shop on invoke. So we just put this here. Position. And then the town node. Presumably we have access to the town somewhere. Where is that? Yeah, we do. Well, we can't get the town node. Maybe we just pass in the town. I guess this really could be added anywhere. Could just be added to the parent of this thing. Although this is inside of signs. So as long as we don't ever iterate over signs, I think we're fine. Yeah. Need the signs to only show smoke when you manually build, not load from a save file. All right, let's finish just checking positions and sizes. Then we can do that. And then there's, I think, one other thing I wanted to do. I don't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, right in the credits about where I got this thing from. Did I write that here already? Yes, there. All right, so town hall looks good. Tavern looks good. Warehouse. Yeah, that's fine. Enchanter's Den, yeah. Yes. And then the guild I can't test right now because I already have it built. But if we get out of the tutorial, debug, then we can test it. Not too bad. All right. right, look around, click this. Yeah, definitely smaller. Where is that here? 0.2. This was needed for the trailer. I think it would have looked really stupid in the trailer if we didn't have smoke, which is why I was prioritizing this task. But it's not that important for the upcoming stuff. But I don't want to have to recreate it all. I think it's fine. Okay, so now we know everything looks pretty much good. And we now want to go move all of these things. Smoke particles dot create. Yeah, so where does create town hall get called from? Presumably a build function assign. Yeah, it's always going to be this way. It's just like playing a sound. You just need to do something here. So this is going to be the position of this thing and get parent. Good. All right, what next? Just keep going through these things. This is all fine. Recycler sign. There's build. Yep. Good, good, good. Explorer hut. And we just make this change another like 4 times and then we're done. Warehouse sign. Build. Build should have a sound effect here. It doesn't. What? Why not? I didn't even realize. Yeah, there's no sound effect for this. Also, this might get called every single time. I'm not sure. We might need to stop that. But yeah, this is for the warehouse. And then for the vault. Vault sign. I'm going to write this down really fast. The vault and the warehouse don't have building sounds. We need a better building sound too. By the way, unknown, I listened to the pipe dropping or something like that. The metal clanging sound. It's so loud. I'm pretty sure it was you who had linked it the other day. Oh, if I'm gonna do this, I don't even need the changes to the private and public stuff that I did. Hey, Mystic Soda. Get parent. Oh man. All right, is this the last one? No, there are 2. Then we are finished. At least it's not like this is difficult. And then the guild is the last one. Yeah. Guild sign. Get partant. Partant pending. Okay. What else did we just talk about? Hey, Phil. Oh, yeah, the sound effects. All right, well, let's try this out. Let's make sure this is working. So now we shouldn't see lingering smoke from the shops that were already built or the guild. Yeah. And now anything new that we build should still be in the right position. Oh, I remember what I said. I said the thing about it being public or private. Yeah, this is all looking good. Actually, looks even, well, except for that. Oh, it moved the sign first. Oh my God. Warehouse sign. So this needs to be done beforehand. Probably the same thing with the vault sign, except for actually looks a little bit better when it's done differently with the vault sign. Because then it's more centered. I'm not going to worry about that. Actually, technically, all of these things should work that way, right? Yeah, we create the smoke first. Only if we're going to have an upgrade is it going to matter. But we might as well just do it in a way that it'll never be a problem. And since this is much easier than the other one, then we're almost done. Yeah, I think that's it. Any other calls to this that I haven't updated? Nope. Okay, so now the thing about this being private or public, these should only ever be accessed from inside of this class, right? Yep. And yep. So I guess let's undo the changes to this. And that'll hopefully be the only changes we had. So far, yes, 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 and not the case. It's sign.hide here. I think we can revert this whole file. Sure. Let's run it. Looked a little funny, but it works. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah, so now the only problem I think is that it's working on even making item displays. And it shouldn't be. The shop sign, we should only create particles when it is at the first level. How do we know that it's at the first level? We know that there is a building associated with this. Protected building. Yeah, there it is. So if building.get current level equals 0, then make smoke particles. Otherwise, don't. Oh, dereference a possibly null value? There. It's probably going to break immediately. That didn't. I just turned off making extra item displays. I don't remember doing that. But yeah, that would definitely break. But I already fixed it. I just need to rebuild. I probably did that for the trailer for some reason. I just don't know why. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. What is the problem with this? This shouldn't be an issue. The building doesn't exist. It would just return 0. I wonder if it just hadn't rebuilt. Because I did make the change as I was testing something else out. Yeah, that was the problem. Okay, phew. It's a good thing I'm aware of these things enough to know that I need to do something about it. All right, so why can't we build through a signpost? Because of this. Because we just call build and then return immediately. Oh, wait, in which case this is potentially not even done this way. Probably calls build or upgrade. Oh, man. All right, we gotta delete this. Yeah, these were the trailer changes that I made. Because why spawn an extra dialogue when people aren't going to have the time to read it and I'm going to want to click through it quickly? It would just be distracting. So now you can click upgrade and this works fine. But because of that, now ShopSign has no reason to have this code at all anyway, I'm pretty sure. Let's try that out. This is taking a little longer than I thought. I was not going to write like production quality code yesterday. I was just trying to get through it as fast as possible. Okay, good. No smoke showing there, but smoke should show over here. Perfect. All right, not too bad. And then it should show on all the other stuff that we have here. Great, great, great. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I did not test for the enchanter crystals. Hey, Kevin. When you build one of these, yeah, it doesn't do it. And maybe we want smoke there. I'm not really concerned about that. File an issue about smoke. Probably want a different graphic altogether. Or a shader, I guess. And probably want to show smoke even for item displays, enchanter crystals, etc. Just like a tiny little puff of smoke. Yeah. What remains? The credits. I think we have a credits file somewhere. Assets, maybe? Licenses. Okay, so smoke05.png and smoke06.png are from Kenny Particle Pack. Yeah. CC0 licensed from that. Good. Good, good, good. Now, I know that CC0 means you don't have to give credit anywhere, but I find it's good to at least know where your assets came from, because otherwise, how would you know that they're CC0? To also use a smoke bomb to go into battle. Just covers the entire screen in smoke. The adventurers start coughing. This is done. This is done. This is done. Cool. All right, we can check this in. So we need this file. We need all of these. We need all of the sign changes. There. Sign post itself should not change. Smoke particles are obviously needed for a smoke particles system. Tavern sign, yes. Town. Anything important in here? No, let's just revert this now. I don't want to have to review that again. Town menu, probably nothing important in there. Party member, tip system. Okay, yeah. So those are all the changes. Let's review them. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so add smoke particles when building something. This is not the final look that I want, but it's better than nothing. And I needed this for the trailer so that it didn't look goofy to just see a building pop into existence. Also, smoke isn't added for building upgrades like adding an item display or an enchanter crystal. Done. I believe we can delete every single change that remains now. We might want to keep this. Do we know that an entity is a boss? I don't think so. But this moved the text outside of, yeah, we should probably do something like this. This is also kind of a hacky way of doing this. You love the trailer? Yeah. I'm glad, because when you're working on something for any extended amount of time, it's easy to think this is trash. And I don't think it's the best, but I'm happy it exists, and I think it's going to help drive some wish lists on the Steam page. By the way, we just recently passed 400. We're at 402 wish lists, which I'm very happy about because there hasn't been a demo on Steam ever. So it's not like people are basing this on gameplay. They're just basing it on how it looks. And that was just with screenshots. And actually, maybe I should write that down somewhere, because now any wish list will have the trailer. We got to 402 on... Actually, I think it was technically... No, it's today. Just having screenshots on the page. Yeah. Yeah, and almost all of that, I would guess, was driven by Twitch. Either myself or another streamer who talked about it. Do we have anything written about text over here? Flavor, verify texture settings. Was it this? I don't think so. I'm going to file an issue just so I don't forget. Oh, wait, there is another page. Yeah, no, I'm going to file another issue. It might already exist somewhere, though. Floating text appears too close to bosses. This... Okay, so first I should get a picture. So let's go fight any boss, I guess. Just do that, sure. I need more characters in the battle. Maybe that. It's not really the... I wanted like a lot of chaos here. All right, let's flee again. Let's make the archer shoot really fast, I guess. And then restart the battle. All right, that'll work a little bit better at least there. Yeah. This text covers the boss's life bar. What I think we should do is add a component representing the size of the entity, e.g. entity is big component or like entity size in tiles, battler size in tiles. And then in floating text, do something like this. This is just a from the hip design. I'm not sure if this is a great idea or not. All right, so how would we do this? We do something like this, b equals ecs.get component or null, that parent, and then if b is not null and b dot like size in tiles is greater than 1 or is I guess equal to 2. Yeah, something like this. However, maybe there's a better way. Because floating text shouldn't really care about the entity component system. Yeah. Yeah. So where do we make the floating text? It's all over the battle system, isn't it? Maybe it should care then. I don't know. The only thing I'm not sold on is having floating text care about the entity component system. Perhaps there should be another function for positioning, and we pass in the position rather than the parent. I don't know. So some design needs to be done there. But this is just a UI issue as far as the player is concerned. So now I can start to delete some of this stuff. I will say there has been a change that I've really, really enjoyed that I did yesterday, and it was this one. This is what lets me start a battle. Like I just click start battle and it's immediately going. My adventurers don't have to walk to the portal. They just teleport there. That is pretty nice as a debug feature. I'd rather it receive an optional offset. Yeah, same. I don't think floating text should have to know about that. All right, so let's get rid of everything that's not the change I like. And then let's see if I should keep the change that I like inside as a debug function maybe. Maybe when you're on a dev build, it does just skip that time. Although we do have the debug speed up battles. All right, there's one other small problem here. I don't think debug disable is working anymore for the tip system. I don't think this is working anymore for the tip system. I haven't fully tested it. but I think some tips may still show up. Maybe we just make it a Boolean instead of disabling a timer. All right, is it worth keeping this change? No, it's not. It accessed a private variable anyway. Plus, like I said, we already added in the debug button to skip this. Ooh, all right, so we are now back to where we were at the end of Monday, I think. Although we do have the smoke effect in play. And I also made a couple of commits yesterday. There was something that I tried doing briefly that I ended up backing out of. And I don't want to go into all the context here, so I'll just leave it at this. Right now, when you start a battle, it shows in that tiny window on bottom, and you can have 3 of the battle windows, and probably most people are going to play such that their window size is accommodating of all 3 battle windows. So if I click create instance here, there's 1 battle window, there's another battle window, and picture a 3rd one. This, if I'm trying to show in a trailer that, hey, here's a battle, I want to zoom in on this. And there are 2 ways to zoom in, either through the game or through the video editor. And I ended up doing it through the video editor because there was an effect I wanted to do. And anyway, it was kind of a bad idea the way I recorded. So then I made something that made the battle window just huge in the game. But then it looked kind of silly because there'd be this gigantic window that opened and you click the close button and it would just like disappear from the whole screen. And it wasn't clear that it should be that large. So yeah, I made a couple of changes to allow for doing that easier in the future. But we didn't actually do anything different now. So we got some more value out of just the trailer stuff that happened yesterday. All right, Vault and the Warehouse don't have building sounds. Hey, Oakley's, pick up this note-taking organization system at Google, or have you been doing this prior? I started taking a copious amount of notes a very, very long time ago. It's when I started using OneNote. And I used OneNote for so long that I generated more than 1,000 notes. And then I was like, all right, I don't like OneNote anymore. I want to be off of this. And that's why if you look at some of my notes, you'll see a lot of like this. You'll see like created and modified at the top. That came from the conversion from OneNote. And lots of notes have that. Generally, these notes are less well formatted. They use H1s instead of H2s. They might have some other little issues like no code blocks somewhere. Yeah. What are we doing? Let me think about this. I don't know if I want to add a sound effect if it's not totally fitting. I guess I better have something than nothing. Let's see what it sounds like. Wait, we do have a sound effect? Oh, where does that play? Where's that coming from? Store? Does, huh. Primary personality trait. Someone meets me for the first time. Hey, what do you do? I take notes for a living. I don't know where this comes from. Smoke particles and then this and then based off the, oh, I see. It comes from this. This plays the sound. Okay, yeah, then never mind. I just didn't see the code. I didn't try listening to it. Oh, by the way, this is what the trailer looks like from a video editing perspective. In case anyone's curious about this. There's a bunch of text and transitions and keyframes you can't see. It's actually not too bad. I would say the bulk of the difficulty was from getting the recordings of the clips, not from putting this together here. The other thing I was going to say is that, and this is, I've always kind of phrased it this way, like consumption is easier than production. If you think about speaking a language, for example, it's easier to listen to someone else and understand than it is to say what you're trying to get across in a language you don't know. It's the same thing with reading code. It's the same thing with trying to adapt a game. It's easier to take a game that exists and then change it than it is to come up with a game from scratch. So when you do look at a trailer like this, you're like, oh yeah, this makes sense. Like it shouldn't have been that hard to do, right? But when it's a blank slate, it is hard to do. And some things that might have seemed obvious were not obvious at some point. Hey, Mosian. Yeah, and one of the sort of little ways I was thinking about this is, as I just mentioned, Skeleseller allows for 3 battles at once, and they show up at the bottom of the screen. Even these are not things that I kind of take for granted here. Let me turn this off. Like, we had to come to this conclusion that we should have 3 battles, and even the number 3 wasn't obvious. Like, we could allow for 10 battle windows if we wanted, but I wanted it to be 3 so you pretty much always had them on screen, and that way you're kind of just managing the town and the battles. There's a ton of little things to add together. Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, this is I'm starting to change my philosophy on something a little bit, and it comes to just the creative process. I've tried as much as possible to avoid looking at other people's stuff. And it's impossible not to be influenced by the stuff you've already seen. That's pretty much just how our brains work. So once you've played Mario, you can't forget that you've played Mario. You will always know it. It'll always subtly influence how you make your own games. But anyway, it's very different to have Mario open and be like, okay, what do they do here? What do they do here? What are the good things? What are the bad things? Than to just try to come up with this stuff off the top of your head. And if you were to try to make like the next Tetris, you probably would go look at what other games have done. And that's a pretty reasonable thing for you to do as part of your research and ideation process, and see, yeah, what could I improve? What is the genre lacking? Where can we innovate? And I mostly had tried to avoid this sort of thing. So even when it came to making Skeleseller, there are other games in the genre, and I've played them. I just didn't go back to them. So like, what's that game called? Moonlighter. I played this a long time ago. I'm probably being subtly influenced by what that game did. And in some ways, I know it's directly influenced. Like, they have price setting in the game. I did not like that concept. So I wanted to make sure that wasn't in Skeleseller. But the rest of it, I have a fuzzy memory of, and it probably would have helped if I'd gone back and looked at it. So yeah, I think for future games, I probably will try to do a little bit more research and see just what does that lead me to. Because otherwise, I think what happens is you kind of flounder around a lot on some of the systems that you might make, because it's not clear if they're going to work. Like, if you're making a skill tree, there have been probably 400,000 different skill trees in games out there. There's just simple like linear progression. There are trees, graphs, choices you can make, prerequisites, etc., etc., etc. And you can probably just look at what other games have done and be like, okay, that's pretty fitting for this game. As opposed to like, if we were to make this from scratch, what would we do? Tetris minigame coming. Be kind of cool if your workers just slotted things in and just lines of your town went away, deleted the whole thing. Plan to release mobile or Switch? Not at first. If the game does very well on desktop, yeah, I would probably make a mobile version. On Switch, I'm not sure. Switch is kind of a special candidate here because I don't think Godot can be produced directly to the Switch. I think you need to go through a third party or write everything yourself completely. So probably I need to hire some company. And I don't know what Switch revenue looks like. Like, let's say Skeleseller sold 1,000 copies and you go put it on the Switch. What would you expect, just as a rule of thumb? Would you get like 10 copies sold, 100? I don't know. And then, of course, you do the math and figure out, okay, well, here's my expected profit from any of this. Is it worth putting in the money? Hey, Blue Blue. I noticed a running process taking 30% CPU for a very long time. Turned out VS Code spawned at some point and just sat there. Thought it was going to be a Skeleseller thing, and I was a little bit worried. All right, level up banner needs to be added as a child of the UI, and we need to make sure the in-game menu shows above it. These are both very basic things. Let's go take a look. Show level up banner. We're just going to have this go at the end of any battle. There. So whenever you win a battle, it's going to show the level up banner. It won't actually do anything. It's not like it's going to level you up. But I just want to make sure that the menu shows on top of this. It should, because I didn't change the Z index on this thing. Or did I? I don't know. Yeah, okay. It's in the right order. That's fine. And even this stuff shows up on top of it, which is good. So now I want to add that banner to the UI node and not just to this thing. Do we have the UI node? I don't even know where this is. Because I don't know what we would have called it. UI layer. There it is. Okay, so we just want to add it to that. Okay, let's make sure that works. That's it. This is just the one line change. I just saw this as I was coding and I'm like, I don't want to do that right now. And this probably will impact nobody, but it's possible it does in the future. And either way, it should hopefully have taken 1 minute total. So not a big deal. Let's try it again. Win. And okay, now it does show up on top because of where we add this. So we just need to add it below all of that. Town. This is the menu and the notifier. Yeah, I think it should show up as the first child here. Does add child take in an index? Something does. Move child? Move child. To index. Yeah, we can move it to index 0. All right, so control level up banner equals this. Level up banner. Add it, and then move it to 0. Make it show up on bottom of everything else in the UI. There's probably a way that this would look weird. Maybe if you had a really tiny game window and there was some other UI that you wouldn't expect this to be on top of. Okay, that's good. That's good. Any sort of building dialogue. You can still move through this. That's fine too. I guess we'll just try with the town perks menu. Yeah, I think this is looking fine. Yeah, okay. I'm happy with that. Although, should it show up on top of this? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. Because I think most of the time, if you're fighting a boss anyway, it is weird to be able to just miss that completely. But yeah, and even if you do miss it, you would have seen it at some point in the game, and then you'll see that your adventures button is green. Okay, I'm happy enough with this. I think it's fine. Hang on 1 second. Oh, I think we just got a delivery. Could you change the level up text to user font? Yeah. Yeah, let me check this in. Actually, let's just check in the part that actually changed. This. Okay. Move level up banner to the UI node. Okay, new font. Let's go take a look at that. Font, normal font, new font. Except for I didn't mean to say new. I meant to say quick load. Skeleseller main. The other one that we have is Skeleseller hand. Yeah, I think the main one is better. Yeah. Font good, trailer good. Thanks, Blue Blue. Hey, who cares? How you doing? All right, let's look at this in the context of the game too. I can't imagine this is going to look bad because we just saw it. But I don't ever like analyzing UI things in isolation. I think once you see them in the game, maybe you realize something different about it, or maybe now there's something that's being covered or truncated. Yeah, I think the kerning on this font needs to be improved. Yeah. It looks like sort of random spacing. And then this is actually touching the P and the K. I'm supposed to be making a trailer on Friday, but I'm so nervous. I don't want it to be ugly. Have you made a trailer before? Because I think I was just saying this earlier. I think the hardest part for me was, well, I think the overall vision of the trailer, but then capturing all the footage, making sure the timing's all aligned and everything. The actual editing isn't too bad. And they were all ugly comments. Okay. Well, good luck anyway. Do you play PS5? I don't own a PS5. I'm currently borrowing one, and I was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But I want to say like 15 or 20 hours into the game, and I just felt like I'm just not, nothing's really motivating me to play. So I went and found a video on YouTube. It was a video walkthrough, and it's 42 hours long. And I was like, oh, I'm 15 or 20 hours in the game, so I'm probably whatever halfway through this video, right? I was at like the 9 hour mark in this video. So I probably, if I would have kept up at that same pace, taken something like 60 to 80 hours to beat the game. So I wasn't very far in at all, I guess. So now I'm watching the video. I think this is probably just as enjoyable as playing the game. And it's sort of sad because I really, really liked the first one. But yeah, a lot of times the way that sequels work is they say they use the rule of threes. That's probably not what it's called, but it's like keep 1/3 the same. 1/3 should be like improvements, and then 1/3 should be just new. And that way you still recognize the base game, but then you're like, oh, cool, they changed some things here, and then there's some totally new stuff that you got. And I think the formula kind of works, but I think with these super long games, it's not enough new stuff maybe for me. And the other game I sort of felt this with is going from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom feels more polished in a lot of ways. And yet you'd still know it's Zelda. It still came from Breath of the Wild. And yeah, I felt like it felt a little bit more like a slog earlier on than Breath of the Wild might have. Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, I haven't seen the game or played it at all. So I just find it kind of sad because I remember a long, long time ago, back in like the console video game era when you couldn't play games on computer as much, there were very few, that I was really excited about upcoming games. And I was like, oh, cool, a new Smash is coming out, a new Final Fantasy is coming out, a new Zelda is coming out. Now I don't find that I'm very excited about upcoming releases. And Final Fantasy was one of the few that I was excited about. And then I played it and I'm like, this is fun. It's just not so fun. I want to keep playing it. Hey, Matt. Yeah, so I think we need to address the kerning on this. Speed this up. Yeah. I'll mention this to Quickie Joe later. But then I think we could change the font. I'll write this for tomorrow. Mention kerning to Quickie Joe on the main font. I'd like to use the font for the level up banner. The spacing looks semi-random. Yeah. Apparently you need to make kerning for every combination of characters or something like that. Maybe there's a default and you can adjust it for certain letters. That sounds like it would be a pain. A lot of those games are walking around for hours, but you never noticed it. And now we don't have the attention span to walk around for hours, so we drop the game. Well, but that's kind of what I'm saying. I don't think so much time has passed since the first Final Fantasy VII on PlayStation 4 versus the new one now, or Breath of the Wild versus Tears of the Kingdom. It was like, what, 4 years, 5 years? So I don't think it was an attention span thing. I was fine walking around in those games. It's just now I feel like I've done that and I know sort of what to expect and where the fun is going to be and the excitement. And get rich. That's right. Okay, now this one, frame disabled. We just need to go rename this. Is this even used anywhere? No, I don't think this is even used. Is there a frame disable? No. Yeah, I think we just delete this. All right, so let's go get rid of both of these changes. Huh. Wait, frame over isn't used either. Why are these here? Oh, I think I forgot to delete the import files. Oh, God. This probably means I forgot to delete other ones. All right, that's my bad for sure. Where is that commit? Unused assets here. Okay, there's a ping and an import. Ping and an import, ping and an import, ping and an import, ping and import. Okay, I don't know how this happened. Game, assets, UI. What does it even look like? This one. Is it worth keeping? I don't think so. And then there's frame over. Why did we stop using frame over? Maybe just because it made the text hard to read? It looks like it's still being used here. What is that? Debug grant points. Okay, let's go take a look. This is probably coming from a theme somewhere. Theme is basic fonts. Are there any other themes? Style box texture. It might be this. Edit. No, it's not that. I don't see a theme here anywhere. Oh, right there. Close button. Okay, well, whatever. Let's go find out what's going on here. You are a button. It's too bad you can't see the computed theme or something. Like, how do I know where... How do I know where this thing is? Maybe it is in basic fonts? I'd be kind of surprised. Oh, it does have button. Styles. Hover. What is this texture? Frame over. What? Okay, something's messed up right now. This is definitely being used. Is it being referred to by UID? Is that why I can't find it? Because maybe it's... Oh man, I'm super confused. Something is wrong. Frame over. Yeah, it's right there, but VS Code doesn't find it for some reason. Do I need to reload this? This is incredibly insidious if this is the case. I came to conclusions based on this not existing in the search. It still doesn't exist. Okay, so either it's ignored somehow. It might be ignored. Basic fonts. I might even have it in the exclude file. I do. I really should have written a comment saying why. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, man. I hope that doesn't mean that these other ones were used, too. I think I would have searched for them. Exactly. You were like, I have to do this for 2 more sequels. I think it's hard to compare because okay, the hypothesis here, right, is that attention spans change to the point where now you wouldn't be able to stomach sequels like this anymore. But has there ever been a time in video game history before maybe like 15 years ago where a sequel came out and it looked pretty similar to the old one? And I feel like let's just for example take Mario. Mario on the NES looked very different from Mario on the SNES, which looked different from the N64 versions, which looked different from GameCube, which looked different from whatever else, right? So at any point you were playing a sequel, but like game design had leaps and bounds of improvements, and the games themselves did too. The graphics did, the music, the whatever else. But now I feel like Breath of the Wild versus Tears of the Kingdom, it was on the same system, it was with the same engine, it was with a lot of the same assets. So you don't get the leaps and bounds of visual aesthetic, and the game design, I mean it improves slightly, but not remarkably so. Is used by anything else other than the debug button? If not, we can probably close the PR. Wait, PR. I'm not sure because it's the way this is manifested is any button that uses the basic fonts theme is going to have that frame over. And we used to have the train button for it. I don't know what other buttons are in the game that use it. We'd have to take a look at what's using basic fonts. Skill table, skill tree, town perks. Okay, town perks is using it for something. What, I wonder? No, town perks is using it for other stuff. Yeah, I don't think anything's using it, but I don't have a problem with keeping it for now because maybe we want to use it. And then same thing here. This is a texture that's used for what? Just the disabled style? Probably. What is this? Yeah, disabled. Yeah, I'll keep them. I think we'll just rename the file. Had a lot of random strings that would come up. Yeah, possibly. Oh, maybe this stuff. Yeah. All right, well, I guess we're gonna find out. All right, yeah, let's just rename this. And we'll just do it right through Godot. Rename to disabled. Okay, and then any other place this shows up? I don't think so. Why does this thing keep getting added back in? What even is this? Toggle start instance. This isn't used anywhere. I don't know. Start instance used to be what we called the old battle panel. And we probably had a shortcut for that, and it was probably B. But then I deleted it. So I don't know how it keeps making its way back in here. Like, what would do that? And it's not like it existed now, and I didn't type this. So confusing. Yeah, so confusing. Okay. Fix typo in file name. There. Games are looking less like Minecraft and more like Overwatch. Yeah, just to be clear, what I was saying is I don't think it's necessarily that shorter attention span is causing me to not enjoy sequels. I think it's that there's just not enough different in the sequels sometimes. And like I said, I think for most of gaming history, if you think of any two games like StarCraft versus StarCraft 2, they look remarkably different. They play remarkably differently. There were a lot of, like I said, game design leaps in StarCraft 2. So it's like they almost felt like different games or like you just launched yourself into the future. Check if that shortcut exists in the project settings. So that's the thing I don't get about this. In order for it to exist in the project settings, it would have had to exist in that file. Like if I reload this project and we take a look at the changes I have over here. Hey, David. David temps dev. Got it. I will promptly forget that, David. All right, project settings, input map. So we used to have a start instance thing. Yeah, it's not there. I don't know what's adding this. It must exist somewhere else, but it didn't. I just searched for it. UI toggle start instance. Yeah, I don't know what's doing that. I mean, the old games had lots of differences, but a lot of sequels only improved graphics, like lots of Mario games. I wouldn't say that's true. I think that almost every game that improved the graphics also improved something else, including even remasters of games. Although those are a little bit different. Like if you consider there was Wind Waker and then there was Wind Waker HD, they are largely the same game, like almost probably 99%. But then typically they updated like one or two things. Maybe they fixed a bug or they made some quality of life change. Those are the exception though. I would say probably any Mario game compared to any other Mario game, if you think that it just changed the graphics, that it probably also updated the game design or level design or something and incorporated all the learnings from past Mario games. All right. So, impossible to beat the ogre. We need to do some balance changes. I'm going to save that for like Friday. Let's look through this and figure out what we're doing next. Thinking the Mario Bros. Series. Yeah, but even if you look at like Mario 1 versus 2 versus 3, Mario 2 was a little bit of an outlier because it was originally a different game to begin with, but it was a different game. Like it wasn't just a graphical improvement. And Mario 3 had tons of mechanics and tons of like interesting ideas that they introduced. And then you go from that to Super Mario World, and again it was like, whoa, Yoshi was introduced, and the concept of those the Switch palaces, and the overworld map was had different paths you could take. Well, hidden paths, I guess. I guess even the Super Mario Brothers 3 overworld had different paths you could take. All right, I definitely need to take a break before doing this, but I just want to make sure we've... Yeah, we're not going to get through this before the break, I guess. All right, I'll take a break, and we'll come back, and we're going to just try to prioritize some of this feedback. Mario Galaxy versus Mario Galaxy 2, practically the same game. That I don't remember enough about. I think Galaxy 2 added Yoshi. But like I said, I think level design is what you'd notice a difference in. Maybe they use some of the core concepts, but it's like, hey, they really fleshed out some concept or some other thing. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. A again. Close the game. Close the game. Why doesn't my computer listen to me? All right, yeah, I want to go through this feedback. I want to see what we still have left to do. What's probably best is not looking through this document a million times and probably just filing issues now. Do I want to do that? Hmm. I'm not sure. How about we just tackle them from top to bottom for now, and I'll just cross things out when we're done with them. So clicking outside of either settings menu should close them. This should be really easy. I'm not sure why it wasn't already done. Let's go find out. In-game menu has an overlay background, but then when we did things for like the skill tree, we have an overlay background that came from control with overlay background. So I think we just need to make these things use that control. The problem is modifying the scene to use this, because I think we have to make a new scene and then like copy everything over. Have you done web games before? Was it all desktop apps? It was a mixture. The last major game we did on stream was Botland, and that was a web game that when you played on desktop was just an Electron wrapper for the web version of it. But then yeah, I've made games using all sorts of technologies, I guess, including just straight up assembly. All right, yeah. I don't like the idea of doing this. Well, let's do it with one of these and then hopefully it's not too bad. So we need a control with overlay background. Scenes. Probably UI. Yeah. And then we need to make this be the in-game menu and give it all the right scripts and everything. What is this? Control with overlay background. We just need to inherit from this, right? Should be. Yes. So now we want all of this stuff in there. Problem is we need to also mimic everything else we've done with this root level control. Can we change something in the transform here? No, that shouldn't be needed. Z as relative is on. That also shouldn't be needed. Any other changes? I don't think so. All right, so now we just copy this in there and hopefully it's done. We also need the game version label. Let's copy that too. Put it underneath here. All right, so ideally this is the same thing. There is one other little change that I'm seeing now, which is that this had a very dark background and this did not have such a dark background. I'll see what that looks like in the game because maybe that looks fine. So now we need to close this and save this in the exact same spot and make sure it has the same script. And the same script was in-game menu. So let's search for in-game menu and put this up here. And then the same spot is just the scenes folder. So now we save this in scenes, in-game menu. It should ask if we want to overwrite it. We do, we save, we run the game. It does not work. Oh yeah, of course it doesn't work because it didn't change the script. Control with overlay background. Yeah, I forgot to make it inherit from that, yeah. All right, it is a little jarring to me that this isn't as dark as it was before, and it's still not working the way it should. Oh, and the reason it's not working the way it should is probably because of process modes being disabled. Like this probably isn't even getting hit. But in-game menu should know how to work with that. Yeah, this says process mode set to always. Oh, we don't call the parent ready function. Ah. Two inheritance problems. Well, then that should fix everything. So it doesn't actually have to do with process functions. It just had to do with me not setting up a click handler. No, it's still not working now. Well, what is going on? On background GUI input. That's set for the overlay background. That should be fine. Unless we need the process mode set on that too. Or maybe the ordering matters? I'm kind of surprised by this. Yeah. I'm not sure. Although actually, how could that matter? We didn't change the process mode yet, did we? Yeah, I didn't pause things unless the parent does. Yeah, weird. Okay, well, let's put a breakpoint in this. Is it even getting events? It is. So it's just not getting the... Oh my God, method intentionally left empty. Oh my God, I am not reading anything. All right. Let's move this back up here and let's go make a close function. This just needs to be public override. And now I'm guessing it's going to be a problem because this was protected. Yeah. All right, so should we make this public? Did other things need to call this when it was public? Yes. Okay, but not for this. Yeah, not for this, I guess. Ugh. I don't want to force these to be public. This is not an unsolvable problem. I'm just trying to think of how to solve it. Because if we were to make this protected override, and then I guess just move this down one function, then this would work, but now the town couldn't call into the function. So we could make a like a force close or something like that, and then just do public void force close, which just calls close. But that's weird. So can you change visibility when you override? Change access visibility when overriding? I'd be surprised if you could, because that does not seem like good class design. Yeah. Sure. Anyway, I don't mind just saying that this is public close. I don't think that changing the overridden method to be public is important. Do you need the empty method? The method is empty because, oh, whoops, this is not supposed to be here. The method is empty because this is a base class that's intended to be abstract. It doesn't have to be, but it's intended to be abstract. So we can't fill out what it means to close the dialogue because we wouldn't even know that there is a dialogue. All right. Well, anyway, now it should work, and now everything should be fine. And then we just need to do this with one more menu, I think. Now, the thing about the background not being as dark as it used to be, even that we could change. Yep, now it's working. Cool. So this is when my friend played the game on Saturday. He was like, "Oh, it's weird. I can't click outside of this." Actually, he said it about this menu. So is this dark enough to make it clear? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, fine. Okay, next up is the settings menu. So we got to do the same thing we just did. Click this button. Call this whatever we called this one. Game settings menu. Then give it the same script. Game settings menu.cs. Then put all of this in there. Anything else? A tooltip. Let's put the tooltip in there too. And then the only other thing we would have to do is change anything that was in here. So full rect for that. Anything else? Can you see changes if you don't expand this? Yes, you can. Okay, so there should be no other changes. So that's game settings menu. Now we got to save this in the same spot. Game settings menu. There, save. Did that crash? It did. Can I reopen it or is it going to crash again? Yeah, I can change the color overlay. Yeah. I think we'll just see how it feels. Did it even open? It's not even opening again. What is going on? Wanted this one, right? Okay, now it's opening. Can I open the project? Yes. Okay, we just changed the game settings menu. Is that working? Oh, no, it didn't. Oh my God. So stupid. I gotta do all those changes again. I don't know why it even broke. All right, fine. Yeah, fine. What are you gonna do? Copy, paste. Okay, let's not attach the script yet so we can just try saving this so I don't need to keep doing more stuff. Game settings menu. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. It crashed. Why is it doing this? I just did it for the first one. Oh, this is so bad. All right, let's try saving as a new file and we'll just rename the file on disk. Because, yeah, this is getting frustrating. I'm going to get really good at this process, though. All right, so this is game settings menu. This isn't even the one that I want. I want this one. I want these things to be here. We're just going to save this now as game settings menu 2. Okay, that worked. So now we don't ever have to repeat those steps. So now we do this and set this to full rectangle. And then we should be able to delete the old one now. So delete you. Actually, yeah, delete you. It's going to break everything. Oh, you vex me. You vex me so, code. Okay, let's see if we can just save it over the first one. It really does not like you doing this. Wow. Well, fine. Let's go change it manually. Game settings menu. .tscn. So we're going to point at number 2 here. And then it's going to have the wrong UID. This is so ridiculous. And now we delete the first one and then rename it. We don't have the train button anymore. I guess that can be closed. Let me go take a look. Because I remember there being an issue that looked like it could be closed, but there was something I still wanted to save about it, but I don't fully recall. Was this the whole we want to show levels on individual adventurers? No, yeah, this can just be closed. You're right. Sorry, I'll copy this in. I don't want to take credit for it. All right. So now how do we do this? How do we do this without it crashing is what I want to know. I guess we delete this one. Why does it think other things are using this? It shouldn't be. This should be a simple change and it's turning into not a simple change or not my fault. Wait a second, what? Game settings menu is using that. Oh, it only checks it by UID, I guess. Might even be complaining in here that it doesn't match. It didn't. At least it's about game version label. sometimes. I think we just need to go change the other one too. There. Try and complain at me now. Can I delete this now? Oh, thing has it out for me. Did it work this time around? Yes, good. Whew. Okay, then we just rename this. No crash. Still no crash. And now we can change the script. This is control with overlay background. Ready needs to call base.ready. And we need a close function. Private. We can just do protected override void close. And we're done. Let's try it out. Yeah, neat. It's working. So we could actually open 3 of these dialogues at once. So if I go click, 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 it closes all 3. Perfect. This can also show from the title screen here. By the way, my friend who played on Saturday, this was the very first button he clicked in the game. He just kind of glanced over this quickly. All right, that should be it. Let's search for the words overlay background. And the only time this should ever exist game credits. Okay, we have one more thing we got to change. Game credits. All right, fine. This is pretty minor though, but still I've been doing this, so game credits menu should change. Any others? Game settings and game menu, we did those. Skill tree is fine, town perks is fine, battle panel is fine, I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's fine. What else? That's fine, 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 fine. Fine, fine, fine. Yeah. So this is the last one we have to do. Is the game credits menu. Game credits menu. Okay, let's see if this is going to crash. So we do this like we did before. We call this the game credits menu. We paste in these things. And we give it the same script. There is no script? What does it use right now? It does not use a script. Okay. It's just links and stuff. So yeah, that makes sense. So I guess we can just keep the same script we would have had, but then we need to know how to close it. Wait, no, there's a close button there. How would the close button work? What? Something has a script. Huh. I'm very confused. How does this work? What? What? Is it connected through the editor? No. Maybe title menu? Oh, yeah, some other menu is owning this. Okay, that's possible. I guess we could just search for credits close button. Yeah, the title screen does it. Okay, that's fine. So then how we do this? I think we should make a script for the credits and it emits a signal and then this thing listens to it. Yeah, that's how we should do it. Okay, fine. So we need to save this game credits menu. Also, does this expand and take up the full thing? It does. So the same thing should happen over here. Okay, please do not crash. Please, 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 please. Game credits menu. Yes, it worked. Whew. All right, let's make a new script. Attach. Game source. Scene scripts. I'm going to make a UI folder in here if we don't already have one. We do. Okay. Make a script. It can close itself. No need to involve the title screen for that. Yeah, I might be able to do that. Let me see. So we have this script here, right? Yes, game credits menu. Okay, so game credits menu needs to do control with overlay background. If it doesn't have a ready, but it needs a ready, but I guess what I was about to say doesn't matter. Base.ready. And then we have a protected override void close. Then we merge this with the title screen because there was the game credits stuff. What is that? Oh, neat. Okay, sure. Delete that. All right, credits menu was a specific control. We need to be able to show it, but then hiding it, it can do itself. Not too shabby. I guess this can just call close. Also, shouldn't it have... No, it's fine. Namespace, game source, UI. It's actually not even that. Okay, I think that's everything we need. Let's try it out. I don't know how many people are even going to look at the credits. I actually am kind of curious across basically every game where the only way to look at credits is to click a button and it doesn't just show at the end of the game. How many people ever see them? This messed up the style that we had. I wonder how that happened. Did I have a theme that I got rid of? Yes, I did. Stone panel theme. We just need to apply that. There, that should fix it. I've probably clicked a credits button or two, but I feel like, why do I even do that? I guess sometimes just to see the size of the team. I think that's pretty much it. I don't think I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to know who worked on this or something. By the way, I'm not saying we shouldn't have a credits button. I firmly believe in giving credit for everything, but I just wondered how many people will even click this. But yeah, it's working. Everything's fine. We hopefully can click these things. We can. Cool. Allow clicking the background of dialogues to close. 3 dialogues didn't have this set up already. The change is pretty straightforward. Now we need to look at this. Yeah, a whole bunch of the stuff is going to change because now it's part of a different... It's just the index change. There's one more sibling. So it looks like a bigger change than it is. Well, honestly, none of this matters. Oh my goodness. Looks like a gigantic change. All right, now we get into the actual code changes, and they're all pretty simple. Who would have thought? All right, all of this is good except for this one line. This one line is something different, so let's check that in on its own. Fix linting issue. And then let's check everything else in. This looks like a bigger change than it is because the indices of nodes changed, but that was automatic. Hey, Original Pepper, have a bug that triggers a credits menu every 15 to 30 minutes of gameplay. You will know our names. Just have a giant statue of Bender saying, remember me. I wonder, okay, I'm trying to, I know I'm really like stuck on this thought process, but credits menus. Like, how many people look at them to see if the people who made the game made another game? Because even that I probably wouldn't do. I would just go to Steam and click the developer. Yeah. I just, I don't know. I bet I know a category of people who do look at the credits menus, and that's people who worked on a game and are showing their friends, and they're like, hey, check out the credits for this. Probably like license menus, only if the dev forces you to. Yeah. Well, and this is why a lot of games that have a definitive ending will just show you the credits at the end of that. Although then again, I wonder how many gamers stick around for that. I really like what the Smash series did. And I think they did this in all of their games. They have pictures of this. I I can't remember what the N64 version did. Oh, here it is. It was so the N64 version kind of made it like a little space shooter, but then Melee turned it into an actual like space shooter UI. And I think the other games did something similar like that. Yeah, in Smash Bros. 4, you could actually try hitting any of the credits. So it made it interactive. I thought that was pretty cool. I think Undertale did something like that. But I don't think it was credits. I think it was like Patreon names or something. All right, well, anyway, this is done. So what do we just put a check mark next to it, I guess? All right, wanted WASD to work as soon as you enter the town. By locking the camera to a single location, we make it seem like those controls won't ever work. You know what? I want to test this now because I think we can just unlock the camera and not do anything else. Because I think we have a buildings menu now. So I don't think you'll ever get stuck. Also, if you get stuck in the first 10 seconds of the game and you're like, how do I unblock myself? I guess you could just restart the game. But yeah, we might need nudges or something. So the camera is locked right here. But is there a reason to do that? What if we just didn't? Oh, wait, not lock at. What if we called it look? Or is look at what I'm thinking? No, it's not what I'm thinking. And immediate. Yeah, there. Because a bunch of people start the game and they tried WASD controls and now they work and the arrow keys work too. So you can look around and stuff. Eventually you'll see this dialogue, which we probably have to bump down on the screen. I mean, you do click that. Maybe then we pan the camera back to here. Yeah, but if you didn't see that, then yeah, you'd see the building saying, okay, so let's make look around on close dialogue. Yeah, I think we just need to do that. Look, pan and zoom immediate. Back to there. Town.camera.pan and zoom immediate. Yep. People take screenshots if they know the developer. What are you basing this on? Because I was going to say that's got to be such a minor case that it'd have to be like you're in a subreddit or something where you see this happening, or you and your friends do it. Because I don't even know if I've I don't know if I've run into that. Okay, so let's say we pan way over here, we zoom in over here, we click look around. Oh, it just immediately panned the camera there. Maybe we shouldn't have it be pan and zoom immediate. Maybe it should be like pan to location over time. This doesn't change the zoom level? Oh, interesting. All my developer friends at least. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think a lot of the credits usage probably has to do with is you already know sort of some of the credits. Like you know your developer friend worked on it. That sort of thing. I don't know that that's important, but either way, I think we've just addressed this. The only other time I think we lock the camera is, oh, right now. But this is fine because there's something you're looking at. So it's not like you're confused about why you can't move it. And then you get here and I think you can move it again. Yeah, you can. And then when you win the battle, it's also locked. When they're battling found a potion, but where do we sell it? And then look around brings you over to here. Okay. What was that empty space? Yeah, we need to work on that. Now, let me try this again. So I'm down here and I'm like, oh wait, look around. Well, look at that. Yeah, I like this. I think this is good. I think we'll keep it. Probably should say what this point is. It's where the guild sign is. I think. It should be. No, it's not. It's not. Because it's got to be centering the camera around both your character and the skeleton. So I think it's just a semi-arbitrary point, at least in terms of any other variable we have in the game already. What are the numbers? Negative 640, 135. So negative 630 is like there-ish. And 135 is... Wait, what? It is basically the sign. Yeah, we're centered where the guild is. So let's just have it actually center on the guild sign. Okay, that should just be fine. Yeah. Signs, guild sign, dot position. And same thing over here. Town dot signs dot guild signs dot position. This is going to be off by like 5 pixels or something from what we used to have, but I don't think it's going to be noticeable at all. Because it's not like you're comparing side by side. You'll never have known that it used to look at a different position. Yeah, so now if I move around and I click look around, it will pan the camera back to where it was. Perfect. Yeah. I like this a lot. Okay, great. We got rid of a hard-coded value and we pan the camera back there. Stop locking the camera in the tutorial. I'll just say at first. So I've gotten feedback from several players that they try using WSD or the arrow keys at first and come to the conclusion that they can't, when really it's just because the camera is locked, well, was locked at the very beginning. Now the camera is no longer locked, and clicking look around will show the guild sign again. Even if you miss that, now that we have a buildings button in the town menu, it should be easier to get back on track. Yeah. So a couple lines of code changed. Pretty happy with this. So that is now done. Now I don't know if we had a comment about this somewhere. Fix the look around button for selling the potion. The first battle I was asked to look around, but looking doesn't work. Neither does the mouse or WSD. I need to click this sign. But I was zoomed out and it was tiny. Should probably make look around zoom in too. All right, that's technically a different issue. So let's not worry about that for right now. Yeah, we should update. We should also apply this, the change in zoom to building the guild. No, you know what? I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to see if people give this feedback again later. Was the smoke for 358 or you just randomly added it? It could be considered to be for 358. Oh, I didn't fade in buildings. I should probably do that. Actually, maybe not. Maybe the smoke is thick enough it wouldn't matter. I'll ponder this again later. Hey, Mitch. Happy 41 months. Thank you very much. How's it going? Happy New Year. I don't think I've officially said that to you on stream at least. Yeah. All right. Wait, so we didn't have. Oh, we did have this. Yeah. I wanted to close this. Now that we have a buildings button, I think it's better to see if that addresses confusion than to and wait for more feedback. Yeah. Happy New Year to you too. Going well. We have a lot of snow here, which is nice. It's been years. Yeah, we haven't had snow. It actually hasn't even really been that cold here, which I kind of enjoy. My wife and I have been going on more walks lately, which when it's not, freezing your face off, it's pleasant going on a walk. I'm doing really well. I just got the trailer online. Let me find the YouTube link for that. I wonder how many views this has gotten. 61 views. Neat. Excuse me, yeah. So the Skeleseller trailer is online. If you want to take a look at that, here's the link. It's also on the Steam page, which is where it's really important because I think a lot of people land on this page and they're just like, oh, screenshots. Like, what's the game about? And now you can watch a video about it. Yeah. And then we're prepping for some launches pretty soon. It's about to be 62. Nice. Thank you. I want dialog boxes to show more toward the center of the screen since that's where his attention is. If we do this, we just need to make sure that the dialogues don't cover any points of interest during the tutorial. 100 people on chat, but only 61 views. It's lagging. Yeah, not everyone probably wants to see the trailer on YouTube, or they've already know enough about the game, or they've seen it on Steam or something. Just to be clear, that's not the live stream. The live stream would have at least as many views as it had max concurrent live viewers. So I do agree with this general idea. When you click this, the dialogue shows at the very top of the screen. I think it should be more toward the center. And I wonder what it would take to just put it in the center, or not what it would take. I think it'd be easy to do that. I just wonder what that would do, because we need to check basically every dialogue that shows up and make sure it's not annoying. Dialogue box. Anyway, the fix is just click this button. Now let's try it out. So many people jumped in the trailer. YouTube just gave up with the counting. Yeah, it's really like 4 million views. Coming along quite nicely. I love the outline on players, pop-ups and such. Thanks, Mitch. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I kind of thought, what if the game does better than I think it will before it's even launched? So number of wish lists, instead of going to like 1,000, which I think would be great, what if it goes to like 10,000 or something? But we'll have to wait and see. All right, so now any dialogue we pop up is in the wrong spot. How did that happen? Well, it depends on what is the parent of this. The dialogger adds this to itself. And this is a control, but this does not have a scene associated with it. The town just makes one of these. Oh no, it does have a node. It just doesn't have a scene. So then in the town, we just need to make sure that that's centered, I believe. Where art thou? Here. Yeah, it's anchored up at the top. I think we just anchor this in the center. It should be fine. Let's run it through here so we can make these changes on the fly. All right, now we pop up a dialogue. I mean, it's working how I wanted it to work. I just don't know if this is exactly what we want here. I wonder if we should let you drag this around and put it wherever you want on the screen. Hey, Neodamus. More wish list, more problems. I don't think the game is going to get to like millions of downloads or something. And sorry, I'm like just rambling, but Manor Lords, at least, is that what it's called? Yeah, Manor Lords. Manor Lords apparently did incredibly well, and it's in early access on Steam. Like 2.5 million downloads or something like that. And their publisher keeps saying like you can't expect this level of success from every game. I wonder what kind of issues they're running into. I haven't played this game. Oh, it looks good. Most natural if it's close to where you clicked, like slightly above. Pretty subjective, I think. Somewhere between top and middle would be better. I want to experiment a little bit with this. Dialogue positioning. Maybe we try putting it near the mouse. Maybe we let the player move it. How much are you planning on selling it for? I think between, I'd like to aim for $10, but yeah, probably between 5 and 15. You see game from ex Stardew Valley programmer helper? I did not. What game is that? I didn't even know there was another programmer. I thought it was just Eric working on it. I don't think I've talked to you in a long while. I want to tell you forever ago, whoever it was, the guy you say that when talking about it suddenly go obscure gold. I think that was Z-Wubs, yeah. It was pretty funny. Sun-Kissed City. I did not know there was a helper on that game. It does look sort of Stardew-ish. Life sim set in an upbeat, sun-kissed seaside metropolis full of funky vibes and quirky characters. Wow. It looks so much like Stardew. I am very surprised. Who is this person? Huh. I knew about the porting that could easily pass for Stardew DLC. Well, yeah, if you were to just look at this, for example, if I said, hey, this is Stardew Valley, you'd be like, yep, it is. Well, interesting. Well, sorry, what I meant by who is this person is what did they do for Stardew? Former Stardew Valley dev. How long did they work on? I didn't even know there was another person involved. Assisted with some of the development alongside the original developer. Oh, hired to help with this between 1.4 and 1.6. I don't know. I have some other questions, but I don't think it's important. Like, how did they get the art style to match like this if they're not the person who made the art? It doesn't matter. Hey, Sir Puffin, thanks. To me, who just watch other players play it, it looks close, not the same. I think it looks pretty similar. I know the other graphics didn't look all that similar, but like it does look pretty close, I'd say. Hey, Cosmic Revolution. What path do you suggest or think is good for someone who wants to try and learn how to make a game but doesn't have any knowledge about programming or game engines? What do you suggest to learn and how and look into to achieve this? So I think what I would probably say to start with is download either Godot or Unreal. And with Godot, kind of mess around with GDScript for a little bit, and with Unreal, mess around with blueprints, and just see where that gets you. Don't commit to a game. Don't like plan to learn everything about the engine. Just kind of tinker around and just see where you want to go with it. So the nice thing about both of these is that they're free to download. There are lots of resources out there. You can get started pretty quickly. And with Godot, there's not much you can do without writing some scripts. Like you'll be looking at an engine like this, and it starts you with an icon, for example, and you can drag this into a scene. And then you can start tweaking things like, you can resize it or whatever, but this won't be a game until you finally eventually click this and click attach script. So I would say like tinker around with that, try out some basic scripts. I know you might not know programming, but there are lots of resources online, as I mentioned. So you could get something like, hey, just move this across the screen automatically. Then you could connect up arrow keys and move it in whatever direction you want to move it in. Then you could make it so like you could jump or you could shoot a projectile or something like that. And maybe that feels overwhelming. But maybe it feels fun. Maybe you like that exploration, and that's kind of how a lot of people get started. They just tinker around and they see where that brings them. Like I said, don't focus on making a game exactly. Just little game mechanics. Like I said, moving a character, shooting a bullet, something like that is it's pretty basic game stuff, but it's not a game. And then with Unreal, I think it might be easier for you to grok the blueprint system. So you don't need to write code, and it lets you formulate all of your logic through these blueprints. Draw or doodle on physical cards or sheets. Yeah, that's another thing about game dev. It touches so many realms. There's coding, there's art, there's music. I think these are the obvious ones, but even just game design, it's it's very tough to design a game. And you can do game design entirely through documents and diagrams. You can do it in the physical world. You could hand someone a sheet of paper and be like, okay, I've drawn out some buttons. What would you click if you wanted to do this activity? Some people do UX research that way. So yeah, you can delve into any of these things and just see which ones seem to fit you. And maybe you're like, you know what, I like coding, I like art, I don't like music. Well, cool. Now there's a bunch of people you could go work with. You could hire them. You could find pre-existing tracks online. So you can always fill in whatever gaps you have. Yeah, sales, social media, business, etc. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And by the way, if you do end up going the coding route or something close enough to coding and you like it, but you don't feel like you're kind of getting it, then I'd say you'd start to switch to focusing on coding. So you'd look up tutorials for coding, not for game dev necessarily. You'd look up design patterns, you'd look up, I don't know, books or classes. And this is its own entire track. There is game dev and there's coding for game development, but then just coding is a thing you can do to make any kind of program on a computer. So I think it's worth learning that if you start to like it and you realize it's worth investing in. But I think some people kind of want to plan out their entire path before they've started and want to make sure that that path is bulletproof. And it's like, you just can't do that. The path could be proven by other people, but you don't know if you're going to like it. And you don't know if that's the best way to go about it for yourself. And I get this question a lot in terms of like, should I go to college or university? And the way I've always kind of answered this is it is a certain structure that works for some people. And if you feel that you need a structure like that, then by all means go to it. But if you don't need a structure for that, at least for computer science, you don't need to go. I can't say the same for things like law or medicine. Those I think typically require university. So different industries. But yeah, for game dev, for computer science, you don't need college or university, just like how you don't need a formal education at all. Courses from Udemy are good. They probably can be. I can't vouch for all of them, and I've only made one or two myself. But yeah, try it out. The way you can judge this is just, are you doing better than you did last week with this stuff? So if you take a course on, let's say, Python from Udemy, and after a week you feel like, yep, I learned some Python, then yeah, that course might have been good. I think it's going to be hard for you to know early on, are you getting into bad habits? Because a lot of things will feel like they're the right thing to do. A very common pattern that a lot of people run into is they start a project, then they work on it for X weeks or months, and then they get into this cycle of going back and fixing code. Because when you are starting out, you don't know a whole lot. You work on it for a few weeks and you learn while you're doing that. But in the process of learning, you made something sort of bad. So now after you've learned it, you go back and you're like, oh, this is bad. I should fix this. But you're still learning and you make it slightly better, but still not the best. And you just keep fixing parts of your project for like a year and a half, and then you eventually just give up. That happens to a lot of people. So anyway, if you feel like, I'm not writing this in the best way, that's where I start to say seek out more of a formal education. It doesn't need to be college, but it could be, like I said, tutorials or a class or a boot camp or something. I don't know. Hey, Alexis, I'm doing well. I think today's been going pretty well so far. I haven't made a ton of progress, but it hasn't been bad. Anyway, positioning a dialogue near the mouse. What we used to do is well, actually we still do it in one place, so I can just show this. We used to position it in camera space. So you could move the camera and it would move the dialogue. You could zoom in or zoom out and it would actually zoom the dialogue. I don't want to do that anymore, but I do wonder if just positioning it, near where you clicked and still having it show on screen is good enough. And what if we spawned it maybe slightly above if we could? So there's a set dialogue. There's no positioning here, but this is where we would do it. And a whole bunch of things call into this, but they would need to call in with a position or something. Or actually they wouldn't. I guess we could just set the position afterward. Yeah. Hey, Kappa. Okay, here's what I would say. I think just having it spawn in the middle of the screen for now is better than having it spawn at the top. But I think I'll file a task for making this even better later. And I'll probably assign that to Kevin. Yeah. Because at least this is attracting your attention. That was the problem we're trying to solve. Then the next problem is going to be putting it in a good position for you. Are there any other dialogues that pop up that I might need to know about? No, I don't think so. May need to drop anchoring if you want to position precisely. Yeah. I may need to mention that in the issue that I'm about to file. Yes, exactly. Okay, so I'm just going to say to center this, and I'll go file the issue now, which is spawn dialogues close to where the user clicked. I think the dialogue should probably spawn slightly above where a user clicked, or if there's not enough space, maybe slightly below. It'll require some experimentation. For now, I'm just going to center them on screen so that they at least attract the player's attention better than when they're at the top of the screen. All right, label UI and assign this just right to Kevin. Okay, it's 575. This is part of 575. This is sort of part of 575, and then I wanted to make dialogues a little bit more usable based on feedback I got from the last UX session. Center dialogues on screen. Okay, that's everything. Yeah. So I'm gonna put a check here and just write future work. All right, portal stuff. The tip system about augmenting the portal just says to click the portal, but it doesn't tell you what to click after that. It should probably explicitly reference the button by its text. All right, well, the first thing is renaming the button. Because, the word augment is a little bit weird in there. So in battle panel, I believe that's where the button is. Yeah, we'll call this upgrade portal. I think that's clearer to people. Does this have a tooltip? No. Maybe a quick tooltip like unlocks the next location. The canyon tip is not very good. I know. But also, I don't think you'll even be able to lose to that boss at first. In fact, that's another thing I need to think about. I wonder if a matter of styling would work well to attract attention without relying on positioning like that. I can at least think of NPC portraits. Yeah, it could. I think just positioning it near where the mouse is will feel good too. So yeah, like I said, I think it requires some experimentation, but I think we should give it a shot. The other thing we could potentially do is like gray out the background of the game and make it so you have to interact with the dialogue. All right, does the word augment show up to the user at any point? It does there in the tip, but anywhere else? There are only 38 of these instances, so I'm just going to look through this. Yeah, here it is. This is going to say upgrade portal. Oh, interesting. It's capitalized here, but I don't think it's capitalized in the game. How do we... Yeah, it's not. Huh. Interesting. I'll say that this is set through code. No, maybe I won't. No. Hey, bums. Happy Wednesday. Okay, any other instances of the word augment? Here it is. What is this? Upgrade the portal. This is the tooltip, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Any others? Yeah, that's it. All these other ones are just code facing. Yeah. Okay. So the tip, it says you have enough money to unlock the dungeon. Click the portal to do so. It's click the portal and then upgrade it. Hey, Sarah. I don't know. I think the bigger issue here is that the augment portal thing should probably just show up on here, maybe in buildings. And I think that's a more involved change. But anyway, here's how this should work. Wait, no. It already... Does this have a time? Has enough money. Can adventurers pick up items? Has augmented portal already. Oh, we don't show tips. Oh, so it would show up automatically. Well, it's saying click the portal to upgrade it. I just don't want it to sound like clicking is what upgrades it, because you then need to click another button after that. Where do we hide tips? There's some debug function that does this. Ah, there it is. Okay. It's good to stretch. So it should just pop up automatically. Oh, I think it checks only every 1 minute or something like that. So I probably need to just speed the game up. Not that one. Is it going to show? It might be 1 minute of real time, not 1 minute of game time. Oh, there it is. Okay, so what does it say? You have enough money to unlock the dungeon. Click the portal and then upgrade it. Click the portal and then upgrade it. Okay, let's just think about this for a sec. Let's say it was in the buildings button. We could say click the buildings button and then upgrade portal. Or we could say click the portal to find the upgrade button. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on this. What else do we have here? Allocate adventure skill point. Click the adventures button. Okay, we put it in quotes. That's another thing that's good to know. Quotes. I think this is probably the clearest. Click the portal to find the upgrade button. Click the portal and then the upgrade button. Yeah, there. Okay, that's probably good. All right, it's at least clearer. I think that addresses the feedback that we had here. Did I write that we want the portal to be in the buildings menu? This is already an issue. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to mark this as done. We don't want this change. Wait, did I make 2 changes? Yeah. Is there any plugin or add-on that lets you change in real time and see them? For Godot, there essentially is, but only if you're working in GDScript. When you're working in C# like I am, the way that you're supposed to do this is kind of broken. So I don't use it anymore. But if you're working in other engines or languages, they might have something for that. It's the feature is generally called hot reloading. And in the web world, for example, this is pretty common. So if you're making a website, you'll probably have hot reloading, and you could just say something like, color equals blue, and you'll see a thing turn blue and be like, oh no, let's try red. And it just changes to red. But yeah, in the game world, I feel like it's a little less common. Also, some of this stuff is based on a bunch of state it took to get there. So you might try updating in real time and it doesn't necessarily take place. I will say this, one of the things you can do in Godot, even if you're using C#, is you can start moving nodes around in the editor and you'll see them change in real time. I could sort of show this, but let me check in before I do that so I don't break this. Okay, so rename augment portal. I also, actually, you know what? Yeah, let's check in everything except for the tip. Upgrade portal sounds less jargony and makes it and probably makes it clearer as well. And then this is going to be update augment portal tip wording. This should make it clearer exactly how you augment, aka upgrade the portal. Yeah, that's this. Okay, anyway, I'll show you really fast here, Cosmic. Oh, Unity has it? Nice. Hey, Retired Android. Glad you like it. Thanks for watching it. So if I were to change code, it would not have any effect. But let's say we go into, yeah, here, you see the adventurers button there. We can go find it using this remote view. I need to expand this. All right, so it's not actually called the adventurers button. It's called the skill tree button. Yeah, here it is. All right, so what we could do is we could change something like this. And now it's pink. And we don't need to rerun the game to get this to happen. We can just change it in real time. So there are some changes you can make while the game is running, even in Godot with C#. But generally, I have to rebuild. And yeah, the rebuilding process is somewhat long and annoying. Okay, so that's done. Indicate that fleeing has no real penalty. Maybe word it like for when you just want to end the current battle. What does it say right now? And do we have a special tooltip on it? Where does it even show? Either an instance or instance slot. I don't remember. Flee button, there it is. Does it have a tooltip? It does. Flee the battle, which will make you immediately lose the battle. I think I want there to be a custom tooltip for this. I just don't know where it would show. Where would we show it? Probably in the town tooltip. Yeah, there's no problem with that. And the instance should have access to the town, right? Yes, it does. Okay. Let's do that. So here's what we'll do. We'll instantiate a tooltip on parent, and I'll just copy over the text for now, although this is not good text. I need to change this, but it'll let us test this. And then over here, we need to get the flee buttons tooltip. We're going to do this in here. Flee button dot get node tooltip on parent. Tooltip on parent dot tooltip is the town's tooltip. Okay, so that should work. We should be able to see this now. It's gonna have the wrong text as I just mentioned, but then we need to come up with what's better text for that. Yeah, flee the battle, which will make you immediately lose the battle. This looks so much better than the old tooltip did. Okay. So what did I say for when you just want to end the current battle? Maybe I'll just say there is no penalty for doing this or for fleeing. How does that look? No, it doesn't update automatically. There actually is. No, wait, there's no penalty. Yeah. Okay, well, then that's great. I thought I was lying, but I'm not lying. Yeah, that's perfect. Now, if we're going to make this change, there is one other problem here, which is that this has a tooltip as well. This tooltip says turn off auto battling. You can always re-enable this at the end of the battle. And we need this tooltip to look like the other one. I'm not sure if anything else here has a tooltip. Let's take a look. Tooltip.tscn. Or no, not tooltip. I'm not looking at instance.tscn. Tooltip. Where else do we have one of these? Is it not? Oh, tooltip text. I see. That's it. That's the only one. How is that possible? There's a really flee button. We have to click it a second time. Does that have a problem? No, it doesn't. Okay, so then we'll just fix this other one. Paste this over here. Good. And then do the exact same thing we did over here. This will be the cancel auto battle button. Done. Done, 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 done. Now we need auto battle for that to actually work. So we create an instance, we, I guess, flee the fight, turn on auto battle. Yeah, so I think I'm blocking it with my camera, but there you can see it. Turn off auto battling. You can always re-enable this at the end of the battle. So I click that, and now we see flee the battle. Did that work properly when I clicked it once? I hope it did. No, it only shows the tooltip when you hover again. That's fine. These are the very, very minor things I don't think are going to have a real impact. Turn off auto battling. This is improve battle tooltips. Clarified that fleeing has no penalty and made them both tooltip on parents. Tooltip on parent instances, which improves their styling and makes them show up faster. There. All right, we're getting through these. This category, by the way, is in the uncontroversial stuff category. So ideally, this is all very straightforward. No one would probably argue with this. But who knows? I haven't read all of them yet. I wrote them on Saturday. The tip system tip about dragging items probably shouldn't even show up if you already recycled more than, say, 3 items, since it means you obviously know how to drag items. Yeah, this is a nice little usability thing, but this is also not important. So let's just file an issue on this. Don't show, where is it? Manual item pickup. If you use the recycler several times already. All right, I want to copy this as markdown and paste it into here. And then that's it. And we're done. That is a user experience thing, and it can just be done whenever. Filed issue. Yeah, I guess let's write this in brackets. Hey, Thels. Yep, streams philosophy. You know it. All right, we need kind of an icon here, maybe a minus. Yeah, that's good. We should increase the collision box size when the player drags an item to something. Yeah, my friend was hitting an issue with this, although I'm not sure if I hit this issue. Let me try this out. So we show signs, we build the tavern, we start a quest, and then we grant some items. And now dragging to here, he clicked just to the side of it, but then he would move the camera, and I'm not sure how that happened. I don't know. But I think the answer is the same regardless, which is that the target for this should be a little bit wider, maybe like out to here. So that as a player, you can drag it to wherever, but I don't think workers should be able to do that. However, this is another one of those things that I think is pretty minor. So I think we'll file an issue for this too. Increase collision area for item destinations when the player interacts with them. Started the bench work for my model railroad over my holiday break. Another type of building. Hope not quite as much smoke shows up when you're working on that. But that sounds cool. Do you have like a railroad model train room where you can work on all this stuff? And thanks, Dells. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the trailer. I will need to rework it when the game finally comes out. And I think that trailer was done pretty much entirely in one day. So I think the final trailer might take like 3 days. You do? Oh, cool. Yeah, nice. The class diversity you have. I don't want to reveal too much about that in the trailer. But I'll have to think about that. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. We're closer to launch. Because I'm thinking, what would it mean to focus on that? And like how much the trailer is, I think 47 seconds long. I think somewhere in the 30 to 60-second range is pretty good. And I've got to be careful about how much time I'm devoting to everything and how I show it. Yeah, sure, I'm too. I'd like to see it. Wow, I'll play like 4 different classes at launch. Yeah, but Diablo 4 is a game where you're directly controlling those classes and they need to feel very different from one another. So like the skills that class A uses shouldn't be like the skills that class B uses. In this game, you're not directly playing them, and most of the damage dealing classes feel kind of the same. Most of the tank classes are going to feel kind of the same. So that makes me a little bit hesitant about it. Okay, so in preparing for checkpoint 5, one of my friends said that he was having trouble bringing items to the quest bin without moving the camera slightly. I'm still not entirely sure how this was happening. I think It was a combination of how my friend was trying to click the item bin and how the collision area is sized. Anyway, I think we should increase the drop target only when the player is dragging an item there, not when a worker is interacting with it. Man, some people are really into trains and that just never leaves them. I don't think there's a problem with that or anything. I think it's cool when someone has a hobby or a passion like that. It's also cool when I'm trying to think of how often this happens or if what I'm about to say is dumb, but it's also cool when your passion is something like trains and then you can go ride on a real train. I mean, same thing with planes, but it's just much, much harder to do. It costs money. You got to go through security or you got to take lessons or something. Trains, I think, are typically cheaper, more, well, maybe not more accessible. I don't know about that, but cheaper at least. I guess depending on your country and where you live and whether you consider the subway system to be a train. Okay, no, Alexis. My company's bonus or raise day, my opinion shouldn't be trusted. Huh. Well, congratulations, Tells. Many sub hobbies. What are the sub hobbies? Because I was gonna say, I guess this kind of happens with like D&D. Generally, it's a lot kind of nerdier people than normal. So you end up with a lot of people who are willing to make like their own campaigns and software tooling for it and like I guess physical design of tables or dice or characters. That I get the whole sub hobbies thing. And I'm guessing trains can have the same sort of thing. Maybe people are like painting carriages or something. Starting a moving company. What are you going to put in the trailer? Some boxes, some furniture. But it was supposed to be hush hush. I guess Rami spoiled the secret now. But yeah, starting a moving company. Surprise everybody. How's it going, Rami? We just don't know about them. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wonder what they are for trains. Not that they shouldn't exist or something. Building, bench work, laying track, electronics, scenery, building structures, operating realistically. Oh God, this just reminded me of something. Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I think at one point Captain Holt and what's his name, Peralta, are in some like train building competition or something. I thought that was pretty funny. Note that this may not be worth doing at all. I want to see if other people are hitting this issue. However, if we decide to do it, there's very little downside other than the development cost. We just need to be careful not to increase the size so much that two item destinations overlap with one another. Okay, hey, coffee. Derail stream. All right, so this is the UX thing, and I guess it has to do with the town or items. I'll kind of just leave it at that. Okay, and we'll just say we filed an issue for this. Minus filed issue. Shiny loot needs to be reworked since plus 5% per level is next to nothing right now. Yeah, it's just kind of a stupid thing. I wonder if it should just say items are worth 1 gold more. But this is very much like an early game add-on and won't feel very impactful later on. So I kind of like the percentage idea. And one way we could do this is we say it's 5% per level and we say that it's rounded up. We could just make it like 5%, 50%, 100%, 500% or something like that. That's, I think, too impactful. But at least something where you start to notice a difference. If by the time you can afford the whatever this step is, 50% or 25%, if by the time you get to there, items cost about 10 gold, you would notice a difference if this went up to 20%. So it could be something like 20%. And then I guess if you notice a difference 20%, you notice a difference everywhere else after that. Maybe 30%, maybe 35%. I like this idea. Yeah, I like this idea. I think this is a good change. It's at least worth trying out. We also need to make the prices commensurate with how much you're getting from it. So maybe like 50 gold, 200, yeah, maybe like 150 gold. And then 300 and 500. I don't know, something along those lines. Yeah, I want to do that. I think this could work. All right, how do we go do this? We need to look at customer speed. Because this has a table somehow. Here it is. And then what's the other one? Shiny loot. So I want shiny loot to have the same general thing. We need the max level to be 4. Because I didn't come up with any other numbers and I don't feel like doing that. So here's how we do this. Okay, so item sales are worth some amount more. We'll say like value bonus. And then we need all the per level stuff, which is I guess here. Value bonus per level. Okay, the levels were 5, 20, 30, 35. 5, 20, 30, 35. And then the costs I haven't figured out yet. Well, I figured out, but they're not in this file. So now get bonus percent needs to be this. This is this. Dot get within bounds level of that. Cool. Get within bounds is an array extension. Sounds good. Okay, now this. Item sales. Item sales are worth more. Amounts are rounded up. Item prices will still appear to be the same. That's something we got to fix in a different change. Per level equals value bonus per level. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what these numbers are. Number of columns, padding, highlight color, and your current level. And that should do it. We just need the costs. That comes from town perks, shiny loot. Here it is. So what did I say are the numbers? 50, 150, 300, 500. 50, 150, 300, 500. Let's try it out. I eventually want to switch all skills over to the table style of rendering things, but that's not an important change to make for like a week from now. Remember, the important deadlines coming up are this Saturday, doing a UX session with a friend. Then the next Friday is launching Checkpoint 5 so the people can play it. Then possibly on February 3rd will be an Idler Fest. I don't know because I haven't heard back from Steam about that. But then definitely on February, I don't know, 24th or something like that, we'll be in Next Fest. So yeah, lots of important stuff coming up. All right, so we should see this looking good now, right? Item sales are worth more. Amounts are rounded up. Item prices will still appear to be the same. All right, so level 0 at 0%, then it's 5, then 20, 30, and then I messed up the last one. The what? Oh, I see. I copy pasted this. All right, that'll fix it. Now let's see if these are actually correct. So at 5%, items. Actually, let's not test that. Let's just keep going up here. Let's go to 35. I can't even get that. So this is 30% more. So any item that we would have gotten, we'll get 30% more. Let's make sure that's working. So this says 10, so we should get 13 for that. Come on over, customers. One of you come buy this and see if I get 13 money. $14? What? What? I don't understand that. Oh, wait, no. It was actually set to 35%. It's just it was rendering 30%. Yeah. 14 is correct. Okay, my bad. I even clicked it another time thinking this has no impact because it's rendering the same amount, but it does. Cool. Yeah, that's working. I'm happy with that. Make, I guess I'll just say rebalance shiny loot. Instead of giving plus 5% per level, it's now plus 5% plus 20 plus 30 plus 35, I think. I don't actually need to do this because it's in the commit, but that looks good. Rounding somewhere should be 13.5. It says it's rounded up. I don't want to start giving out floating point amounts of money in the game because I don't think that would be a very good look. But yeah, it's working at least from a numerical perspective. Enchanter says you can cast multiple spells at a time, but it doesn't mention that it requires multiple spell crystals. We should clarify the text and or only show that specific text when you have multiple spell crystals. All right, what does the Enchanter say? Enchanter has, I guess, greeting. Here, I'm the Enchanter. I can cast spells that will affect various parts of your town. Click one of the spell books to cast a spell. It takes mana. You can have multiple copies of the same spell active at once. Their effects will combine. This requires multiple spell crystals. Which cost money to build. Cost money? Cost gold? Do we ever use the word money to a player? Your money. Yes, I think that's fair. I think if you use gold as your currency, you would still call it money. All right, now let's go try that in the game. And then maybe we reword it a little bit, like once you have multiple spell crystals. All right, hi, I'm the Enchanter. I can cast spells that will affect various parts of your town. Click one of the spell books to cast a spell. It takes mana from the Rainbow Crystal. You can have multiple copies of the same spell active at once. Their effects will combine. This requires multiple spell crystals, which cost money to build. Yeah, I think it's fine. And this says allows you to maintain one more active spell. Cool. Yeah, that's sure. That's great. Reword Enchanter dialogue. This costs currency. We need to rename medium yellow potion. Yeah, I don't know how this skipped. Like, how did we not see this? It's literally called medium yellow potion in the game. And same thing, medium green potion. Like, what? Small blue potion? Wait, we did this with, like, all of the items? Demon helmet, that's fine. Big life potion is fine. It doesn't say red. Cane, demon helmet. I would even accept small blue potion, but using the word medium to describe this, I think is not great. Also, yeah, I don't know. We got to rename this stuff. This is never even used, but small blue potion is definitely used. And this is the very first item you see in the game. How do you launch that? And how do I never do that again? Small blue potion. Yeah, definitely shows up. So what do we call this thing? Maybe since the text says all you know is that this definitely isn't an antidote, is something like mystery potion. That'll make it sound like you could identify this at some point, I think. Hey, James. Call it not an antidote. Yeah, I think small blue potion is fine. I think just medium green potion, I think we need to rename. Typically, I think we'd use the sort of fantasy terms of like lesser, greater, and not small, medium, and large. This could just be green potion even. Same thing with this. This could just be yellow potion. Yeah. In fact, anywhere that we have medium dot star potion, I guess let's rename them all to just delete the word medium. I know we haven't finished writing the text for this, so it still says this is a really cool potion. Obviously, that would need to be changed. Yeah, there. I think it's fine. Now, do we replace the word small with lesser? Lesser blue potion? I don't think so. I think that implies that your character knows that it's a lesser potion, whereas your character can tell that it's a small potion. So I think that's good. Yeah, I think it's good enough. So all we did is change some display names. This should have no functional impact. I just don't want the word medium in here. Remove medium from potion names. Yeah, I think that's it. Tavern should show you your total rewards from quests thus far. Yeah, and maybe how many quests you've completed. I don't know where we put that. I kind of want it to be on a sign that's in the game, but then I think it'll be hard to read. I don't know where we put it. But when I asked him, hey, how would you figure this out? He immediately clicked here. And we could put it into this dialogue. We could say, like, your current quest rewards are blank. And then same thing over here. Maybe that's not too bad. Maybe we just append it to the bottom of the existing two dialogues. Like, quests done so far. Quests completed. Quests. Your quest completed. 4. And we can say, like, your quest bonuses. Plus 50 health. Plus 4 power to all adventurers. For all adventurers? Yeah. We don't get any antidotes until endgame. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Replace medium and large with like greater and superior. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I might eventually do that, but I think small and large are fine. I think using medium is not fine. Because like I said, I think if you were just placed in a fantasy world, you'd still be able to describe things as small or large. But if you didn't ever drink a potion, to say that it's a lesser potion without knowing what it is or talking to somebody else would be not a natural thing for you to do. And I know this is like a really minor thing, but yeah, that's why I feel like small and large are fine. I think this can work. I think it's a good idea. I also think we're getting pretty close to lunchtime, though. Yeah, let's do it. Fine. All right, so quest completed. Let's start with the base case here. We will return a title, go back into this thing, show signs, build the tavern, and then save the game. So now when we load, we have the tavern and we can see this. Someone is offering. Someone is offering. Okay, so we just put a new line, and then this stuff in here. Your quest completed 4 new line. Your quest bonuses. There. All right, let's see what that looks like. Obviously, it's hard coded right now. I don't care about that. I just want to see, does this look kind of stupid? Is it Is it not clear what's going on? I don't think I like it. Yeah, I just don't think this is where you'd expect to see this. Hang on one second. My wife just came in and was like, "Oh, you're streaming?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "But it's Tuesday." Someone else apparently had said that earlier too. Where do we put this text? It is Tuesday. It's not Tuesday. You can't trick me. All right. Well, what are the options? Option number one, throw the text into the dialogues that we already have. Option number two, make a different location where you see this information. We need to make it clear. Maybe when you hover over this, it says something like see current quest, and there's another thing to the side that says see past quests. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Honestly, the easiest thing is what I did. I just don't like how it looks. So maybe the right solution is for me to like how this looks. Maybe if I stare at it long enough. Quest rewards. Are you suggesting I put it on the current dialogue or that I add a new section you can click? Because right now this building has this bulletin board thing, which is where quests are posted. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And when you accept it, you can see you're already on a quest. Collect the items shown. But yeah, I guess there'd be another thing you click somewhere the stats are shown. Maybe showing skill or inventory tree. It is shown here already. You can see quest bonus in the tooltip. And by the way, when I asked my friend, hey, where would you find this information? He first clicked here, didn't see it, and then immediately went here and saw it. So it was discoverable enough. Yeah. Maybe worth putting a badge or highlighting when a quest is available and then a different signal when it's under progress. So that is this right up here. If a quest is available, it'll be green. And you can click this and it'll give you the quest information. And when you're on the quest, it turns white. And then clicking this just shows you, it just moves the camera over there. But that's not the thing I'm trying to figure out right now. The thing I'm trying to figure out is how do you find what your quest bonuses are? And maybe just looking here is fine. It could say quest bonus 0 and then like complete it. I don't know. Nothing's gonna make this easier. Let's just not do this for now, I guess. You expect to see it where all stats are displayed, not the quest board. Yeah. I'll just write update. Not going to do this because I didn't like how it looked to throw it into the existing text, and I don't want to add another clickable thing at the tavern. Plus, Sam found it immediately after not finding it at the tavern. Stay in the skill tree. Yeah. So how about this? I'll just take a picture of this and we'll throw this into the document. And then shrink it a bit. Cool. All right, so controversial stuff. Add a town perk that allows adventurers to carry items. That way the player will understand that it can happen and they can decide whether it's worth the money for them. Yeah, how do people feel about this? When you start the game right now, if items pop out of this portal, your adventurer can go pick one of them up, and you're about to see a whole flood of adventurers come in and pick up the other ones. So these are all coming over and they're picking them up. What I'm thinking is we just don't allow that to happen until you've invested in a town perk. And it doesn't even need to cost that much. It could be like 30 gold. I like it. Matt, how do you feel about it? Because yeah, I'm leaning toward doing it. I think it's a good idea. Because like I said, that way you'd be like, oh yeah, my worker can pick up items. And in the beginning of the game, your adventurers are busy anyway. So then when you get that perk, you could consider like, oh, what? I don't even have any adventures that are free. So why would I want this? But yeah. All right, I think we are going to do this. This will be like a post-lunch thing. Need to add reset skills button to the UI. Oh my God, this is finally going to happen. Yeah. I've gone through so many iterations of these buttons here. Well, not a ton, but like 3. We've been through some iterations of these buttons, and just people don't discover that you can respecialize. So I think if we had a reset skills button here, then it'd be super obvious. And then the tooltip could just say, you could remove points at any time by just clicking the minus button. And if you want to reset the entire tree, which is never that hard because you have at most 6 skill points anyway, and if you just remove the ones in the base, it removes all of them, then yeah, I think this would be fine. Do they get archived every week, or do you use it more like a whiteboard and wipe it? I just leave them in my Google Drive. And rarely after a project is done do I go back to them. But you never know. Maybe you end up searching for something where you're like, how did I solve this issue in the past? And it could be helpful. This is why I think organization is important, because if they're in a folder that you can just ignore in the future, then there's no real cost to having them. And I say this because we're talking about documents. If we were talking about like 100 gigabyte videos, there's a cost. But like a document in Drive is what, in the order of like kilobytes probably. So even though it's contributing to your file usage, it's pretty minor. I think most people, if they're filling up their space, are filling it up with music or videos or, yeah, pretty much music or videos or pictures. Maybe file backups, but even that's probably not too much for a lot of people. Okay, so let's back out of this, and I'm gonna get lunch. And how about this? Let's have a quick chat poll here. Do you want to play Animal Royale while I'm on lunch? Yes, no. Start. So if people say yes to this, if the majority wins, I will keep the stream running. I'll go take a quickish lunch break. If people say no, I'll end the stream. I'll take a slightly longer lunch break. If people don't care, I'll just flip a coin or something. I'm out to 3-ish gigabytes. It's actually more than I thought. Huh. Hey, Blairs. Welcome back. Welcome back. We have 1 vote right now. If anyone else wants to vote, feel free. If people don't know what Animal Royale is, it's a very complicated Minecraft plugin that you play through Twitch chat. And you could always opt out if you want to and just not play. But you would join, you'd type in the TNT command, you'd figure out how all this works. Looks like the yeses have it. And I have a salad for lunch, and it is a sugar day, so I'm going to get some dessert after that. So I'll be back in about probably half an hour. Let me kick off the game, and I'll explain it a little bit. Is it TNT time? Okay. So it's about to launch Minecraft. And let me put this over here and close out a Skeleseller. So you can all connect via Twitch chat. Like I said, it's got to actually tell you can connect though, so you can't connect yet. And then you will connect as a sheep and you will shoot TNT at each other. And it is very unintuitive how you play, but you will eventually figure it out. Do you not like to use your system while eating? Generally no. Maybe I'll watch a video or something. But the point of this isn't that I don't want to use my computer. It's that I want to eat food. I want to actually like take a break. Yeah. So once it's done saying waiting to start, you can type exclamation mark join. It should do that in the next minute or so. I will try to watch from my phone, but I'm gonna go get my food now. So thanks for being here so far, and see you after lunch. Yeah, I was intentionally muted. I'm back, but I'm still just like slowly finishing up, I guess. So it looks like this match is over. I will play one more match. Good job, Adrian. We'll play one more match. I'll commentate. I'll finish up what I'm doing, and then I'll be back to coding. Hope you've been having fun. I stopped reading chat partway through, so if anyone did want to tell me something, you can tell me now. This arena looks like a pretty good one to end on because it's not too super complicated or anything. What I had for lunch, I had a salad. A lot of salad. All right, so let's see. Where's everybody? There's Sockton. On the right of them is Alcantha. TJ just dropped in over... Oh, no, that's an Elixis. There's Kevin. Where did TJ join? Oh, here's TJ. All right. Interesting. Is the code for this open source? Yeah. It's... If you type the AR command, I think you'll find it. I don't fully remember. If it's not there, I can link it to you afterward. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. All right, we got 5 sheep, final game. Ooh, Sockton's already destroying Alcantha. Oh no, Alcantha, you're aiming downward. Sockton will show no mercy. Ooh. It looks like, wow. TJ did not actually defeat Sockton right there. That's pretty close though. Yeah, there's just a tiny peninsula there that if you could teleport to, you might not die. Oh, hiding is the best tactic. Nalixis, have you actually shot TNT at all? I was watching at the beginning and I didn't see you fire any. Oh, Kevin blasted Sockton. I didn't watch that. Wow. Okay. Well, just the 2 sheep remaining over here. Reminds me of Worms. Yeah, it is a little bit similar, I guess. Kevin, you can shoot other people, you know. The salt, it pours through. Noix is just trying to hide. The nice thing about TNT is you can just destroy right through the arena. Water's hard. You have to get the timing perfect. Yeah, once you're aiming correctly, though, then you just really have to modify the time to live. But yeah, if the TNT sinks, then you lose the ability to just blow up something sort of nearby. All right, let's see if Kevin accidentally bounces it off a wall. No, wow, pretty much perfect, except for that Noix isn't moved. Oh, Noixes. You know, you could just blast Kevin from up there. It would be pretty easy. Pretty easy indeed. But it's about to be over. Whoop. That's pretty high up there. High ground. I mean, I don't think the high ground is going to save you for too much longer. Kevin just needs to lower the time to live by like, I don't know, a quarter of a second or something. Wait, no. Maybe it was 1.25 seconds. Oh, there it is. All right, GG. Close the game. Close the game. Okay, there we go. All right, hi again, everybody. We are back. It is post-lunch. When did we start that? me see. Gonna scroll up. 12:03. Yeah, so that was about half an hour. It's fun but hard on mobile. Yeah, I've played on mobile before while I'm eating lunch. It's not too bad. It's a little bit harder to see for sure. Okay, so where we leave off of this. Town perk that allows adventurers to carry items. Okay. Let's see if we have an icon already. Yeah, we're just going to keep making whatever changes we can that are going to improve the game. Oh, I guess if I'm wearing this hoodie, hey Goose, I should zip it up so I can advertise it, people. Yeah. Yeah, technically not licensed. Yeah, you technically couldn't just take the code and do whatever you want with it, but you can contribute to it if you want to. Okay, so there's our town hall. Let's save. Let's click this. What would this be? Be adventurers carrying items. Unfortunately, we can't really see any of the icons in here, I think. Paper, line, run. Yeah, they'd all be in this folder. Wait a sec. Open treasure chest. Yeah, this is this one. Okay, so let's just go find some ones from game icons on that. What is Sugar Day? I'll find the thing online. Yeah, this. Short story is Wednesday and Saturday are like I don't pay attention to what sugar content it is in something anymore. Is a trailer on Steam? Yeah, it is. But the rest of the days of the week, I try not to have anything that I would have consumed for sugar content. The one exception being 2 fruit servings per day. So I've kind of said this before, but it's hard to fully avoid sugar in everything. It's like you have a slice of bread in the US, it's probably gonna have sugar in it. But I never was like, oh, I want something sweet and had 10 slices of bread. So that was never a problem. But for something like cookies or whatever, I would be like, I want something sweet. Okay, I'll go have cookies. So no cookies on non-sugar days. All right, what we're gonna look for here is something about carrying items, I guess. Let's search for carry. That's not what I want. Item. It's also not really what I want. Wasn't there a search that, is it advanced search? Yeah, it is. I'm looking for something that would look like it would give you the ability to carry things. I guess a backpack kind of works. Bag. None of these really work. 200 milliliter bottle had 42 grams of sugar. I know, it's ridiculous sometimes. You were supposed to dilute it with 4 liters of water. All right, I think this one would work. Knapsack. I think that's pretty good. Let's just see if there's anything better. If we search for sack, what does it find? No, I think it's going to be that one. Yeah. Okay, let's use that. Did I search for carry? I did, yeah. Also, I am using it. Okay, now we got to remember how we're even supposed to use these because I've completely forgotten. We need to do whatever this one did. So what's the size of this? 4 kilobytes, 3,200 bytes. Okay, I assume I just clicked SVG here. Yeah. Then we import this over here. And now let's try using it in the game, I guess. We'll just type knapsack and just drag this over here. Yeah, I mean, I think that looks fine. Sure you don't want to use hand truck? I do think that'd be cool. But yeah, I want to use something that we could at least kind of keep in the game for a little bit longer. Okay, now what's the other one called? Open treasure chest or something like that? There it is. Yeah, they look the same to me. Is there anything we did differently on the imports of these? This has one thing checked and then the number 1. Okay, so what about this? This has one thing checked and then number 1. Okay, cool. So I think we can just use it then. So then how do we manifest this? Open treasure chest. Here it is. So we make knapsack lork. Knapsack. Alphabetize this. Then make the icon ID. And I guess the order doesn't matter. Well, never mind. The numerical order doesn't matter because they're assigned numbers, but we do alphabetize them. Okay, cool. So then we can use this inside of a new ability we're going to make. Player ability. I guess let's go to ability ID. So I think we've been prefacing this with town perk or player ability or something. Player ability. Yeah, there's all that stuff. Is auto battle there too? Yeah. It's just called player auto battle. Player. Okay, so we'll call this one player adventurers holding items. I don't know. not very inspired naming, but it'll work. All right, this is a Boolean just like auto battling. Yeah, so we'll just save this as that. Name it. Give it the icon. Give it the ID and give it the display name. Okay, what do we call this? What's the opposite of lazy? Hardworking adventurers. Right? How do you find antonyms? What? Oh, there it is. Energetic. Yeah, I think hardworking is good. Hey, Codex. All right, so we got your hardworking adventurers right here. And what are we going to say for this? Well, let's read some of the other ones that we have just so we make sure the phrasing is generally the same. Make, makes. It's already not good. Grants, clone. Drat. We need consistency here. Hey, Tobias. Do you have any great links or books for math that are the target game development? No, I don't, unfortunately. Are you looking for something in particular? Like, are you having difficulty with vectors or quaternions or, I don't know, the linear algebra behind some of this stuff? Because I find that if you just kind of start tackling a task, it's usually not too bad with a lot of modern game engines. Indefatigable. I like hardworking. I like the idea that your adventurers just weren't hardworking before that. I'm in the beginner step, so I miss the knowledge and I don't use an engine. Excuse me. Okay, I see. I'm trying to think about this because practically, I will say this. I don't think your math skills need to be very strong in order to write a game. A lot of what you end up doing is going to be functions that will exist in some vector library that you would probably use. And if you make your own game engine, okay, you might need to know that stuff, but then you'll only need to know it for the sake of making that engine. And then you could also just look at open source stuff to figure it out. So as an example, we have yeah, stuff like this. Like we subtract two vectors and get the length that's the distance between them. And if you just generally look at what vectors have on them as functions here, like angle to, distance to, direction to, you've got a bunch of sort of understandable concepts here. And that's why I say practically I don't think you need a lot of math the way people think about math. You do need a lot of logic. All right, so we really should make this consistent, right? Use a verb with an S at the end at the beginning of all of these. So it says makes customers move faster. You should say clones yourself. I don't like the grant, make. What do we say for these things? Causes your senses heighten, increase damage. Oh man, there's no consistency here for any of this stuff. Okay, let's not worry about the consistency then. This is pretty bad though. Consistent. Not there. Maybe here? No, not there. Okay, yeah, I'll file an issue. With the LLMs, if you have ideas, you can walk yourself through learning the basics. Yeah. That's true. I always kind of distrust it for learning since you don't know that you don't know enough to be able to correct if an AI is wrong. Although it's just like browsing any other part of the internet. You wouldn't know if you're reading an authoritative article. Speaking of math, I learned yesterday you can wrap stuff to the screen. Think asteroids using modulo. Blew my mind. Yeah. Yeah, although having it appear on two different ends of the screen at once, which I think asteroids did, I think that would be a little bit harder for you to do. You'd probably just render something twice. All right, let's make a new issue because, yeah, I don't think this exists. Make skill descriptions consistent. I think I wrote most of these without any sort of guidelines. E.g., we have skills that start with any sort of text. All right, so causes your quick strike. So there's that. I think even within this one, we have more though. You are able to maintain. I mean, we could search for these strings in the code base. I want to write some of these here. Make your town more appealing. And one more. Makes customers move faster. Okay. We should probably have a consistent starting for most of them. I don't mind skills that talk about the flavor first rather than the effect. Yeah. All right, this in my mind is just, I guess, UI. And it's not super important. Oh yeah, and I want to write the guidelines somewhere. Write guidelines for how this should sound/look, and then make the changes so that all of the skills and town perks are consistent. Okie dokes. Nope, what happened there? We need to preface this with a header or something. All right, where did we leave off? Oh yeah, I was trying to come up with a text for this. So this is going to be gets your adventurers off their butts, their lazy butts. No, we're not going to write that. Say makes your adventurers join in on stocking items Just like you. They will only do this in between battles. Yeah, I think it's it. Wait, what? This is this is a town perk you can get that's gonna make your adventurers act like workers. Currently, it's innate, so they already do this. But I'm gonna make it so that you have to opt into this. And that's for two reasons. One is informing you. So if you click this button, you will now know what it does because you'll have read what the button does. And two is um a tiny bit of a money sink. It's very small. It's gonna be like 30 gold, but that's still a money sink. Oh no, no, no! I wasn't talking to the viewers. No, this is the ability is called hardworking adventurers. Also, do you capitalize a hyphenated word when you're hyphenating for a song lyric? Song title hyphenated capitalization. When capitalizing hyphenated words, capitalize the first element and subsequent words that are not articles, prepositions, coordinated conjunctions, or modifiers following musical key symbols. And there's some like online title, song title capitalizer. Because I'll just type it into that. Hard working. Okay, it already capitalized it. So I think we can assume that I should capitalize this here too. Okay, so now when you get this, we need to unlock auto battle and then, or sorry, we do unlock auto battle, but then something should also be doing this when you load from a save file. Oh, it applies your player abilities. Okay, so we want a function that's just gonna make your adventurers be able to move items. We already have this, by the way. I don't remember what it's called. Here it is. Can adventurers pick up items? So we can just set this. We can even just make it public. But actually, I think it's better to... Well, no, it's not better. I don't care. Whatever, it'll just be public. All right, so town dot this equals true. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, Grace. It's going well. I'm pretty happy today. Not even gonna mention them locking into the grind set. I think we could add some flavor. I don't... I think what I would probably say is something like they're inspired by your leadership. Do I have a green screen? I do, yeah. If I were to show you this without the chroma key, this is what it looks like. It's the kind that you pull up from the floor. I'd originally been thinking of one that you pulled down from the ceiling, but then I thought if I mount it in the wrong spot or I want to move the desk that I have to like re-anchor it to the ceiling. I just didn't want to do that. In fact, maybe I'll say that. Inspires. No, I'll leave it as this for now. Yeah. All right, so we set this to true. Now we have a problem, which is that this controls more than just whether adventurers can pick up items or not. This is really like, did you complete the tutorial? So we need to do a bunch of other stuff. We also need to make sure this actually shows up in the menu. So let's go do that. What's it called? Player adventures. Doesn't require anything, and it costs, I think 30 is pretty reasonable. Yeah, there we go. There's a whole thing. Oh, I'm not reading this. I'm gonna trust the online. Oh, I see. It's mostly what I would expect for something like this. Yeah, I'll trust the lyric capitalizer. Does sound less taskmaster. Yeah, I like the idea. I don't feel like phrasing it right now. Because, well, I guess we already have to make everything consistent later. That's going to be a decent amount of work for a very, very minor change that no one's going to care about. But these are the kinds of things I think that are mindless tasks. Once you have the guideline in place, which is the only mindful task, adhering to it is pretty simple. All right, I think we just load the game, right? All right, where is it? There. Hardworking adventurers. Makes your adventurers join in on moving and stocking items. I don't think moving and stocking makes sense, does it? Adventurers join in on transporting. Yes, that's better. I'll just say transport and stock items. It's like 3 words fewer and 2 syllables fewer on the words that are still there. Yeah, it's good. Actually, an LLM would be great at that. Yeah. Okay, so now it's in the game and clicking it probably works. But we need to go change all the rest of this stuff, and this is going to be a little bit tedious. We have 14 results. That's not too bad. And that one's fine. That one's not actually needed anymore. But we need some concept of whether you've beaten the tutorial. So this should probably change to like has beaten tutorial. Where did this get set originally? Here, mark tutorial complete. Yeah. So yeah, we should change this. Okay, I'll call this has completed tutorial. That's better. Now we have 2 different things. So we need a has completed tutorial. I don't even know what this will be used for yet because we used to use this for a couple different things and now we don't need to anymore. Already has a definition for this. Oh God. All right, let's call this testeroni at the end because I'll figure out a better name for it once we know that we're going to use it. So has completed tutorial equals has completed tutorial testeroni. That's fine. That's fine. That's not fine. Mark tutorial complete. What's the point of any of this though? Update hire adventurers button. Yeah, so this is finally going to be the has completed tutorial thing. But that's possibly the only one. This is correct. This is has completed tutorial. This is if you've completed the tutorial. And this is if you completed the tutorial. Yeah, okay. So we do still need this. All right, so now how do we name this? I think has completed tutorial is fine, but we also have a signal with the same name. So can we rename the signal? Who cares about this? The town menu for the sake of showing this thing. Maybe like just completed tutorial. Yeah, that's probably better. All right, just completed tutorial or on complete tutorial, that's better. Yeah, good. And then the testeroni one can be just deleted. And there we have it. That should be everything. So now the only thing that sets this is this function here. Is this even really needed? I guess so. So that we don't have to pass abilities around all over the place. But we could get the player abilities and check the level of that and make sure that it's set. It's literally the only place this is used in the code base. I kind of want to do that. Yeah, let's do that. Player abilities dot has. There's no has ability? Oh, there's get level. All right, what do we call it again? Adventurer holding items. Yeah, greater than 0. So if this is, I guess, equal to 0 or less than 0, then we can return. And then we just need ability ID here. This is so stupid. This is just stupid. This is dumb. I shouldn't do this. Yeah, this is really dumb. It would be cool to have all your to-dos be matched to a GitHub issue or create one if there's not already one. Yeah, I very strongly agree with the idea that any to-do item in your code base should have an issue in your issue tracker, because otherwise people just lose the context. Your code should not be a place to put all that context. I think it's fine to have to-do items sometimes, like to-do, and then you put a bug number here, like bug number 456. Can't fix this until Godot fixes blah. Something like that. I think that's reasonable. It's like, okay, that's pretty relevant information to your code. But then it should pretty much just be one line. And without the issue, you never know if it's going to get fixed or who's working on it or what's been holding it up. Kevin. Kevin, I'm very curious how you are spending your vacation such that you are watching a stream on your tablet. What true round? Okay, so we're gonna change this to just be tc.town.can adventurers pick up items. And then this thing that I pretty much should have deleted is just gonna be that this is set. Then we don't need a set here, and we don't need anything else that we have. Cannot implicitly convert type int to bool. There we go. Worker should be the first entity to pick up an item, not an adventurer. Also, this boolean is sort of a shortcut for being far enough in the tutorial. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. And now we just have one problem, which is this, and we don't need to do anything here. I think. Yeah, I think we don't need to do anything. We can just delete this. All right, let's try it out. We got GitHub as an actions marketplace now. Should really start looking there. Is it a paid one? Or do paid actions even exist? They probably do, but this looks like it's free. That's pretty neat. Neat, neat, neat. All right, what's going on here? So this can be deleted. Okay, the way we got to test this is make sure the tutorial still works. Make sure we can load from a file. Make sure adventurers pick up items only when they load from a file. So if I unlock a bunch of adventurers and then grant a bunch of items, they shouldn't touch any of these right now. Like this adventurer is hopefully just coincidentally walking in this direction. No, that is not a coincidence. Why would you do that? Your level of ability is greater than 0. What? How did you? Did I? Oh, did I? I might have deleted this. Yeah, whoops. I changed the condition a couple of times. Hey, Banana. Yep, that kind of trailer. Just need a tractor next. How you doing, Banana? Taking the morning to rest a bit and going to explore later. So just hanging out in the apartment we're staying at. I see. I see. Sounds good. I mean, always happy to have you here. Just want to make sure you're maximizing your vacation time. Okay, so yeah, adventurers not picking stuff up. So this one's just wandering around doing nothing, and they should all just be wandering around. And if I speed up, they're never going to pick them up. Good. But now we make them hard working. Are you ready for this? Blam, and now they do go pick them up. That's pretty cool. I like that. Okay, so if we save and we load, then they're carrying items. So we need them to not carry items. Let's do this. There. Now we wait for them to drop all their items. And then we grant items again, and they should go pick more of them up. Yes, they're doing that. Okay. And there's no way to undo this. You can't stop your adventurers from picking up items. I don't think you have a reason for doing that anyway. There's only one I could think of, and it's pretty minor, which is maybe your adventurers are going to a battle and they drop their item at the portal and you don't want it to be at the portal. I don't know, but that's a very minor reason. I don't think it's going to matter. It's city time. Okay, there was one other thing I wanted to test out. Oh yeah, that the tutorial works. Debug 2. I don't think there's going to be a problem here. All this is really saying is that we shouldn't see tips at a different time from when we normally saw them. Oh my God, it's a sign. Look at that. All right, so we do this. We click through the dialogues. We click a bunch of stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Then we save the tip is done. So even if we have money, it shouldn't matter. We shouldn't see any tips. Is the tutorial now considered done? I don't remember. I think it's when you build your first shop. What does cause that to happen? Mark tutorial complete is called from when the shop acquires an item. So it's not even that you built the shop. You need to build it, but also you need to give it an item. So we need to repeat a battle. And then we should see a tip pop up almost immediately, I think. Yeah. You have enough money to hire another adventurer. Click the guildmaster to do so. Oh, you don't need to click the guildmaster anymore. That can say click the adventurers button now. Should it? No, click, no. It should say click hire. That might not exist. No, it will exist. Even if you don't have enough money, right? If I add another item display. Yeah, click the hire adventurer button to do so. Okay, let's do that. Click the hire adventurer button to do so. I only graduated college in 2019, just started a new job a few months ago at a place that actually cares about code quality and pipelines and stuff. Yeah, I think this is why it's good to work with other developers for your first job or a couple of jobs. Because I remember I had an internship a very, very long time ago now, and I was the only developer, and it was just not a good environment for a lot of reasons. But one of them is I was an intern. So it's like, I probably shouldn't be in charge of coming up with the development direction of something. If I do, it's probably gonna be subpar, and I probably won't learn from it. And that's pretty much how it turned out. So I don't look fondly back on those memories, and the people who hired me probably don't either. And I feel bad. I didn't know any better. All right, this is all looking pretty good. There are also some other nice little coincidences here. Like we got rid of some of the code from town. I always think that's nice. I mean, granted, it turned out to be one line, but it's still nice. Actually, why did it? I guess because the comment ended up turning into this code. But that's just for encapsulation. We could have done that elsewhere. So, code quality. Looking good. Now this change is slightly different. So I think we just check in this one change on its own right now. Improve wording of hire adventurer tip. Used to refer the guildmaster, but I think it's easier to refer to, well, easier for the player to refer to the hire adventurers button. All right. Now let's finish looking through the rest of this. I don't know why I scrolled to the top. None of that code changed, and I already looked at it. But force of habit of making sure I'm starting at the beginning. Yeah, this is looking good. Good, good. So this really only controls whether tips show up. And as the UI becomes more self-explanatory, there's less of a need for tips, but I think they're still helpful. Yeah, cool. All right, add ability for adventurers to carry items. The main rationale, what is the main rationale behind this? Why did I even write this down? I don't think Sam commented on this. Player will understand that it can happen and decide whether it's worth the money for them. Yeah. Main rationale is that it will make it clear to... Oh, there's one more change I wanted to make. This one's really, really simple, though. I just wanted to bump this down to the bottom so it's closer to the other one that costs 30. San Diego, and I love that place. Been to the Pacific Northwest. That's just more nature related. I love the Pacific Northwest. I just think it's the greatest. Yeah. Hey, Warner. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Good to see you 2 days in a row. Well, 2 stream days in a row. Hey, Stilling. What's the keyboard shortcut to move a whole line down? So for me, I have it set to Alt down, but that's not going to help you. what will help you is this. It is move line down. Copy command ID. There you go. Do you have experience with Rust? I have a little bit, but not very much. I've only learned a little bit of it. I haven't really used it for anything. By the way, the keyboard shortcut to move lines up and down is helpful in practically anything that has text. So Google Docs also has that shortcut, so you can move entire bullet points around if you want. I highly recommend learning what those are. Same thing with Obsidian. If I want to move a line around, I can just, same thing, Alt up and Alt down. It's not the same in Google Docs, and depending on your operating system, it's different. Or maybe it's not different depending on the operating system. Maybe it's always Control-Shift. All right, the main rationale is that it will make it clear to new players that their adventurers can do this and what the stipulations are around this. I think it's really good. Would we open a code review a small project I made? I'm probably not the best person for that, but I could try to take a look. But only because you said small project. If it were like a medium-sized or a big project, it's just something I couldn't commit to. And even this, I can't necessarily commit to. It depends on when I take a look, what I see and what goes through my head. I'm not so familiar with Rust paradigms, though, where I'd be able to give you that kind of insight. But I could probably comment on some general stuff. It was this year and I was blown away. It's kind of like Paradise. Man, it's incredible when you go to a place that does not have so much nature. Like I went to New York City like 4 years ago or something, and I was like, oh my God, the whole city is just gray. It's just gray everywhere. I look around here and I'm like, there's green everywhere. It's just so much nicer in my mind. All right, this is now done. It sort of works with Notion, but List does weird stuff. Yeah, as long as there's a way to maneuver things around, at least within a block of text, I think it's fine. But I do find it nice when it just works kind of anywhere. Like I can move this bulleted list somewhere else entirely, and it just works. All right, so this is now done. We need to add a reset skills button to the UI. I have an idea, and this sounds a little bit stupid, but I want to add the reset skills button, and it does exactly what you think. But what about if you're a dev, it resets them and adds 5 more skill points? That's incredibly stupid. Yeah, it's incredibly stupid. I think what we should do is maybe when you hold shift and you click it, maybe holding shift and clicking it makes it grant skill points. Or maybe we just move. Yeah, I think something like this could work. The Coast Starlight Train. It's a really cool name for a train. Long distance passenger train. Huh. Whoa, that's quite the route. Look at this. It spans basically the entire West Coast. Wow. Her trains, ears newly perked up. We're talking about you, M2. We need a conductor here. All right, reset skills. Where should we put this? Something like 34 hours for the full trip. Yeah, that's a pretty long time. And I'm guessing the breaks aren't like, 3-hour breaks or something, right? It's probably just to take passengers and if they need to stock up. I think putting it here would be fine. We have a button here. It's just a debug button, and we can change it to just reset skills. Yeah. Hey, Grog. How you doing? Yeah, I think that makes the most sense to me. Let's put it there. 10 minutes tops. Wow. I guess you do have everything you need on the train. There, well, really just bathrooms and food, right? I don't know if they have some sort of like sleeping situation. Okay. So let's go take a look at that. It's in skill tree. And it's currently that button. Debug grants skill points. I think we're just going to delete this. Well, repurpose it. I think we'll call it reset skills. Is this the wording players would expect? What do other games do? Diablo 4, I think, had one of these. Skill calculator. The problem is this might not have a reset button. Yeah, they have a refund all button, but that's not inside the game UI. What am I looking at? Where's the skill thing? Skills. I think the game had a way of doing this. Oh, you could just right click stuff. I don't know. I only played this game like 2 or 3 times. Sleeper cars with roomettes. Another car with full rooms. They're really expensive. We took coach. Yeah. Train travel is foreign enough to me, and my exposure to it was like the Harry Potter world, that it feels magical. I watched a YouTube video of someone taking a sleeper train in Japan, and it just looked like a magical experience. So I'd probably like to try that someday. Probably with some scenery I don't normally see. Maybe snow. I think just a reset skill thing is fine. We need to rename this though. Reset skill points button. I think go fix up the script over here. Whoops, I just hit that entire thing. All right, what was it called originally? Debug grant setup debug button. Oh, this had a whole bunch of special code here. I don't think we need to do this anymore. Well, maybe. How about we just start with the basic thing though? Do we have any other buttons that we get? Button, reset, skill points button. Equals, get node button. All right, then when you press this, I don't actually have a way of doing this easily. So let's just make a reset skill points. Oh, we need to add a tooltip too. Definitely need to do that. Add a tooltip to this. Yeah, that's like more important than the button itself. All right, so this is going to print out something like hello world. And then when you shift click it, it's got to do something special. I don't think we have a way of detecting that you shift clicked it. We need like a special thing. So this is probably just dumb. Let's just get rid of the debug thing. So how would you grant skill points when you're testing builds? It was kind of nice to have that button there. I mean, we could make it so we could detect shift click. It's not that hard. It's just a different GUI input thing, and then we just raise a different signal. It's just, it's not built in as far as I know. So we need to write some custom code, and it's not even hard custom code to write. It's just, I don't feel like doing it. Pressed, yeah, I'd have to write it myself. Yeah, I'm thinking, should we have a debug grant points? Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we should. Who cares if the UI looks a little messed up for developers? And it's just going to be one extra button anyway. Okay, then I changed my mind on a lot of this stuff. We need to put that button back in, the reset skills button, or the debug thing, whatever. Okay. Debug grant points, unique name and owner. All right, so just duplicate this, rename it, debug, add point. I don't want it to expand the UI. +1. There, sure. That's it. Debug +1. And I can put a tooltip on this. Adds 1 skill point just for us devs. Winky face. No one's going to read that. Oh, man. All right, so now the debug button is still the same, right? Yeah, yep. And I didn't delete the function call. No, I did not. All right, so there's that. Let's try it out. Only ever taken another overnight trip, Vienna to Berlin. Hey, Mamba. Game's coming along well. We're working on some feedback I got from my friend on Saturday, and we're prepping for a different friend playing the game this coming Saturday. So there's still a lot of work to do. And I'm kind of just going through the easy stuff right now, but at some point, actually, right after this, we're going to get to the hard stuff. And that's maybe going to be less fun. So yeah, hopefully it's not too bad. All right, we have reset skills. If I click this, it should just be printing out hello world. Yeah. And if I click this, we should be giving ourselves another skill point. So the way reset skills needs to work is clicking it should remove all of your points from here. And we have code for essentially doing that. So like I said, this shouldn't be that tough. Where do you right click an ability? Not there. Here it is. Modify ability level -1. Can we just do this on everything? Do we have the skill buttons in here? That would be great. No. What is known skills? Oh, I see. That's your innate stuff. Well, where do we set up the buttons? There's probably some way that I already do this right now, and I just don't remember what it is. That's all. Skill button, that's where it is. Any for loops? Nope. I think skill table is what knows it. Yeah, skill table knows it. Okay, so what if we just had a reset? Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll set reset in here. Public void reset all skills. Hey, there we go. Update the labels, update row disabled state. Wow, that's... AI did a pretty good job here. But I suspect that we can reuse a function that already exists for this. There's removed skill point. Called anytime a skill point is removed. It will remove points from rows toward the bottom of the table if you no longer have enough points invested in previous rows. We're resetting the whole tree, so we don't need to call this. Is there anything else we can do here, though? No, that's it. This must be add or init. Update label on the skill button. Yeah, I don't know why this is done twice. Unless the label involves a parent ability? No, it doesn't. All right, I think we're good there. So now reset skill points in here can just call into the skill table and do reset skill points. And that's probably it. Maybe we should play a sound when we do that. I'll have to write that down. Yeah. Consider playing a sound when you reset all skill points. Actually, don't we have a play sound thing? Yeah, we'll just play the skill down sound for now. It's better than nothing. It should probably be a slightly different sound effect, but yeah, for now, let's go with that. All right, let's try it. Having started on Tuesday is pretty good pacing, though. Yeah, if only it were Tuesday. All right, so we're going to invest some skill points all throughout the tree and then hit reset skills. We got 6 skill points. We had 6 to begin with, right? Yeah. And what if I have them there? What if I click it like that? Yep, looks like it's good. Going well. Is there a save button? Might be annoying if you wipe your skill tree and regret it. There is a save button, but there's also auto save every 5 minutes. So it's possible that you save and then while you're resetting your skills, it auto saves on top. But there are only ever 6 skill points. And if we were to add more, we'd add like 1 more. So it shouldn't be that big a deal even if you do mess this up. By the way, don't forget, you can always just right click any of these and remove a skill point one at a time. So this button is only to signal to players who don't see the minus buttons, and there have been enough people who don't see the minus buttons where this is worthwhile. But we're going to put a tooltip on here that says, hey, did you see the minus buttons? And then you don't even need to ever use this button at all. Now, there is something weird going on. This doesn't get highlighted like this one does. I wonder why. Does this have a special theme? No. What is the difference? What is the difference? Huh. I think I even copy pasted one into the other one, right? I don't think there should be a difference. In the basic fonts theme, if we go edit this, it's just button and it has all these styles. And it got styled correctly, except for it doesn't have the focus state correct. No, it's not focus, it's hover. Oh, maybe it's focused in addition to being hovered over. No, it's not. What is going on? Why does this one hover over and this one doesn't? Oh, now it works. Oh, it did have the focus. Okay. Yeah. All right, that's fine. I love the graphics you're putting. Are you getting them from packs? Will you keep them or replace them later? So if you check out the credits command, you'll see that there were some asset packs used, but that now it is largely an artist adding these. Quickie Joe. Oh, that's super broken. The tooltip font color is affected by the theme. That's the only place where we have a regular tooltip. Every other tooltip is custom. Yeah, so then we should just make a custom one on the debug thing. It's always listening. That's such a cool feature. Yeah, I am very glad I coded that. For those who don't know what just happened, when I say these words, it types in this. So if I say something like check out the trailer command, it should just automatically type it in a chat. Yeah. So those stay forever, right? Yeah. Most of the stuff should stay forever. There are a couple of temporary ones in here. Like these, I think are all temporary icons. Yeah, I don't think we're going to keep these. Although we could. We're licensed to use them. I don't think they're as fitting as these skill icons. All right, so just tooltips. That's all we have left to do, right? Did I write everything down for that? Yeah, just tooltips. Yeah, I like all the artwork in the game. I do like the icons too. This seems like it's wrong to me. This should be nearest, right? It shouldn't be. I guess it's not technically pixel art. Okay, so instantiate a tooltip. Give it the tooltip over here. And then the text for this is going to be something like resets all of your skill points invested, or refunds all of your skill points. This is free. You can also do this individually by right-clicking a skill or clicking the minus button beneath a skill. Clicking the minus button beneath a skill. Yeah, that. World and character sprites and such, are those for someone here in chat? Yeah, so Quickie Joe did most of those, but like I said, it was based on an asset pack to begin with. So if you look at Super Retro World, oops, okay, hang on, let me just find it from the credits. If you look at this and then click one of these, you'll see the same artwork, but then Quickie Joe did all the custom characters that we have, the projectiles and stuff. So like this is all specifically for Skeleseller. These don't exist in the asset pack, but they look like they would because they totally match the art style. I don't think those are similar. Yeah, it might just not have enough data yet. Almost purchased it for my game. I think it's good. Here's my problem with every asset pack that exists is that I don't think they're ever sufficient. I think they get you started and then you're like, oh, now I need an asset that does this. And if you needed the asset pack in the first place, chances are you don't have the art skills to do it yourself, or at least that's the case I'm in. So like I couldn't have made these. And if you said, hey, I need the warrior to have a different color hair or something, I could do that. But I can't draw any of this stuff myself. So it's like, all right, the asset pack had 10 characters, but they're not the ones I want. All right, I'm back to square one. What do? I hire an artist. So that's my issue with asset packs is, yeah, frequently you run into a case where you don't have all the ones you need. It's still better than making everything from scratch. It also sets out an art style that then you don't need to hire an artist to do. They can just follow one. But I had the same problem with the sound effects that we used. I have tons and tons of sound effects, but some of them just aren't exactly fitting. So I look through this folder every time and I'm like, hey, we need something for refunding all skills. And it's like you eventually find the folder that this person made, some of this stuff usually, like the decline sound effects. And if these aren't fitting, then too bad. I'm in exactly the same boat with my game. They had to be a starting point because I'll only be able to do stickmen. Yeah. And I still think if the decision is, okay, I'm going to use dev art for everything versus I'm going to use an asset pack and they're all temporary, then it's like, okay, clearly an asset pack's going to be better unless you're an artist. But for a final game, you'd like to be able to just have something that works and not have to like go recreate a bunch of things. And all of that does take time. Like we had, even with the assets that are here, we had them facing in different directions sometimes. So I wrote a tool that would go through and make them all face the right way. I don't even know where it is, but it doesn't matter. Just imagine this graphic that I showed. Imagine that they're misordered. It's like, okay, the tool will reorder them. But now imagine we got a totally different set of assets. We'd have to go change a bunch of stuff. It's not just dropping in new art. Much fewer for characters and enemies and whatever style you're looking for. Yeah. Yeah. That's true too. And even the icons, it's like they have to match the general art style. Like these, that's the problem with these. These don't have the same line weights and like level of detail and so you compare it to this. If I put them side by side, so here's one and here's the other. Yeah, and it's like I know I'm covering it up with the screen. I guess I can do this. It's like, look, the levels of detail are different, and for icons, you could get away with that, I guess, if you because they're not characters in the game, but still, you want everything to be consistent. So yeah, it's a struggle for us artistically challenged folks. Okay, I think we're done with everything except for just this last bit here. Tooltip on parent. We just need to fill this out and we're just going to copy paste it from here. And we are done. Let's try it out. Then commit, then move on to some of the hard stuff. So Spiro, do you know what you're going to do for your final game? Are you going to still just try to find asset packs or are you going to hire somebody? All right, so reset skills now says refunds all of your skill points. This is free. You can do this individually by right-clicking a skill or right-clicking the minus button beneath the skill. This works except for one tiny little issue there, which is the line height. The Y and the quotation marks collide. Oh, also, so does, I guess just the Y collides with everything, huh? But I think we have the same problem here too. Yeah, I think if I just draw a horizontal line, yeah, they would collide as well. All right, I'm going to take a picture of this as well, and we'll just... I don't think I have a choice. There are one or two people in my chat who've helped me, and they do great art, but they have other jobs. Can't pay them what they deserve, etc. Gonna have to go it alone for a lot. You could do it based on, well, assuming you plan on selling your game, you could do it based on revenue of the game. Because that's what I'm doing for this. The upfront budget for this game is $500. It's I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it's practically impossible to release a game and not have spent any money. Even Steam charges $100 at first, and you have to make a certain amount of sales to get that back. And if you're not gonna be on Steam, you're really limiting your shot at success. So like I said, it's pretty hard to spend zero, but it's not impossible to spend a small amount of money. Plus, probably you want a website. Probably you want, I don't know, just some other stuff that's like, yeah, sure, those things cost some money. All right, yeah, I wanted to paste this in here. I think this is a line height issue with dangly letters. I didn't know Steam charges too. Yeah. Start with for my game world sprites, but final art, especially for larger artwork, is going to be a future me problem. Yeah, the other thing too is if you don't have any deadline, if you're not working with other people, you can take your time and you could even learn how to make art. I think that timeline would be minimally a year before you start making stuff that you actually like. But that's my own ignorant impression. Maybe some people are faster. Also, maybe some people aren't starting from level 0 like I am. Actually, my art skills are level -3. Yeah, this is all working fine. Cool. So add reset skills button. This is almost entirely just because people didn't seem to realize that you could respec without such a button. So now it'll be very obvious. Its tooltip also tells you that you can do this for individual skills. Website costs I can handle myself. $5 a month on my site is good. Yeah, but I was kind of making a pedantic point. Like to make a game is usually free, but to release the game is almost never free. But the costs aren't very large, and even $5 for a website is like it's just not free. That's all. But like I said, that's pedantic. Might be something AI might eventually be good for. Take an art style from packs you purchased, extrapolate, create more stuff. Yeah, and right now it's not very good. And that's one of the problems is like you'd need a very in-depth prompt to just get the style you're looking for, but then for animation it tends to mess up. I actually, since I just produced the trailer yesterday, I sent it to Casey. Casey ran it through some like AI tool to see if it could be crisper, and it just did not do a good job. So maybe it's bad at pixel art specifically. I didn't take a look at what it does for other videos, but I think it needs to be trained on those. All right, the only thing I think I didn't test is just hovering over this. Yeah, sure, looks good. All right. Well, that brings us to the end of the easy stuff. Now we're on the hard stuff. So this probably needs to be prioritized. I'm going to put this here. Stuff to prioritize these. But then what's this at the bottom? We need to talk about some of this stuff. Overarching gameplay. He said that he wanted the game to introduce systems, have him interact with them for a bit, then eventually automate them. After talking to Sam and thinking about this for a while, I think one way we could do this is to allow automation when a system would otherwise go to waste. Some examples: when the slime is at maximum hunger, make him eat a nearby item on the ground. When the enchanter's at maximum mana, have them cast a spell at random. Yeah, I like those ideas. I think we should do that. Yeah. Term AI just means algorithm right now. I think the term AI has always been overloaded. There are actually old video games that would say like AI player on or off. And it's like, I guess they're artificial intelligence, but it was really just a bunch of if statements back then. And now it could mean something like LLM. It could mean an actual, like the old style AI, just it's a computer player or something like that. It could probably mean a bunch of other things. So yeah, I think it's worth clarifying, but I think generally, if you know what someone's talking about, and I've changed my stance on this over the years, I think language just exists for communication, and if you're on the same page, then you're on the same page. It's our fault though, our industry. I think it's a collection of faults if you look at it that way. Like there does need to sort of be a dumbing down so that the general populace can understand something. So saying that something is AI is probably easier than differentiating between the kinds of AI, which most people aren't going to actually care about. It's like if your phone, like this kind of phone, if this phone did not actually have a means of dialing people would still call it a phone. At this point, it doesn't matter. It's going to be a phone the rest of its existence, even though that's like a 5% feature that people use when they consider their phones. And then 95% is like browsing the internet and clicking farm animals. All right, I like this. And I do think this also means we need more systems. I think I just want to file an issue on this for now. And I think this means we need town perks to be introduced a little at a time. Where is that? This is something we probably need to look at sooner. Yeah. Maybe we should start with the issue filing. That's probably best. File issue for, let's just file the issue. Opponent. Actually, even better than filing an issue is probably taking a break for a little bit. I have no idea when I came back from lunch, but I see that my uptime is 5 hours. So I should probably take a break. And then I'll come back and I'll do this stuff. Yeah, I want to be able to ditch this document though. So where I left off, the goal is to ditch that document and trust that GitHub is the source of truth for issues. All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes. You can all play Jump Royale. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? It's jump time. Every once in a while I do an intro of this. If you haven't ever seen this, just type join in chat. No need for an exclamation mark. Just join, and then J and a number will jump. So have fun, try to make it to the top. I'll be back in just a little bit. Hi again, everybody. I saw a lot of people playing that so hard on mobile, even on the tablet. All right, close the game. Oakley says, certainly let the wind get to their head. All right, where we left off is to ditch this document. So let's keep looking through this. So here are some things I wanted to do for the semi-automation stuff. Like I said, I think we also need to think of some new ideas for this too. But I'm going to say Semi-automate the enchanter and the recycler. Okay, so both of these should be exposed through town perks that only show up once you've unlocked the corresponding building, i.e. either the garbage slime or the enchanter. When the garbage slime is at full hunger, so we said either a worker could take an item to the slime, which is a very interesting idea, but you'd always want it to be the most valuable item, I think. Or they could just eat one. What would happen here? We need some coordination for this. It can eat an item off the ground on its own. Ski suggested that perhaps a worker could bring it an item to be eaten, but then we need to make sure that only a single worker is doing this, and you probably want it to be your most valuable item. So I think I'd rather it just eat from the ground. And when the enchanter is at full mana, it casts a spell at random. Yeah, I think that's it. Make the slime absorb it by attracting it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It would, the item would just be attracted to the slime and then get eaten. Taco Bandit, thanks for the 2 gifted subs. Welcome, Sir Puffin, and Develop It. Very kind of you, especially since you are not subbed yourself. If I were watching the stream, I'd almost always spend the money on myself first, so I don't get ads. Happy holidays. Yeah, thank you. Very nice. You'll steal a taco, but you won't steal a sub. All right, let's split what the background is. Tasks. Or I guess context. When my friend played the game on, I don't know what the date was, it's 5th, on the 5th. Oh, thanks, Taco Bandit. I didn't mean to get you to sub. I was just saying, if you were going to spend the money anyway, that spending it on yourself seems like a good idea. Do you get a lot of ads? Or yeah, I guess you could, not really. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, thank you. I do appreciate all 3 things. He commented that he'd like to be able to automate the systems that he has to manually interact with. I don't want these systems to be fully automated, but I like the idea of the player not really losing anything by being at the max of some resource. Slime hunger, enchanter mana. Yeah. Do you have to tag the stream for Steam to know you're streaming about Skeleseller, or with a store page forever show your stream? I have to make OBS stream to Steam. So I think that's what you're asking about. Like, the way that it knows that I'm streaming is because I'm giving it a video feed. It's not just pulling it from Twitch or from YouTube or something. But I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. Kind of expected to pull it from Twitch. No. Yeah. I stream directly to Steam. Actually, the way some people do this, so you obviously you have your computer or your video game console, and then right now the way it's working is this is getting sent to all the different services right from my computer. So there is a thing going to Twitch, going to YouTube, and going to Steam. The way some people do it though is they go to some like restream service, and then from here it goes to these 3 things. So imagine this, except for me actually being able to paste this properly. So I am not doing this style, I'm doing this style. because I figure I have the bandwidth for it. Is it just an RTMP thing? I don't know exactly how this works, but probably yes. Oops, I closed the wrong chat. And to close Steam chat, which I never read. All right, so I'm going to write that we filed an issue for this. All right, wanted to know a way to know how efficient he was being. Want to be able to see specific drop rates. I don't think we want to do that, but I think a gold per minute thing would be good. Oh, I was originally opposed to this. I don't remember why. Did I write this down anywhere? Maybe the word minute? No. Yeah, well, all right, we'd have to add this. I think you might want a way of turning this on or off. Although I guess we have dynamically populated settings in that case. Yeah. Always enjoy seeing how things work. What was the goal of that? Just to be able to like make your own live streaming service essentially? Because that sounds nuts. Like in a good way. It's nice that you wanted to tackle that yourself. I just would have streamed on Twitch or something. So add a gold per minute meter. This is a somewhat involved task. Add a town perk that unlocks the gold per minute meter. Then when unlocked, show the meter on the screen. It should, as you might expect, show, I think these would be EM dashes, show how much gold you're earning per minute, which needs to be coded. And then consider surfacing a setting somewhere which would only show up if you have the town perk, which shows or hides the meter. It's combined on one stream, then I stream to Twitch. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah. Is there anything else for this? I think this is fine. I don't think I want to show how many like drops per minute or something. Let's leave it at this for now. That point right now where I want to change the art direction of my game would require doing all new graphics and themes though. Man, that's a tough choice. It's a really tough choice. Have you put it in front of people and gotten feedback that they like or dislike it? Because I'd probably do that before trying to settle on it. Like show people the game or even screenshots of it and be like, what do you think? All right, wants more upgrades in general. Mention adding a rune system. Maybe most systems have their own town perks board. Also prevent us cramming everything in the town hall. This is a much, much harder thing to figure out. All right, let's write this one down. Filed an issue. And what was I using? Minus signs? Yeah. It's been complimented in its current form. Yeah, I would probably ask some more people. If they're complimenting it, it might just be in your head. It's hard to say because I haven't seen it myself. But yeah, if it's going to be a big task to change the artwork and people already like what's there, I would say just keep what's there. I don't even know where we write this down. I would need to think about this some more. Basically, we have the town perks tree. And there are some upgrades here, and I think this is generally the direction we want to go with the game. I think we need to add more of these to the game. Like the enchanter would also have a town perks board. Well, wouldn't be called town perks, it'd be the enchanter perks. That way the NPC explains how you use something. In fact, that's what we could have done in the tavern now that I think about it. We could have just had an NPC here who tells you, hey, here are how many quests you've done. That would probably make sense. But yeah, imagine we had something here that let you upgrade different parts of this. You could even encapsulate what's in the sign already. Oh. Okay. I think we should file a task for this, but I do think this should be done. Add many more upgrades to the game. All I can think of are the enchanter ones for right now, though. Maybe just like give the enchanter their own perks system. All right, background. What I'm envisioning is something like the town perks board, but for the enchanter specifically. It would contain upgrades like, we need this to show in the town menu probably. All right, it would show upgrades like add another spell crystal. This is currently done via a sign. Maybe spells last longer, mana generation increases. I don't actually know about any of these things. Get autocast. This one is like, see this other issue that we have here. C579. Possibly other things. We would need this to show in the town menu as well so that you know what you can afford. It would probably show in the buildings menu somewhere. The rationale for all of this is that it would be nice to develop these systems out further rather than just unlocking them once and having them stay the same for the rest of the game. Yeah. Before each runner would have to stream to Twitch. Now, then somebody would open them as browser sources. Yeah. Yeah. Also, the whole running as a browser source has a ton of other problems associated with it, I feel, other than just the manual interaction you need to do. That's pretty cool. I think it'd be cool writing some of the tooling for this stuff. But then I always think it'd be cool to develop a lot of things, and you can't develop, 40 different projects at once. So it's picking which ones you think would be coolest, and it's always games for me. Every once in a while, it's a utility. But yeah, games and tooling, I think, have always been the most interesting things for me. I'm not actually writing out specific tasks here because I'm not sure how this will fit with other issues. Maybe we want more upgrades for most buildings in the game. Does it make me want to stream again? Like an old project list would disagree. Yeah, silly me. Yeah, actually, I do think there are some people out there who can develop multiple projects at once, but obviously at any given time you're writing code for one project, in any given minute. So generally, I think most people probably structure their day in which they're spending, an hour doing this or an hour doing that. But yeah, you're not going to swap every 2 minutes between projects. All right, well, we wrote this down over here. Filed an issue. All right, what's this next one? The instance map shows something like level A, party B, waves C for each location. He wasn't sure what party of B meant. He originally interpreted it as something to do with the enemies, but when that wasn't true, he wasn't sure what it meant. Later on, when he got the witch doctor, he thought maybe the party's total size would be limited to 6, but it wasn't. He mentioned that the level and wave numbers both have to do with the location on its own, but then the party is something that you as a player provide. He said just renaming it to Max Adventures may be better. All right, I've been torn on this because here's the text. It says level 1, party of 6, waves 1. At the beginning of the game, you have no idea what party of 6 means and what waves means. You can probably assume level 1 means that you're the right level for going there. That's pretty reasonable. But I wonder if we just drop the party text altogether. Because if you have all of the adventures in the game and you add more than the number, it's just going to say you can only have 6 here. And if you go to a place that actually has a lower amount, like here it only has 2, it's going to say the same thing. You can only have 2 here. So what if we just never told you what the numbers were? Or we only told you what they were for elites, or we rename it instead of party, it says Max Adventurers. Was your tester casual? No, he was what I would call like a power gamer. He's played a lot of games in this genre. And he got the game like faster than basically anyone else who'd played it had gotten it. But this confused him, which makes me think too that this is pretty important to fix. Is there a tutorial task that could explain these fields? There could be. I'm not sure it's even important to show this. Like I said, we could just omit it completely. And when you're like, oh, I'll put 4 adventurers here. And then you're like, why is this grayed out? And then you see this text, like you can only have 3 adventurers in your party. You just be like, oh, okay, fine. I didn't see that before, but I guess I can only have 3 for this place. And then that would be that. Hey, Toulouse. What about empty slots in the battle party? So it only show up to the party size. The thing is, you might be making a party and then later change the location. So you need to be able to still have that party and be like, oh, actually, no, let's go back to the old location, or let's just remove the mage or something from here. I think that would make it a little bit harder. Text or tooltips or bubbles is all you need. Actually, this does kind of make me think maybe this thing should only ever show volcano level 2, and this one would show all the details. I kind of like that idea. Okay, let me write that down really fast. Maybe make the, I don't know what this is called. What is this called? Why can't I click this? What's going on? Oh, because it's inside instance map. Selected instance label. Okay, maybe make the selected instance label just say the level and have the tooltip show the other information. Yeah. Hey, and like you. I'm new. What's the programming language that you use to create this game, or what engine? So I try to have commands for everything. I have one for both of those. But if you're ever curious about any other commands, you don't want to just spam chat, this lets you type in all of these same things. So like language, engine, keyboard, cat. Yeah, feel free to check any of those things out. I'm happy to answer questions too. I do tend to get asked the same things quite a lot. So yeah, feel free to take a look there. I kind of like this idea though. I like just putting level here. This makes this a lot smaller too. And then in here we can say, you know, level 2, max adventurers 6, waves 1. And even the waves thing doesn't come into play until here. You know what would probably be the best way to do this is once you've seen a battle with waves, then we start showing it for all of them. Could throw in recommended level. That is the recommended level. It just says level. But it's like the level of the location. It's because we should add waves earlier. I don't think we should add it earlier. I think the game should not have you focus on waves yet. Like the way I look at it is these nodes account for about 20 minutes of the game. Then these nodes account for about 45 minutes of the game. After the hour mark, I think adding in waves is a fine idea. It's okay for the battles to take a little bit longer at that point. Let the community do it for you. You like it better without the word recommended? Yeah, only because it takes up less space, and because I think that you as a player will eventually realize that it is the recommended level by just sort of experimenting. But I'm not sure. How about adding them after the first boss? I'm not saying the game can't work that way. It's just they do extend the length of battles because now minimally you need that transition time. And I think it's just an extra, like a complication for not much benefit early on. Once you have more party members, like after here is when you get the cleric, I think, and then you can have more sustain in your fights. Then I think it starts to matter, and the paladin. Then I think maybe it's like, okay, well now you can survive multiple ways. Kind of enter the new stage of the game. I think of it as like tutorial is the first bits up until the boss. And then after that, you're in the like, okay, now we'll expand a little bit. We haven't expanded fully yet. Straight white lines are hideous. Yeah, this is a temporary map. We're going to need to draw a final one. Okay, let's search for party of and say max adventurers. I like the wave text. Should maybe only show after you played a location with waves. This is what perfection looks like. Yeah. Beat it. And then in the main thing, so this is called from 2 different locations. Yeah, so we need 2 different ways of showing this stuff. You never know. I saw that Adam emote. Yeah, Kevin had made this based on a Dungeons and Dragons map creator and then threw in the paths here. For what it's worth, I think this is way, way better than what we had. And I think that almost every aspect of the game can still be polished. So yeah, this is no exception, but it's working pretty well right now. All right, so instance tooltip, and what's the other one? Where'd it go? Ah, here it is. Instance tooltip and selected instance label. And this includes what, everything, even the title? Since data is elite text display name, yeah, it does. Okay. All right, I got to think about this. Generally looks good if you break up the paths as you unlock them and just do a dashed black line between the areas. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. Yeah. Are we adding new instances like in between or just after the current ones? Probably just after. I think a lot of this is going to require playtesting because one of the big things we just changed is we removed manual training. So now if after a boss you were level 3 and could get to level 4, now you're just level 4. So anything that would have been tackled at level 3 is just not a thing. So it's not as important to have lots of instances in between them. And I still think that regular battles just aren't. There's no challenge to them anyway. So I think having more of them is not necessarily a good thing. But yeah, we'll have to see through playtesting how that feels. The other thing is the more instances we add, the more complicated this map needs to get. The fewer we have, we could have a relatively like a map that doesn't need panning or scrolling around, or at least not as much. I think that would be good too. Oh, it does change the balance, yeah, but not by a huge amount. Because remember that the training was just a cost that you paid. So it's basically like saying go collect 20 items before being the level you want to be. And it's not like in another game where it might be like, oh, go do some difficult battles to get the better sword. There's no concept of difficulty in the automated fights. It's just waiting around. All right, so I think what I want to do is this. I'll say private string format info string. We're going to take in the display name and the details. And then this is going to return this display name and then details. Oh, there was potentially an elite symbol. Yeah, we'll need that too. Yeah, I guess we can just get that from the instance data. Okay, fine. So instance ID and then the details. And even the details could just be computed in this thing. We could just have this taken a Boolean of like quick details or extended details. Yeah. Show all details. All right, I'm fine with that. All right, details. So we'll just make this an empty string for now. And then put that here. So these are the full ones. String details. I could use a ternary here, but it's going to be quite a lot of lines. All right, I like this. I want to capitalize that. Now let's take a look at that for right now. How about that? So now there are two of these. One is going to pass in as the instance tooltip, so get the full details, and the other one's going to pass in false. Okay, let's try that out. Am I the only one who prefers the string builder over all this huge combined strings? I think either one is fine with me. Yeah. I think a string builder could look a little bit cleaner. All right, so yeah, now it just says forest level 1. I kind of like the simplicity of that. And as we click these other ones, dungeon level 2, and then canyon with a skull level 2. All right, that's pretty nice. Now we look under here and we see level 2, max adventurer 6, waves 1. You know what? We don't need the level here necessarily. No, you probably would, because you're not gonna click each one to see the level. Alternatively, what we could do is we could start annotating the dots here. Like there could be a skull instead of a dot, or there could be a level number here. Or you could just assume that everything before this is going to be the same level as the skull icon. I don't know. Can you make the instance info a bit bigger? Yeah, we could. Yeah. I think right now the font size is set to 12. We could just up this to like 14 or something. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Having a blast taking a step back from Unreal and just making a tiny puzzle game and see these past few days. Mostly been a positive experience. I have full control. We'll say that I missed better string handling. I think this is one of those the grass is always greener things. Because I was thinking about this too. I haven't tried Unreal, but I've seen other people use it. And it looks like there are systems to handle things that I would typically make for myself. And I'm like, man, it'd be nice to just have those systems written for me and trust that they put a lot of research into them and know that they work for a bunch of different games. But now you've been in that world and you're like, I want full control again. Okay, yeah, increase the size a little bit. I think it could still go a little higher than that, but now even just going from 12 to 14 is a pretty big change. Because that's what, like 17% bigger? Okay. Yeah, I think we should capitalize the L no matter what. Yeah, and we could even put this here since it's in common with both of these. Level text, and then plus equal this. And here we just don't do anything. Okay. I mostly meant the small fonts on the level X. Yeah, that's what I just upped from 12 to 14. So that got a little bit larger. I know it's not super large, but it is larger than it was before. Yeah. All right, so waves. That's the last thing I wanted here, which is that we only show this once you've beaten a location with waves. This is actually really, or not even beaten, just played, maybe even unlocked. All right, this should be very simple to do. So we get rid of this, and bool show waves equals who cares, and then if show waves, we do this, details plus equal. All right, now the actual Boolean for this is going to be whether or not you've unlocked instance IDs dot contains one with waves. We know what this is, but it's probably better to just do this dynamically. Any room count is greater than 1. There we go. Only show wave information when you've unlocked a location that has waves. All right, I like it. I like it. Switch back and forth between different patches of grass. I think there's got to be some evidence more than just what I'm thinking of, sort of informal evidence that that's actually a good idea. Like, don't just work on one project for 5 years. Take a 1-month break every once in a while. Take a weekend break to do something else. Do other little things in between. Don't lose track of the big project, but just try other things. Refresh your mind. All right, I like this a lot. Level 1, max adventure is 6. This is pretty clear. All right, now we upgrade the portal a couple times. Still just says that. Now we need to beat this boss. Prepare for massive level up banner. Love it. Upgrade the portal again. Upgrade the portal again. Okay, so it's still not showing wave information. But now when we beat this boss, it does show it for everything. As you can see by it not doing that. Oh, wait, interesting. It's only showing it here? What? Yeah, what? I've unlocked it no matter which one of these I'm hovering over. Huh. I am not sure. Let's put a breakpoint there and then hover over this. That doesn't even get hit? Is this cached? String text. No. What? What is going on? Is there a mouse over here somewhere? Also, no. I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe they do cache it internally. I don't think so, though. What are these nodes? Town point. So they probably are just controls somewhere. I don't remember where this is. Is show all details true? So I have the breakpoint set on the if statement, but even if I just put it up here, for example, like this should be getting hit. Oh, it's only when I click it. What? I'm confused. Yeah, I'm confused. Update instance tooltip. Where is this called from? Instance unlock status, purchased hint. Let's update the selected label, not the tooltip. They both go through this function though. Get instance info string. The tooltip is here, but this apparently doesn't get called when you hover over this. What does show that? Oh, I see. Okay, I know what's happening. There's a tooltip on parent node and they do store the text in there. So this essentially is getting cached. and it only gets updated. Okay, so now it needs to get updated when you unlock a new instance. Each die has its own tooltip. Yeah, so we need to go through this for even the ones that you haven't selected. I see. Okay, unlock next location. So we need to reform all of the tooltips up until that point. We only actually need to do this, though, when you unlock one that has waves. Yeah. Okay, so private bool has unlocked location with waves is going to be that. And then we can do this same thing. It's considered a property now. Yeah, has unlocked location with waves. And then when you unlock a location, which happened from update instance unlock status here. Instance ID, update unlock status. We don't know which one you just unlocked, though. We could just update the text on all of them anyway. Actually, wait a second. This is here. Oh, is this just done in the wrong order then? No, that's not possible, is it? Oh man, I need to just debug this. Let's put a breakpoint here. I bought a 4-pound bag of wasabi peas. I love wasabi peas. Then I found out that there's added sugar, and I had to dump the rest back in the bag yesterday. But today I will be eating them. I thought peas naturally had some amount of sugar, and I guess they do, but it's not as much as what was in there. But I wonder if they just hadn't added sugar, what would these taste like? Would they be bad? I doubt it. Just updates the unlocked one, not the previous one. Wait, why are we doing this then? Update unlock status calls update tooltip. Shouldn't that should update the text here? I think, yeah, there's definitely something I'm not understanding. So offset the wasabi spice. But I want the wasabi spice. This is called from up here, which is apparently not called from update instances unlock status. No, it is. Why didn't that breakpoint get hit? What is going on? Man, I don't understand this right now. It's called from unlock next location. Okay, wait. I misunderstood this then. What is this? Update instance unlock status. Oh, this is only called from a debug function? Oh man, okay, that wasn't clear to me. So this could have just been in the other function. And in fact, this could have probably just been merged into here. All right, so none of that was ever needed. Yeah. Yeah, it isn't. I misunderstood because this function was, what was this called before? I forgot what it's called. Anyway. Oh, now I'm deleting stuff I shouldn't be deleting. Yeah, I didn't realize that wherever that function was, it just needed to be a call here. That function shouldn't have existed. I might have even been the one to add that. I don't know. I'm being doofy. So yeah, so when you unlock the next location, we need to go through all the old locations and update their tooltips. Or if the next location includes waves, we do at the very least. So yeah, that should be pretty easy. All right, so if we need the prior instance ID. There's a way to do this. Instance ID, previous instance ID equals. So if the previous one had one room and the new one has greater than one room, then we need to update all existing tooltips to add the waves text. There. And now that we have this, this could have been its own function that was just called from two different places. So we can put that back to where it was. Oh, man. Update instances unlock status. What is it actually doing? Update unlock status. Unlock modulate. Huh. I think I want that back. Yeah. I think I'm going to put that back to where it was. Let's put this back there. Let's put this back where it was. And then let's call this from over here. Yeah, that should be a little bit cleaner. Previous instance had one room. Is this. And next instance has multiple rooms. I think that'll be even cleaner. Whew, okay, let's try this out. There's something else I'm forgetting here. Oh yeah, there was a save bug. When you load, it doesn't reform the paths like it should. So we got to do that too. And I guess now is as good a time as any. I'm almost certainly going to forget that though, so let's write that down. Hello to Google Docs. When loading from a file with all unlocked locations, restore the path connections in instance map. All right, delete all our breakpoints. I don't care about these. And that way we can just go see, is this working? So we should not see wave text. We do not. Good. We have to go beat the boss. There's no faster way to do this right now because I want to make sure not to unlock every location. I'm trying to unlock just up to that area. So again, no waves are showing. Perfect. We go do this battle. We win it. And now we have unlocked one with waves. So now all of them should show waves. Perfect. Because now it is possible for you to figure out what waves mean by going and doing the battle. So if I make myself invincible and speed this way up, apparently even faster than that would have been nice. But yeah, you will eventually see the wave 2 text. Are you ready for it? This is what a player's going to see, and then they're going to be like, whoa, this exists in the game. Look at that animated ellipsis. This is a quadruple A game. And I won't deny it. There are a lot of A's in this game. So we don't use this from 2 locations, and now we could use it from 2 locations. So I feel like we probably should. The whole next instance thing, we don't need to do. Because we updated the unlocked instance IDs here. So we could just say this. Easy. Easy. Oh, that's kind of stupid too. But easy. Yeah, let's go review this. All right. So update the text. Show all details. When that's true, show the max number of adventurers and also potentially show the waves that exist. And then throw that all in a tooltip. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Is it quadruple E because we have 4 E's in Skeleseller? Because we do. It's a triple L game. Clarify battle map. Made the font size slightly larger on the details. 12px to 14px. Only show... We only show waves text when you unlock the location with waves. Well, I should say with multiple waves. And what was the other change we made? Oh yeah. Reworded party size to max adventurers. So when we look at all of this in totality, you now see level 2, max adventurers 6, waves 1. But you wouldn't even see the waves text until like an hour of the way into the game. And then here you just see waterways level 3. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, so this is done. Check. Does shiny loot affect the slime? Should it? Should we write in the tooltip whether it does or does not? I actually have no idea. I don't think so based on the wording. Item sales are worth more. So we got to make the garbage slime and then grant a bunch of items and start dragging it onto the slime. 1 gold, 1 gold, 1 gold. This isn't going to tell us anything, will it? Oh, you know what will tell us something? Is we just get this to max, we build the vault, we put an item in the vault, and then we check this. So this is 10 gold, hover over it, it says 13. Now we build this, and now if it still says 13, then it is unaffected. It is unaffected. S9R. Let's find out. Yes, you were correct. So does it affect the slime? No. Should it? I don't know. I think so. We're pretty much just asking, does the slime like shiny items? If the answer is yes, then it would be willing to pay you more. Well, willing. Again, that's not how it works. It's its digestive system. So I guess the real question is, does the slime digest shiny items into more money? And I think the answer would be yes. So maybe just items are worth X amount more. They have higher nutrient counts. That's right. That's why ARM cubic. Item sales are worth more. So items are worth more. Now the slime needs to go use those values. Town has a modify money. Oh, this is going to be a problem. We probably want the slime to tell you the total cost. I'm not sure, actually. Because this leads to the second problem that we had. Which is, you want to know how much shiny loot was contributing. So right now you hover over an item and it says in the tooltip, value 10G. Should it show value 14G and then in parentheses like base 10? Why don't you apply the shiny to the item so it applies everywhere? Yeah, so I think let's talk about this is the second problem first. So problem, it's not possible in the game right now to tell how much shiny loot is affecting item values. So option number 1 is only show the new, like the total bonus value. You would just see something like yellow potion 10G. So this would be e.g. yellow potion 14G. Option number 2 is show both values. 2A would be 10G. Wait, how does this look? value 14G. Yeah, so we do something like this. So that's 2A. 2B would be plus 4G from shiny loot. What else? Yeah, something like that. I think these three options. Hey, Gavino, how you doing? And thanks for watching the trailer. Basically what you're saying, give this info to the item, store the town reference in the item, then modify the value. Well, just how do we think this should show? We're not considering implementation details, just what would you want to see in the game as a player? Would you want to see yellow potion in just the new value and then understand in your own head, like, oh yeah, I have plus 35% from shiny loot, so that's why it's 14 and not 10. I think showing both is better. Like, I'm not leaning toward this option. And I think one of these two is good, and I don't know which one, and I don't know if there's something I'm not considering. I like 2B, but shiny : 4G. Reminded me that I had to get some trailer stuff together. I just wrote a bunch of, hang on, let me see. I wrote a bunch of takeaways for my own trailer. I think the only important thing that would translate to what you're doing are these. This one. And hang on a second, there was one other thing. Ah, here it is. Yeah, these two at the top I think are really important. So I don't think you need your mouse cursor in your trailer because it's a mobile game and because you've got you've got touch controls. So yeah, hiding it through OBS is good. But then also this was pretty important for me with pixel art. It's probably a little less important for you because it's not pixel art, but you can improve your recording fidelity on OBS. I was recording at my streaming quality, which caused artifacts to appear and like drastically made me panic. I don't know if any good, but you could do this too. 10G base plus 4 from shiny loot. I think you'd want to see the total. I think that's pretty important to you without having to do the math. Because 10 plus 4 is easy enough for players, but as soon as you get into anything sort of complicated like this plus whatever, 123, you might be like, oh man, now another item is whatever, 700 and no bonus. Is that better? Is that worse? And like, yes, obviously you can do math, but I think most players will want to. So I think showing the total is good. Debating on actually playing it and recording it through mobile now. Not sure how that'll go compared to recording through the computer. Huh. Interesting. I think as long as you're recording with high fidelity, it shouldn't make too much of a difference because you don't want any artifacts introduced by the video process. And there will be some eventually because no matter what, either Steam or YouTube or whatever is going to apply their own algorithm to compressing it. 2B as is makes it sound like it's 14 or 18. We could say plus 4G from shiny loot. I don't know how we'd make that any clearer. Let me see what we're doing now because I think we have precedent for this somewhere else. Where would it be though? I can't think of. Oh, right here. That right there. You hover over power. Wait, it doesn't even show the quest stuff until you unlock the tavern? Wow, that's smart. I didn't realize we did that. Yeah, we need to build the tavern first, and now it'll show. No, it still doesn't show? Do you need to be on a quest? Do you need to have a finished quest? What is going on right now? All right, we need to finish this quest. Well, let's add 1,000,000 workers and just keep granting items until we finish the quest. I guess we also need this and this. And then 1,000,000 customers. And then just keep clicking grant items. And we'll eventually finish this quest and I'll get the answer to my question. God, this takes so long. Probably easier to just manually drag items down here. Ah, there we go. Okay, does it show up now? Yes, quest bonus 1. So it says base power and then quest bonus. And then, yeah, you have to add them together yourself, I guess. Oh, no, you don't, because this thing shows them combined. I see. Yeah, I think we do need a complete quest button. I think that is now very obvious. Add a complete quest debug button. Yeah, it is pretty obnoxious to do that. All right, so what we learned is showing the components and the total would be good. Do I have that written down over here? Where'd that tab go? Here. All right, so I guess like 2C, yellow potion, value 14G, 10G base, 4G from shiny loot. So that could work. And I think that's the clearest. I think that's what I'm leaning toward, but let me look at it a little bit longer. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like that. But yeah, good call on saying that it would make you possibly think it was 18 gold here. Anyway, so the reason why I want to solve this first is because that was causing some confusion, and we even have it written. This is kind of stupid, but we even have it written here. Item prices will still appear to be the same. That was kind of stupid. Now they won't have to appear to be the same. Oh, except for, I didn't think about this. They show there. I guess we'll show the bonus price. Crimson, thanks for the raid. How'd the stream go? Wait, up here, just to be clear, you prefer 2B over 2C? I have to see it in game in case it's too much text. Yeah, I think we'll have to see. But don't forget, this is for the tooltip, and the tooltip has a bunch of text that you don't care about, namely the flavor text. Sorry, mistype, 2C. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Oh, it played the raid sound for me. Did nobody else hear that? Hey, Mozzie. Welcome in. Anyway, I hope the stream was good. For those who are new here, I've been working on a game called Skeleseller since April of last year. And we're prepping for a whole bunch of stuff that we're getting ready for. Got to eat something before I get knocked out. Yeah. Totally fine. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. And so far, the peoples have been treating me well. All Mozzie of them. Yeah, so this is Skeleseller. I just produced a trailer. In fact, why don't we all watch it together? Skeleseller trailer. Does it show up in the result? It does. Okay, you ready for this? Let me turn off my camera. There we go. Nope, this is muted. Nope, stop. Don't watch the trailer yet. Hang on, unmute. Okay. Wait, no sound? What's going on? Hang on a second. Advanced audio properties. All right, can you hear this now? Did that play? Because if so, okay. Yeah, I know what just happened. Oh, man. All right, well, anyway, I'm going to replay this because the music I spent a long time on. So now you're going to watch this again. Wow, what a great video. Oh my God, that was so amazing. Wow, good job, Adam. So cool. Thanks everybody. That was a trailer I worked on yesterday. That's Skeleseller. Did I write the music for this? Yeah, I did. And thanks, Bill Simmons. I did not put words in Bill Simmons' mouth. Did I do all the art myself? No. There's certainly not. Definitely check that out, the credits. Yeah, anyway, that was all of yesterday. I spent working on the trailer, and I think it gives a good idea what the game is all about. I mean, you're seeing it play now, and you'll see me work on it for a little bit. That was genuine. Thanks. Toulouse, not as genuine, but still thanks. Yeah, so what we're working on today is just a bunch of feedback from a friend of mine. I showed this to my friend Sam last Saturday, so January 4th or January 3rd or whatever the Saturday was. And I've been going through the feedback and addressing all of the individual points. And if I can't address them, then I've been filing issues for them. So we've made it down to here. We're on this one. And then we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Just 11 more items. And this is one person's feedback. And I don't want to over-index on anybody's feedback. So some of this stuff, I'm just filing issues and maybe I'll tackle it, maybe I won't. But then other things are much more obviously like, yes, everyone will benefit from this. And as an example, we have this this perk in the game. It says item sales are worth more, amounts are rounded up. And then it says item prices will still appear to be the same. It's like, that really shouldn't be the case. We should just tell you what the new price is. So yeah, that's something that probably everybody will want in the game, and it's not really opinionated and should be pretty easy to understand. And then, yeah, we have some other harder issues. This is Godot. Yeah, Godot C#. I will say this. I remember when I was about to make the Botland trailer a very long time ago, and I was just lost. I had no idea what to do. So it is true that the more you do something, the better you get. And the Botland trailer, by the way, I hired a voice actor for it. So if you want to see this trailer, this game doesn't exist anymore, but it will at some point.
Welcome to Botland, a strategy game with a focus on automation. In Botland, rather than directly controlling your bots, you'll make scripts, from the basic script that you see here, to complex strategies that you refine over time. But don't worry, you can start small. Equip your bots with weapons and support hardware to give them different abilities in battle. Choose from a huge number of styles to get exactly the look you want. Protect your computer from other players. Attack those players and watch yourself climb in the rankings. Unlock new hardware, invent strategies, and rise to the top. Play now for free at bot.land.
Oh yeah, we needed a website there. I was like, I didn't have a call to action that was this strong in this one. It just said coming soon. But yeah. Trailer work. Man, I'm glad I'm not doing that today. That game seems really fun. Well, thank you. It will eventually be open sourced, and then people can still try it out again. Eltman has been working on that. Same voice actor for Skeleseller. I could reach out to him again. I don't think the Skeleseller trailer would benefit from voice acting. I was thinking about doing it myself yesterday, and then I'm like, nah, I think it'll increase the length of the trailer. Oh, it doesn't have to. Okay, so item tooltips. Let's go take a look at the tooltips. Loot item tooltip. It has value and it should have flavor text in here. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's different. This is coming from the battle. So we have to battle, we have to turn on show loot. And then it's actually going to show something different here. Yeah, it just says value 3G. So I think we need something for that too. It's a value 5G, 3G base, 2G from shiny loot. Yeah. Okay. Loot item. Loot item just has an item ID. Is there anything else that modifies the amount that an item sells for? I don't think there even is. So after talking to chat about this, I think that this would look the best. Yellow potion. value 14G. Yeah. We need this to work in both loot item tooltip and there's some other item tooltip that exists. I don't know where. Is there like a get tooltip, get value? There's a value. Where is this used? Item display? Cost label. Oh God. Okay, that's gonna need to change too. I don't think this is worth doing right now. Yeah, I think I should hold off on this for later. Because I don't want to spend the time on this. What's this one? This is item hover handler. Item hover handler and even item display had something. I don't think it shows on the ground, does it? No. It's only when you hover over them. Why don't we use the same tooltip in the end battle screen as for in-world items? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Would it be too much if we display 3G extra from shiny loot in the new line? I think you're talking about something sort of like the 2B option. I think anything like 2B, the problem is that is it 14G or 18G that it's going to be worth? And when you read something like 14G plus 4G from shiny loot or 4G is from shiny loot, I think it's still a little unclear. Whereas I think seeing them both and realizing, oh, these numbers add up to one another, I think that's clearer. I guess you will have the cost of the item. Well, you'll have it here. I guess you wouldn't have it here. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, I think I still want to go with the 2C option there. But I think I'm going to just file this, and I won't tackle this now. The last one is item display. Display gets the value here in set item. Sets a cost label. Do we ever set this somewhere else? Nope. Item display dot set item. All right, let's go file an issue. Show or like improve shiny loot clarity. Was it about clarity? What was the other thing we had here? Oh, and make it affect the slime. Was the value formed out of? Value right now is a proxy for the item data's value, but that's going to be the base value. Treat value as the total value, not the base value. In any tooltip slash text, show something like this. Yellow potion. Cool. The locations where this needs to be changed are these three. Loot item tooltip, item hover handler, and item display that item. Okay. This should actually be changed to use the same tooltip as item hover handler rather than some custom thing. And then make the garbage slime consider the total value of the item, not the base value. And finally, change the tooltip on shiny loot. Where'd that go? To something like this. Items are worth more, amounts are rounded up. Yeah. I'll just put this at the bottom. It's not in the middle of a list. And that'll look a little bit better. There. How's that look? Yeah, a little weird. But I think it's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is a mostly UI thing. And I'll just say that I filed an issue for this right now. And then we'll ditch the change that I made, which is just that text, which is not needed. Filed issue. I say file an issue. All right, what's next? Make it clear that bosses get way stronger after beating them. Perhaps you shouldn't even be able to repeat the fight without beating the game first. There's no major point allowing it before then. Yeah. Why did I do this originally? I think extra challenge was definitely a reason, but was there some other reason? I don't know. You know what I like as an idea though? Because right now, here's what happened. When you beat a boss in the game, it would level up the boss, and then it would kind of change the level here, and you'd see this, like level 2 got crossed off, and now it's level 3. The problem is, this is just sort of arbitrary. It was really more like level 5. Like, this was not an easy boss to defeat. So what I think would be kind of cool is, what if we leveled all bosses to the max? And they just became an end game challenge, an optional end game challenge. That way we know your max level. Yeah, I like that idea. We'd have to prevent you from going back to these areas though until the end of the game. Or we just make it very clear that they leveled up to a crazy amount. So we either need to stop you from going back to those areas until the end game, or we need to make it very clear that they got way stronger. I think making it clear might be easier right now. If you can't go back until endgame, then we need to stop like auto repeat from being on. I like them having a max level, but I also like that they level up each time you fight. Well, okay, let's just focus on the original problem then. The original problem was it's not obvious that they're leveling up to a new player. And the reason this is a problem is because you're going to get destroyed if you ever fight them a second time. There's just no way you could beat them. And then you might think, oh, I can't go to this location anymore. I shouldn't go farther because if this one was hard, the next one's going to be hard. So that's a bad conclusion to draw. And then the second thing that's tough about this is if you lose this fight, so the first time you should always win, and the second time you should always lose. There should be absolutely no variance. There should be no possible way for you to do anything differently. You always win and then you always lose. And as a result, the losing bit unlocks the Explorer's Hut. And when Sam was playing the game, Sam thought that the Explorer's Hut was actually a reward for winning because he didn't realize that he'd even like fought twice and lost. Because this is what gives you hints. And yeah, we got to change that, I think. So I wonder how we would do that. Maybe we require that you at least make it to the recommended level. Except for it would only work that way for this, right? No, maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't. Yeah, maybe that wouldn't be a problem. We just require that you be at that level. And then we just set the level to 4 instead of 3. That's a great solution. So solution number 1 could be require that you're at least the level of the location before being able to fight there. and bump the level up by like 2 up to a max of the maximum level. Yeah, because it's really only the problem on the first boss. On the second boss, if you realized on the first one that you couldn't fight them again, then you'd realize on the second one that you couldn't fight them again. And then eventually toward the end of the game, they will be fightable again. And the game could even potentially tell you about that. But I like this idea. I like this idea a lot. In fact, if we just, yeah, as long as we increase the level by at least 2, we should be fine. I think that could work. I'm going to write this down. And let me actually also put it over here. Require your adventurers to be at least the level of an elite before fighting them. All right, the problem this is addressing is that new players may think that elites are like any other location and that they stay the same level. So if they win once and see that they get like plus 100 gold from the ogre's blood, they may try fighting again. By losing that second fight, they'll unlock the explorer hut, the sign for the explorer hut, and think that it was a reward. May think that it was a reward from winning the first time around. Frame is needing a level, or is beating the next elite. Yeah. The best I've thought of so far is simply to require that adventurers are at least the level of the elite location before being able to start a battle there. Then elites should go up by 2 levels every time you win. Or at least the display text should say that. We only need to check this for elite monsters. No other location in the game should have this problem. Well, regular locations shouldn't have this problem. Anything else? Obviously, we have to cap the elite level at max adventure level. Okay, how's this look? Problem this is addressing is that new players may think that elites are like any other location and that they stay the same level. So if they win once and they see, so if the player wins once and see that they get 100 gold from Ogre's Blood, they may try fighting again. By losing that second fight, they'll unlock the time for the Explorer Hut and may think that it's a reward from winning the first time around. There's absolutely no way to win the elite fight the second time around without leveling up again or doing quests, which isn't possible after the first elite anyway. Best I've thought of so far is simply to require that adventurers are at least the level of the elite location before being able to start a battle there. We can represent this with a special error message. And where do the error messages go? Let's find one. You can only have right here, battle panel set start button state. The battle panel set. Then elite should go by 2 levels every time you win, or at least the display text should say that. Obviously, we have to cap the elite level at that much. But by the end of the game, it should be clear to you that elites were leveling up. We only need to check this for elite monsters. Regular locations shouldn't have this problem. Cool. Gonna say this is UI and I guess technically UX a little bit too. It's mostly UI. First win bonus where you get the overpowered stuff, and then after that the rewards drop down to a reasonable level. That's essentially what's going to happen, but not because of anything special. Every time you beat the ogre, you will get 1 ogre blood. Ogre blood is worth 100 gold, and the other items you're finding at the time are like 10 gold to 15 gold. So the first time you win it, 100 is a lot. The second time you win it, you're probably going to have items that are worth like 70 gold to 80 gold or something. Now 100 isn't so much. And if you ever do fight it a third time, you're probably getting items that are worth like 150 or something. So I don't think it's going to require any special balancing. I think it's just going to feel okay from the get-go. But I'm also fine with it never really giving you any crazy rewards. Or maybe something cosmetic, or maybe something fun, but not super important. I think mostly cosmetic. Yeah. Yeah, a trophy or something. Yeah, I could see that happening, but I don't think it's very important. Actually, you know, something I kind of wonder about right now. Where is the ogre graphic? Monsters? Ogre. Okay, let's load this up. I'm curious, if you were to just make this gray, would it look like a statue? How do you even do this? Saturation. I think it could if you put these on pedestals or something. And then you can see all the bosses you've beaten. It's kind of a cool idea. Are you going to add more maps or areas in the game? Yeah, I think so. Well, I say I think so. Yes, we will, because we only have 2 boss locations right now. We're going to eventually need there to be a lot more. That does look good. Yeah, we could just grayscale them. I don't know where they would go, but I think we could just find a spot and put them there. Do we have this as an idea somewhere? Something about trophies? Ah, here it is. We could just grayscale the bosses that you beat and show them there. Although I guess it doesn't really make sense. Well, how are you? No. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. I was going to say, how do you make a statue out of something unless... Anyway, it doesn't matter. If there's magic in a world, then all we need to do is say that magic is the answer. Okay, so we talked about trophies. We filed that issue. Where did the issue go? Here. Oh, and then there was something important I wanted to do. The balance stuff. Balance stuff, we gotta write down what the levels are of all the instances. Make sure the recommended levels for all instances are set correctly. They should end at 3 probably in the alpha. Want to add many more locations? We got multiple maps. Yeah, multiple maps. I like the idea of just being able to zoom and scroll this map. Because something that would probably be tedious is having to keep switching between different maps to find the items that you're looking for. Like you see this character wants a green potion. So you're like, oh, that was on the first map, and you click left, and then you find like, okay, which one was the one that had that? Oh, here. It's minor. Maybe it never matters. But yeah, I think just panning and zooming the map would be good. Okay, what else? Filed an issue. This is the right issue, right? Yeah. All right, wanted hotkeys in the game. They already exist, so perhaps we could add a shortcut section of the compendium. I don't really know what to do about this. Someone suggested the other day that what if you just put in parentheses, instead of buildings, it showed up as like buildings B. And now when you press B, you can see that thing and you know that you can see it. And that can work, but for anyone who's not going to use keyboard shortcuts, now it's showing up all the time. So yeah, I think it'd be cool to have something in the main menu that's like compendium. You know, imagine instead of this really compelling button here, if you could read this aloud to yourself, that'd be great. But this really compelling button, if it just said compendium and you click that and it's like game shortcuts. What kind of AI have you used? I'm using Copilot right now. If you mean like what kind of coding AI. I've tried various like I don't know, other AIs, I guess. So things like ChatGPT and God, what was that thing that made the synthesized images? Oh, I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, a bunch of random things like that. Oh, NPC game AI. For coding NPC game AI? Because I don't know what GOAPBT means. Oh, BT is behavior tree. What is goal-oriented action planning? I haven't really made any extensive AIs before for games. There are no tooltips on mobile. I think for mobile we have to rethink many paradigms. So even just the main game, like how do you see battles on mobile? I don't even know how that's gonna work. And since we have to figure that out, we're gonna have to probably remake a bunch of stuff. I think it's just something to put in the compendium. Yeah, I'll just put this here. We should have a shortcuts slash hotkeys section that tells you all of the shortcuts in the game. Cool. Yep. Just going to put that there. Part of this. All right. Confused by a worker wandering to a random point on the map when they had no destination for the item they were carrying. A lot of people have commented on this and they said, like, let's start a new game here. They said if a worker is carrying an item, so let's say we just click grant most thing. Oops, not that. Darn it. Well, let's try that again and click the right thing this time. Oh yeah, adventurers aren't going to do this by default. We need grant most things to unlock adventurer holding. Okay, here we go. So this adventurer is carrying a sword. And let's say you had the weapon shop built, but it was full. It's not built, but just let's say you did have it built. The rogue should probably just go to the weapon shop because that's probably where they're going to be able to drop this off. And instead they wander around so that they're nowhere near the weapon shop by the time the weapon shop opens up. Could also be a side panel in the pause menu that has the shortcuts. Yeah, that's true. We could show something here if there's space. Oh yeah, I gotta write this down too. Grant most things should maybe unlock adventurers not being lazy. So we could make them go to the most likely location that they should be at. Really, this just means the shops, but I'm just concerned that in the future we add some like crafting station thing and now your adventurers should go hang out there instead. Alternatively, another thing we could do is just have them wander around some central area. Maybe like here. I think we might have an issue on this though. Hmm. I don't think we have something for this right now. Worker, maybe. There are multiple possible places. They can either pick one or a middle area, I guess. Yeah, or you could pick one as a player. Because you'd have to pick one anyway, I guess, if there were multiple locations. Do we have something here? Make them prioritize nearest displays? No. In the ground, prioritize shops over storage. Ah, here it is. On the other side of town, newly dropped. While I wait at the shop, they could check if the store has empty displays. Okay, it's something like this. I'm just going to say this is... It's part of this. All right, next, upgrading a shop by one item displays and all that interesting. I wonder if we should give two at a time. Yeah, this is what I changed about the warehouse. When you build the warehouse, you click build, it gives you 4 item displays. Every time after that, it also gives you 4 item displays. Because clicking once per item display was really tedious because you can have up to 64 of them. And getting one more when you have 6 or when you have 12 is just not that compelling. I think it's the same with shops. You build a shop, you get 1 item display. There's a max of 10 you can have. But still, is getting one new one all that interesting? Maybe you should unlock 2 at a time. So there'd be 5 upgrades for the shop. I think that's more compelling. Destination priority customization system incoming. It probably is going to be incoming, although it'll be simple. It'll just be a toggle switch or something. Yeah, so what if we granted 2 of these at once? I mean, it's not like we're adding new functionality here. We're basically just lumping 2 clicks into one button and possibly 2 costs into one cost. I think it could be more compelling. Start you with 2, give you 2 every time thereafter. All right, I like the idea. I think it's worth doing. I also think it's pretty easy, but I don't want to do it now. I don't think it's that important. Grant 2 item displays at a time for shops. Right now, you start with 1 item display, and you only get 1 more every time you upgrade the shop. I think you should start with 2 and get 2 more every time you upgrade. 1 1 2 2 2 2. Let me think about this. The only benefit in having it start at 1, I think, would be teaching the player that you can upgrade a shop. And I think they're already going to understand that the first time they upgrade. Because the other problem with having it be 1 at a time at first and then 2 is that the amount you get is going to change. And I don't think there's a need to do that. That way, it's less tedious to upgrade a shop. It feels more impactful when you get an upgrade. And it can be even more of a money sink. This last one's not really true, but those first 2 are true. So in my mind, this is just a UX change. Well, I guess everything's a UX change. Maybe we should just say it's a town change. Yeah. Probably get rid of UX. Well, it's kind of a UX thing too. Fine, I'll put it back on. I'll just have this thing fill up with a bunch of trash here. One, two, three, four. How about 10009? Filed an issue. Why am I upgrading game? Nothing. He said he didn't care about what was in the shops, just that they were stocked. He also mentioned not paying attention to customer desires after a little while. We've gotten the shop feedback a lot. I think we need to add a system at some point that makes you care about your shop items somehow. It's tough because you don't control what items go into a shop. I don't even know if this is a problem. We have gotten this feedback a lot. Like, people commenting on something doesn't make it a problem. But yeah, the way that Skeleseller is set up is this is your potion shop and this is your armor shop and over here is your weapon shop. And at some point, all you care about is that you have items in them. Shop filters. I don't think I'd want to do filters or anything. But like I said, I think all you care about is that you're getting items. So it kind of makes me think, like, should there be a way to convert one kind of item into another kind of item? As a just general example, let's say you get to location number 7 in the game and it only drops weapons, but you only have 10 shop slots for weapons. So you craft, or whatever, we're using this as a proxy for whatever makes sense. You craft 5 weapons into a super potion and sell the potion. Would you even care about this? I'm inclined to say you wouldn't. Again, all this has to do with what is the ceiling of efficiency and how does it compare to the floor? If it's a 10x multiplier, then you'll care. If it's a 1.1x multiplier, you're not going to care. But I think something like this would have to exist. Hey, Thomas. Well, controlling or fine-tuning which items go to the shop could be one way of handling this. You might say, hey, I just have 3 shops and they can hold any type of item. So maybe there's some benefit for having one kind of item there. But I'm not sure about this. So what would make you care more? I guess, let's say 1. I don't know for sure that this is even a problem. But 2, what would make you care more about what's actually in your shops? And there are lots of systems. Yeah, it would have to be a new system or mechanic. It could be like supply and demand, or otherwise like a price setting mechanic, a way of converting items to different items. I don't know. Did I make the music in the trailer? Yeah. I made a decent chunk of it on stream, not all of it. I want to do another music stream after Checkpoint 5 because there's another tune I've been working on. And I really like it. I don't know what it's going to sound like once I convert it to a digital form. I guess some kind of shop affinity system could help, but I'm not sure I'd find it fun. Yeah, that's why I say I don't know if this is even a problem. The entire economy is susceptible to the same good enough problems as the rest of the game. If you can only stand to be X%, well, not you, if you can only stand, you can be X% more efficient by micromanaging. So if X is too small, you won't care. Hey, Wendy, how you doing? I was looking for your stream yesterday and possibly today. I don't think I saw it. I just started crying. I just broke down. I did want to hang out in your stream though, Wendy. I guess what I'm trying to say is you might think that you're already at maximum busyness, but what if you added more streaming on top of that? No streams for me. People will have to make do with yours. Make do. I am easily offended, Wendy. Yeah, I'm hoping things get better. I'm still rooting for the end of January. Oh, by the way, Wendy, there's a trailer now. Did you see? Did you watch? It's 47 seconds long. I'm curious. I don't know what Steam does to drive traffic to a page, but if a page doesn't have a trailer, I wonder if they drive less traffic to it. So I wonder if we're going to see the wishlist count just kind of naturally rise. Then again, I also just posted on YouTube about it. The last number that I checked was this morning, and I think it only updates once a day, so I don't think it's going to possibly be different, but it was 402 this morning. Yeah, it's 402 now. But I'm hoping tomorrow this is 4,002, and then the next day 40,002. Nice, GG. Thanks, Wendy. So would it be fun, or is there some other way we can approach this problem, I wonder? You have too many items in your shop. Oh, what if there was some like item combination system within a shop? Oh, I actually like this idea. What if shops were the crafting points? Like if you have 3 of an item in a shop, it turns into a new item somehow. Somehow. Why is it so hard to type? If we play this demo, will progress carry over to the next time or reset? Almost certainly reset. I do not think I want to maintain a save version updater between an alpha and a non-alpha version. 3 favorites, nice. Thanks for posting there. Yeah, it's not impossible for us to carry the progress forward, but it's just sometimes it's like, what does it even mean? Let's say in the alpha, there's a max level of 6, and we decide, you know what, when we launch the game, we're actually going to just make the max level 50, and you're going to have experience points. It's like, we could convert your progress over, but would it even be fun? Would it make sense? Like, do we say that you were 6 out of 6, so now you're 50 out of 50? Should you just start over anyway? I don't know. Anyway, it's a lot of work for us to do, and it's just not that much benefit for the players. And also, I don't know how many demo players there will be, but let's say the demo has like 75 players. I mean, 75 players is not going to make the game successful, let's say. So now if it were like 75,000 players, and like we want to keep our progress, I might make an exception for that. I'd still be inclined to just wipe out the save files, but yeah, there's some level where I'd start considering it differently. Anyway, this is a really interesting idea, and I want to ponder this some more. So I'm saying you're not enough. If you get 74,999 other Thomases, and they have to be named Thomas, then yes. Or the crafting points or the crafting interface. Somehow, I'm not even sure how. Maybe you upgrade item displays or connect them somehow. But you don't control where items go. Well, you can move them. What if you were manually doing that? What if you hired crafting people? What if you then hired crafters who would go to an item display and merge that item with other ones? Even this I still don't think would be interesting. Like it's a fun idea to ponder, but if the original problem was, hey, I don't care about my shops, this is not going to make you care about your shops. This is still just going to be, are they stocked? And when you see empty slots here, are you really going to go to a specific place that has like armors? Or just armors or mostly armors and come back here and sell them? I don't know, but I don't think so. Although it could still be a new system that's interesting for a different reason. Yeah. Could still be interesting for a different reason. Maybe it doesn't get you to care more about your shops other than them being stocked. But maybe it is the way you get to the next tier of the game. E.g., crafting can double item values. So you're selling 2x as much. Candy Crush. Oh man. Redbeard was doing a Candy Crush sponsorship, so I actually tried the game for the first time. This was like a month ago. I did not have fun. I got to level 40 because there's certain breakpoints that got him money, and it was like 15 and 40, and then the next one was 100. And at 40, I'm like, oh, thank goodness I can uninstall this. Are you going to be able to reset for better stuff? No, I don't think an ascension system in this game would make sense. This is how other games sort of manifest this, ascension or prestige or something. And then you redo all of the content with some change. Maybe it's like faster experience. Maybe it's like a super skill point or something that goes into some set of skills that modifies this. But in general, I just don't think it fits this style of game. Also, every time I analyze this more and more, I just keep thinking, man, regular idle games, typical idle games are just really like watch numbers go up. And I've mentioned this over and over, but they are pretty much crafted to just follow a curve. And so maybe this is like if you consider the x-axis is the level that you're at, maybe this is like level 1 to 50. And it starts out and it's really slow and it gets faster and faster and faster. Well, now this is 50 still because it's still on the same x-axis. And now getting from 50 to 100 is that same curve, and so on and so forth. And it's basically just draw like a sideways W with an infinite amount of U's on it. And that's the idle experience. So I don't like that idea. And the point of Ascension or Prestige is to get through those curves faster the second time around. I just don't think it's fitting for Skeleseller. The other thing is that there's no randomness in how you unlock characters or how you get skills. There are no items that you equip. If those things existed, I think it'd be more amenable for players because you'd feel like, oh, it's slightly different the next time around. I actually thought of an interesting idea that I probably shouldn't be sharing because I might still code it someday, but I'm probably never going to do it. And probably work as a Terraria mod. Anyway, Terraria, if we just look at some like random screenshot of it. Yeah, let's look at this for example. Okay, so here is a house in Terraria, and imagine a gigantic world if you've never played Terraria before. So this is just one such location. There are bosses and monsters and chests and all this other stuff. What I think would be kind of cool is you start a game like this, and it's just like starting Terraria right now. So your first playthrough is the same as what it is right now. But then you die once. And when you come back, it's a new world with like one building already built for you. So now maybe this house is there and you've got a structure and you've got a fireplace and an anvil and you don't need to go get those things again. And you've got maybe like one chest with a couple items. And you get a little bit farther and you go and you die and you come back and now there are two houses and four chests and a couple of NPCs and you sort of like keep some parts of the world you've built out, but it's a new random world every time. I think that'd be kind of cool. Adventure Capitalist is exactly that. You click companies, get to a certain point, slows down, get enough upgrades, you prestige, then it's just the same at a higher number. Yeah, I played Adventure Capitalist or Adventure Capitalism or whatever it's called. And man, I get to this point with almost every idle game where I feel like I pulled the wool out from over my eyes and I'm like, what am I doing? And I go and uninstall it. And most recently, a friend just showed me something. It was called like Stimulation Clicker. I think this is kind of just meant to be a joke. But this is a barrage on your senses. It's intentionally supposed to be like the busiest game you've ever played. There's like 7 different audio tracks playing. There's 10 different visual effects going on. There's like a bunch of different things you have to click. And at its core, it's one of the like incremental clicker kind of games. And I played it, and after some amount of time, it bugged out and I lost my progress. But even before then, I was like, I'm not having fun. I don't want to be playing this game. The genre is incredibly stale, and very few iterate on the formula in any meaningful way. I wonder if this is just sort of a fact about the idle genre. Like if you play it enough, will you just eventually feel that way? But I don't know. The last idle game I would say I actually like really played was Iceps on Android, and I got like mad at this game. Is there something that just kind of shows the basic UI? Yeah, it's your typical idle game. You can see there's like crazy big numbers here, and it was intended to be played over the course of like months. I think that's the other problem with idle games. By the way, I'm going to stop ranting about this pretty soon. The other problem with idle games is that people who make idle games know that people want to play these for like days or weeks or months on end. So if you are looking for a casual game, you can't like speed this up somehow. And the way you want to speed it up, the developers do usually allow in the form of microtransactions. So I should say you can't speed it up for free. Other than that, it's just you're just a number playing an equation in your mobile app. Kind of it's silly like all of them. Progression felt interesting. You had to make actual choices. Yeah. Well, this is kind of why I haven't played Candy Quest. I haven't played. Wait, no, maybe I have. Is that the Russian game that's mostly done through text? I don't know if it's called Candy Quest. Maybe Candy Box. I think that's what you're thinking of. But yeah, I played one of these and only very recently, and because a friend told me about it, and I thought it was okay. Yeah. You're talking about Candy Box. Yeah, it's this game. Yeah, I played this game, and like I said, I thought it was okay. It's it's not always clear what you're supposed to do in this game, so it's like partially a puzzle game as well. Anyway, what was I about to say about this stuff? Oh, that the shops may be the crafting system. Yeah, I don't know if this is a problem still. Hmm. People have never cared about what's in their shops. If you did want to tackle this problem, how would you get them to care? I think what we might need to do is make the customer desire system a little bit broader. And I'm not sure it would make it interesting, but maybe right now, if I spawn like a million customers in town, let me just click this button a billion times. There, 1 billion exactly. All right, now these customers are going to walk around and eventually they're going to want specific things. So if we just wait for a little bit of time here, we should see it. They are not doing this. Oh, right, because that's not how you can get this to work. I always forget this. You can't hack in customers that way. You have to do it through the town hall. There. Okay. Now customers will want specific things. Let's go win a battle here and win and give the item in there. Okay. So now if I just speed it up, they will eventually want blue potions and nothing other than blue potions, I think. Wait a little bit of time. It should happen. I'm actually quite perplexed as to why it's not happening. Maybe you need to have found at least 2 items. That might be how it was coded. I don't remember. There. Now did they just start wanting stuff? What? Oh, okay, there. Yeah, that might be it. Anyway, my point was right now, customers have no concept of who else wants items or what they want. But it would be kind of cool if instead of seeing a bunch of different items here, you just saw the same ones. I think that's how we should do the customer desire system. Because when you get to the end of the game, if I click grant items here and we build in these other shops and I will unlock a bunch of workers and grant some more items and speed this up. And if I just leave this for long enough, customers will eventually want like one of everything. And at that point, you just ignore the system because it's too hard to satisfy any individual desire. I have to wait for the items to disappear. They're almost done. There, now they're done. And you can already see this problem starting to unfold. Start to unfold. Let's see. One more. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So if I take a picture of this, you can see that this customer wants a bow, this one wants a red potion, and this one wants a blue potion. And at that point, you just ignore them all. So yeah, what if they only ever started kind of wanting things as a group? So if all 4 of these were like, man, I really want a red potion, I think that could improve this quite a lot. Yeah, rotate the desired item. Customers have a chance to desire it. And that would make you care about what's in your shops. And now all of a sudden, if you're like, oh man, all I'm stocking are green potions here, you'd be like, time to go change my instance. I really like that idea. And I think that'll help a tiny bit with this. I don't think it's going to drastically change things, but I think it'll make it a lot better. Okay, so thought the crafting system can be baked into the shops so that we don't need new walkable, navigable buildings. And we can still know that pathfinding will be close nearby. But potential solution is to change the customer desire system so that customers may want a particular hot item, but they won't all want different ones. The alpha is soon? Yes, the alpha is next Friday, so 9 days from today. And anyone who hasn't played, I would greatly appreciate if you tried it out then. And the most important two things you can do after playing the game, well, you can do this one before playing, wishlist the game on Steam and provide feedback. This form, I'll show you what it looks like, but it's not actually... How do I see the results of this? Hang on a second, let me take a look really fast. There it is. Yeah, so the form lets me look at some just kind of an overview of some of the stats. Did you have fun playing the game? Did you try a previous version? How did you find out about the game? And these also let you answer a long form question of what would you change? What do you want to improve? What did you like? These are super valuable responses for me. Like, this is what has gotten us to the point we're at now. Hey, Lemon, welcome back. Yeah, anyway, I think this is a very good idea. And I think this is worth trying out. And I think, you know, they say hindsight is 2020. When I think about it now and I see this, I am like, oh man, why would you? If you see 5 different desires in the game, why would you go get like blue potions at this point? But if everyone all of a sudden started wanting them, you might be like, yeah, I probably should go get them. It's going to give me a lot of money. So yeah, I like that idea. I think it's worth doing. Change customer desire system to introduce trends. Right now, the customer desire system is mostly individualistic. Each customer can want their own item. The only way that customers are connected is to make sure that they don't all want a specific item. That way you can always earn money by idling. However, we should change this so that there's a desired item, a single desired item, and customers have a chance of wanting that. Then that desired item would rotate every once in a while. The rationale behind this is people don't really care about what's in their shops other than that the stocks are the shops are stocked. That was difficult. And 2 is the customer desire system isn't really that interesting when more than 1 to 2 items are desired at a time. It's easier to just ignore them all. Opens to a town perk that shows the next hot item or couple that may become it. I only think that would matter if the hot item was a hot item for only like 10 seconds. But right now, the way it works is it's the hot item. Well, it's this customer is going to desire this item for 3 minutes. So having future sight is not that interesting because you have present sight and you can just go beat the instance. Oh yeah, showing when it rotates. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, make it clear that this is the item that people want. I wonder if we should do the opposite of this too and have items that people absolutely do not want. What if there was, okay, this is just me spitballing here. I don't know if this is a good idea. What if there's an item that if you stocked, people got for free? So like the blue potion is now the item that is something you shouldn't stock because people are just going to take it from your shelves and there's no way you could punish them. It's not stealing. It's a universal sale. It makes no sense. I don't think it's a good idea. Well, they get mad and give your town bad ratings. You know, whenever you float an idea like that, there's always like oh, that would be cool if we did X. And I think town ratings could be interesting if you surface that and you made it about like, how do you satisfy the customers that are here? And I think it would be some amount of like, did you serve them quickly? So what if you could drag an item onto a customer who wanted that thing? And it's like, oh, they rate your town 5 stars. Or you sell it to them at low prices or something like that. I think those sorts of things could be cool. So you could sacrifice your own efficiency for customer ratings. You could have the prices drop if you oversell a single item, or customers get angry and do something if you sell too much of the same thing for too long. Yeah, I think the way I'd probably frame this is a positive if you do the good thing rather than a negative if you do the bad thing. Because we always need to consider the whole idle versus active thing. And if you're idle, you're going to end up going to the same locations over and over because you'll be auto battling. And in that case, you'll keep getting the same items. And if people are like, oh, I'm not going to buy anymore, I think that'd be worse than if we were like, we'll benefit the active players by having a variety of items that you want. But yeah, I like this idea. People don't really care what's in their shops. Customer desire system is that interesting. Yeah, so tasks, change the desire system so that there's only one desired item at a time. It should be something you've seen. Yeah. Then may consider holding off on this system until you've got at least maybe like 3 to 4 customers. Not sure about this. And the last thing is rotate the desired item every so often. Any customers who desired it could just stop desiring a specific item. Okay. Your town drops ratings and less customers will come. Yeah, the reason I said it's fun to think about this stuff is because if you're going to implement it, then you need to incorporate it with your current design. And a way that I think it's sort of incompatible with the current design is that you have lots of ways, like the economy is sort of the focus of the game. So the ways that you get more customers are by just buying things. So if instead you change it to you need to please customers, then the purchases would have to be things that help please customers. So maybe some sort of like auto desire satisfaction where it drags an item automatically to a player or a customer who wants that item. Something like that. Incentivize daily play by having those numbers set high. If prices drop when not playing, then you'll want to make sure you log in to farm a different set of items. Yeah, I, I so something that might not be clear. I think the general time scale of this game, I'm thinking like 5 to 10 hours. It's mostly like, how long will this gameplay be fun for? And if you were to make this like a full idle game, you'd probably have picked a number like 50 hours. And you'd say, okay, you log in and now you're just going to leave the game playing like this for like 10 hours. They're just going to collect items and eventually get enough money to afford the next big thing. But I think I wanted this to at least be more dynamic. So the idle versus active thing I'm thinking about here is that someone steps away from their computer for like 20 minutes or an hour. Hey, Musha, and thank you. Yeah, I've been wearing this Skeleseller hoodie in the afternoons because I usually get cold after lunch. Okay, so I want to file this issue. And this is going to be items and customers, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, Skeleseller doesn't play itself if the game is closed. Although I know most idle games, they usually have some like it's truly off, it's offline, and then it's on but you're not at it, and then it's active. And usually they're like 3 different tiers of gameplay. So like fully offline might be X progression. What just happened? X progression, and maybe like idle but online is 5X progression, and then active gameplay could be like 50X progression or something like that. But yeah, the way I look at it is for Skeleseller, it'll be idle gameplay will be X, and active should be like 1.2X or something. So it's not a huge difference. And that's one of the things that I think makes it sort of tough to work with in this, because this is, in my mind, this is a design philosophy. I could very easily change these and say something like, if you're active, this is going to be 100x. And like you have to satisfy customer requirements, or these spells that you can cast in the game give you like a 400% boost. But like I said, I want to focus on what's fun, and we'll see. We'll see. Also, I'm sure Wendy knows this, but whenever I talk about people's suggestions in chat and I sound like I'm shooting them down, I'm not saying they would never work. I'm saying it's not the design or the vision I have in mind. Because the way I see it is, this is why there are so many games on the market, is because a bunch of people thought they could do things differently. And a bunch of those ways are successful. So clearly they can do things differently. All right, so I filed an issue for this. I do like this issue. Whoops. I think this is probably worth tackling for the next alpha. So I'm gonna write this here too. Probably worth tackling for checkpoint 5. Being FOMO'd into gameplay is not fun. I think all this stuff works though. That's the thing. Like, there is a certain amount of FOMO that comes with modern games, and I think that's what battle passes pretty much are. Well, battle passes combined with daily login rewards or daily quests or something like that. These two things typically. Like, this is a concept that just works for almost every game you drop it into. You have a battle pass, which is something where you've got progression tracks of like, okay, at level 1, you're going to get like this thing, some reward. And at level 2, you're going to get this thing. And then at level 3, you're going to get some like epic reward. And maybe this is only if you've actually spent money on the game. And then you have daily quests to try to make them move along this track a little bit faster. So they always feel like they're working towards something. They've got a reason to log in every day, those sorts of things. Provide whatever feedback I have. Yeah. By the way, the feedback through the game, for sure, you definitely should. The feedback through the stream, I think, is also helpful. And as long as it's sort of like on track of what I'm kind of talking about. So if you were like, man, you should turn Skeleseller into an FPS, I'd be like, yeah, maybe that'll work, but that's not really what we're working on now. I'm not trying to say anyone's doing that right now. They have in the past for sure. But yeah, as long as it's at least vaguely related to what I'm talking about, I think we're good. All right, so this is what we're going to put here. I think there's a pretty good idea. Quest system needs to be changed. Oh, I already did this, didn't I? Yeah, this is already done. What did I do? Where did I change this? I think it was pretty recent. Quest. I think it was this. Yeah. How did I change it? There are now predetermined items that are required, although the quantities may vary from game to game. Yeah. That's how. Addressed as part of this. How do you type em dash without a numpad? So on Windows, yeah, you would need to type like alt 0151 or something, right? On Mac, it's just alt underscore. Mac has a lot of these things where if you hold alt and press a key, it'll type out a symbol. And yeah, it just so happens that it has one for an em dash. By the way, the only way I know that the Windows thing is because of this clip. Does adding it to the wish list help on Steam if it's a demo? Yeah, I think so. At the very least, it makes me happy. There will be a demo out for this probably somewhat soon. I don't know when exactly. I want to be a little bit careful about when we launch the Steam one. And I think I need to make it very clear that like your save file will not, actually I should probably write that down. Your save file won't stick around. Steam Festival prep. Make it clear in the game that your save file probably won't work on future versions. Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate it. Happiness achieved. Want to know mana regeneration rate. Want to know how much loot was disappearing. Hmm. Yeah, I'll throw this in the issue. Gold per minute. Yeah. And then consider surfacing the number of items disappearing per minute. Maybe this shows when you hover over the tooltip or hover over the meter in a tooltip question mark. I just popped up on the bottom right corner. You're watching in 2 locations. Recently changes to a keyboard on a numpad. Now I have to figure out a new way to type it. The new way to type it should be auto hotkey. I highly recommend this program to anyone who's on Windows. It's free, and there's a really simple feature in it called hot strings, which lets you turn anything into anything else. So for example, you could type something like dash 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 and have it automatically turn into an EM dash. And this is pretty much what Espanzo does. Espanzo only has hot strings. AutoHotkey has some extra functionality too, like managing window sizes or scripting things. So if all you want are shortcuts like that, I've even got, this is not just for Kevin, this is for anyone who's interested. I use this for all sorts of things. Here are all the expansions I use. Do I see Steam chat? I can, I just don't tend to. Adam Kappa. Hi, Thomas. Yeah. So any of this stuff, you ever see me type out an emoji or a long word by only typing one thing? Yeah, it's lots of stuff. Hey, Jordy, Vim Motions when? I don't think I'm going to switch to Vim Motions. 167 for the gold per minute mention. Ah, that's where that was. I knew we had something talking about it before. Let me take a quick look. Because I remember I was like, I don't think this fits the philosophy of the game. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is similar. Oh, this was in a different location. Okay, wrote it here. Mana regeneration rate, we should file an issue. What else do we have here? What if when a customer desired an item, a worker would bring that item directly to them? I don't think we need to do this. I don't even think we need to write this down. Yeah, I don't think we need to do this. I'm just going to reject this. I don't think this is needed. It's a complicated thing to code for no major benefit. A bit strange to show fortitude for classes that don't have any. The first 4 classes always have 0, which is sort of confusing for new players. Maybe we'll let all classes get a little bit and then the tanks can get more. Yeah, I didn't even notice this until I think Sam pointed it out. But the first 4 classes, you get a rogue, mage, witch doctor, and archer. And even at maximum level, they have 0 fortitude. So you see this stat there and you're like, what? It's always 0. And it's not until after an hour into the game you unlock characters that could get it. And even then, you don't have to. You might get the cleric, and they also have 0. So yeah, what if we gave everyone just a tiny bit of it? Maybe like a few points. They can mitigate 1 to 3% damage or something. And the only reason for this would just be to lower the confusion. That's it. It's not because I want them to have fortitude. It's just because this number shouldn't always be 0 all the time. An alternative way of doing this is just make it so you unlock a warrior or a paladin a little bit earlier. But yeah, in general, I think this is fine. I don't mind giving characters like 1 or 2 fortitude per level. What if you didn't show it for them? Yeah, that's another thing we could do. We could have stats that are character specific, or at least if they're greater than 0. So problem fortitude shows as 0 for your first 4 characters. Option 1, don't show fortitude if it's 0. Option 2 is allow for unlocking a character with fortitude sooner. option 3 is give everyone at least a little bit of fortitude. Is dragging and dropping an item onto a customer desiring a specific item possible? I think it's something a lot of people try to do. Not yet, but that's something I want to do. I think that's worth coding, and that's already being tracked. But yeah, it's not possible yet. So to be honest, I still think this is probably the solution I want to go with. Yeah. Yeah, giving them 5 fortitude is easy. Buff basic attack. Yeah. The way I would probably do it is give them like +1 to 2 per level. By the way, in case someone's curious, the way fortitude works out is 5 points is block 1% of all damage. So if you somehow got 500 points, you'd be invincible. But that shouldn't be possible, I hope. And the characters who have a lot of mitigation, I think the warrior is the highest one right now. They block 12% damage at the highest level, and then they get some skills that can block even more. So this blocks an extra 50%. So that'd be 62%. Then this can block an extra 20%, so that'd be 82%. And I think that's where it ends. No, not quite, because then the paladin can block damage for them with Holy Link, causing 15% of the damage they take to be transferred to you, and then they can upgrade it here, which also increases the paladin's fortitude. Man, this is cool to think about. All right, so transfers 25% damage. So the warrior would take 18 and then 25% of that. So they'd take about 14% of the original damage if they also have a paladin in the party. So we just throw these two characters into the final area, warrior and paladin. The warrior is going to take almost all of the damage that is there to be taken, and it's going to be mitigated quite a lot, but only once taunt is active. Yeah, so they taunted, and now their damage numbers are like 6 and 4. And when they're not taunting, it's like 15 and 10. I still love the idea of how this game is playing out. And now I just want to test something here. What if we do this and then give this and then oh, does this make them take? What does shield bash do? Oh, you gain damage reduction. You can lower enemies' attacks somehow. I don't remember how. All right, but if we try this again now, and I didn't even put in all the skill points, and this is pointless anyway because it's not like I balanced this, but I kind of just want to see how does this battle play out. Are they like invincible or what? Yeah, they're pretty much invincible. Yeah, and as I mentioned, this isn't really balanced, but it's kind of fun to think about. The game just like super lagged there. I don't know why. Did it hit an issue? No. It did save at that point. I wonder if that's why. Or maybe it saved. I'm not sure. Yeah, they're taking like no damage. They're also not really killing anything. It took a very long time. How long, you ask? I don't know, but let's find out. Duration 1 minute, 16 seconds. So now if we were to just put a bunch of damage dealers in that party instead, they'll probably die. But they'll probably do a lot more damage. There. And then who else could do a lot of damage? I guess the Witch Doctor. This is probably like stupidly powerful. All right, so that took 1 minute, 16 seconds. These characters take... Are they dying? No, they're not dying. It took 20 seconds. I think this is super overpowered, though. Also, you might be like, well, you sped up the game, but the speed up doesn't affect the amount of time that it says it takes. Yeah, anyway, so I think these are issues we just need to file. I'm not going to actually file them right now. File issues on these. I want to give fortitude to everyone, just in small quantities. All right, and then what's this stuff? He had an unspent skill point on his mage for a long time. That's already been fixed. Fixed in this. This being the PR that I did here. Often did not have his adventurers at the maximum rank. That's also fixed. Right before stopping, he got the paladin and tried him out. Yeah, that's also fixed. Last 2 points made me run auto leveling. He said it sounds fair. Yeah, so I did that. Nice. So we just got to file these issues. Ooh. Ooh. All right, let's fill out the journal. What a day. Another productive one. All right, what do we do today? I guess we should push these changes. I have 17 of them. Did I make any other changes? No, I didn't. All right, so what did we change in our 17 commits? Let's go back to this. Smoke particles, level up banner in the UI node, fix some issues, click the background of dialogue. There's a lot of miscellaneous stuff. Yeah, a lot of miscellaneous stuff. I don't think there's any common theme there. Did more launch prep. Lots of misc tasks. Yeah. Okay. So Thursday, tomorrow I'm going to work on some PRs, I hope. I'm going to mention some font issues, and then just going to keep doing some prep, I guess. Also, I think I've got... No, it's not this Saturday. I think it's the next Saturday. I was going to say I'm planning like a body doubling day with someone so I can get even more work done. All right, there's one last thing I want to check really fast, and that's the Idler Fest registration. Is that working or no? No. Just says none of your games are eligible. Monday, February 3rd. Okay, there's at least about a month. I think that's fine. Yeah. Well, I'm feeling good. I think it was a good day. Made a lot of progress. Friday is the last day I have before the UX session, but we still have a week after that to address any other feedback. But yeah, the end of next Friday. Well, not the end, the beginning of next Friday, January 17th. That's when I'm going to update the itch page and you can all play version 0.5. I'll make the patch notes and everything. We'll make a new survey. It's going to be exciting. All right, let me go find someone to raid. You know what time of day the alpha starts? Usually about like 10 a.m.-ish. And to give you a frame of reference, it's currently 4 p.m. So 6 hours ago, but on the 17th. And you could play whenever you want. You can play over the weekend if you want to. What time zone is this? This is Pacific time. So I'm on the west coast of the US. Let me see who's online. All right, we're going to use the raid tool to find somebody. We noticed that you're missing, what? Missing ads manager panel. You need this panel to track and snooze ads. Click add. Did it do anything? I have no idea. All right, where's the raid finder thing? I can't click any of these things now? Are you kidding me? What? Cancel something. What does that say? Cancel changes? This is super broken. I think it wants me to add something right now, but I don't know what it's trying to get me to do. All right, I don't care. Raid channel. All right, so we filter by English. What happened to English? And let's see someone we're not following. And yeah, that probably means that we haven't rated them before. Yeah, let's just go with the first person. Cool. They haven't been online for too long. On the right, there was a plus. I'll have to look at that again next time. Thanks, Jordy. Yeah, so let's rate this person. I have never watched them. I like to try to find new people and just kind of work my way around Twitch and see who's streaming and what they're streaming. Man, Twitch has this stupid bug where I can't actually see a stream. It's just a black screen. Okay, there, it's working now. All right, thank you all for watching. If you haven't seen the trailer, it's there on Steam. And if you have seen the trailer and want to join one of the 2 Discords that I made, there are the links. I'll be back on Friday. Should be a full day of streaming and just doing more prep like we did today. I hope to see you again then. Take care. Have a good rest of your day.